All right. Focusing a bit more on you and Navi, as you said, you want to be more versatile. And I know that you said in an interview with Sheepy Sports recently that maybe you've been burning some steps in learning how to play together. What have you progressed on as a team, would you say?
I think like burning out was like kind of when I said we are doing so many steps, they're trying to do so many steps at once. But recently we dropped it, like we are working on some like specific areas to improve, and I think it's going better, and I think we are doing better on this as well.
Okay, you said that you're going to smash GX. Is that a 2-0 or are you giving them one game?
Maybe one game just to make them happy.
All right, let's make it interesting. Thank you so much for the interview. Best of luck today.
Hello everyone and welcome to the LEC Spring Split, where we're here in week 4? Week 4 is it?
I think it's week 4.
I feel it's
right
week
there,
4,
yeah.
getting ready for Navi versus GX. It is myself, me, I, and Finn.
Yeah. All four of us,
indeed. We're almost a full M+ team, man. We just need one more person.
Just need a little healer coming along, but yeah. I think today is exciting because they kind of have a similar style, GX and Navi. It's the junglers are the engines, and I think it's going to be really fun to track the early game because to me, Isma is one of the most creative junglers. I wouldn't put him like the best jungler, but in terms of working himself out of weird positions, I have a lot of faith in him, so I want to see how he kind of navigates the early game, and there's a lot of fun ahead of us.
Yeah, I agree. I think his problem solving on the fly is very, very good. Relech, on the other hand, when he gets ahead, very hard to wrench that lead out of his hands. We'll see if Giant X can do that today, or whether Navi will continue their winning ways. Giant X currently sitting at 4-0 in the league, although some people would say perhaps that's a little bit fraudulent. They have only beaten Fnatic, Shifters, SK, and Heretics so far, who are widely regarded as the bottom 4 teams in the league.
A win is a win, Medic, and you shouldn't downplay it. I think they're kind of running the gauntlet right now. They got their warm-up in the first 3 weeks, and now they're kind of going into the later half of the competition. Now, Navi, I think, is a great stepping stone for them. Beating Navi today would be a great showing for them, and also be a good confidence builder going up against the teams like MKOI, KC, Vitality G2, the actual heavy hitters in our league.
Oh, I totally agree. And for Navi, what a win this would be going into their roadshow, or the roadshow they are going on in every next week. They have 3 series in 3 days next week. So a win here would take them to that 4-1 scoreline, and then really you're looking at one more win to not fully guarantee playoffs, because there's still too many permutations to talk about, but definitely get yourself in a spot where playoffs are very much more likely. And for both these teams, I think the aim no longer is just playoffs. I think it's top 4.
It's elevating the level that you have right now, because both of these teams really want to get out of that, like, almost a bench warmer, but like gatekeeping position of the league. They're clearly better than our bottom 4, and right now also clearly worse than our top 4, and they're both sharing that spot. So going up against each other, I will be a bloodbath, I hope. And as we're about to move into draft, I wonder where it will take us, Medic.
Probably very similar to previous drafts. 26.8.
I evo i mene, ljudi moji. Jeste veliki pozdrav, evo nas na još jednom laganom, jako laganom danu leca. Prvu seriju, druga serija nije lagano, uopšte druga serija i Opa mora na G2, a misle će baš biti teško. Uzeći u obzir da, kao što sam i rekao, ako SK izgubi, po mojim nekim prvim proračunima ispadaju. Tako da, mislim, ispadaju, ne idu u playoff. Samo da ja nađem tu tabelu da dobijem potvrdu. SK ako izgubi 2-5. Da, mislim, nisu garantovano ispali, ali teška priča. Igraju na Casey sutra, prekostra. Baš teško, iskreno, nemam pojma. Gde si Popo Legendo? Falio si nam danas, brat moj, ali očekujemo te sljedeći put. Bilo fun, bili na kuglanju, nabadali krušku i sprdali se malo, ali generalno je bilo baš zabavno. Sad se tamo vratio Gaju pre nekoliko minuta i rekao ajde da sedim jedan game, da iščilam i onda sljedeću partiju na traku pa dobijemo neki 10.000 koraka, to je play. Jako je zabavno bilo. A kuglanje je uvek chill, nekako to mi je... Uzeli smo 2 trake, pa smo se podijelili na 4 na 1, 4 na 2, 8 nas je bilo. Ne znam, meni je kuglanje nekako uvek chill. Lazit će smurfovo, Lazit će, hito je 4 strajka za redom. Znači partija počela, on već beži 100 poena svima. Ali bilo je dobro, bilo je dobro. Kao što vidite, prioritet pik je Ezreal, zašto je najbolji hero u igrici. Možda toliko da ih smanjim. Možda i ne treba, nisam siguran.
So the thing about Na'Vi, when you play against dive comps, is that it's actually a lot easier to dive a Karma than a Na'Vi, just because Na'Vi can buffer the tidal wave and really block the follow-up on Vi. If you say Vi goes in on Na'Vi, she flashes back and ults the follow-up. Yeah. It's actually really hard to follow on that Vi engage, whereas Karma, you're kind of just locked down in place and doesn't really have a lot except for the Mantra shield, so kind of makes sense in that context, but here we do see the Nico as we kind of highlighted
Double dive, Vi Kajsa. Giantsi baš imaju plan, iskreno.
Playing an Astral is probably one of the more nicer AD carries to play in a comp like this.
It is an interesting idea from Giant X, saying, oh, you're playing an AD carry that can dash over walls, that can dash and then flash, get away in multiple different ways. Immediately, we're just going to go full dive and try and take you out. I was going to ask you, where would you go for bans if you're Na'Vi? Rumble does make sense, get rid of the equalize on the backline, but you know what Giant X want to do. How are you trying to scupper that a little bit in this ban phase?
I mean, if I had to choose, because right now we know Jackis, he's been playing stuff like Aurora, LeBlanc, Rise, but I think the target you need to take out is the Ahri, especially with this Lysandra ban coming out, really wants to shut down or really secure himself that Ahri pick with the Vi. The Vi Ahri classic combos. I would be really surprised if they actually let the Ahri go through here, because I think that's just giving Giant X exactly what they want. But I think we're gonna see actually a Renekton ban, so I'm 90% sure we're gonna
Rumble Renek nema smisla ovde. Oni su ostavili Ambesu. Oni ne znaju. Oni ne znaju da Ambessa countera Ezreala, niko im nije rekao, nisu gledali moj stream. Ali da li Giantsi znaju da Ambessa countera Ezreala? Što u stvari malo ko zna da Ambessa countera Ezreala. Ja koliko bi volio da Ambessa bude pikovana, da provale da Ambessa cancela FZ. Mislim bi casteri izneverovali. Pa da Navije banovo Renektona, mogu oni da uzmu Ambessu, da bude Ambessa takeaway od Navija, da ovi ne bi mogli da igraju. Zato me čudi što nije Giantsi uzeli Ambessu, mislim...
You're kind of a bit more telegraphed, whereas LeBlanc, if she's good with the double distort, can dodge away from the bubble a bit quicker.
Yeah, I mean, in general, for the mid laner, it shouldn't matter too much, because the mid laner should go from a flank always. If you're playing front to back, Ahri LeBlanc...
I've watched enough LEC,
man.
Jako čudno.
There's been quite a few of them, but yeah. The Renekton ban and Rumble ban clearly setting up the Ambessa for Mainter, blinding that.
Jako čudno što samo nisu uzeli... Što nisu uzeli Ambessu. Jer... Pa dobro, mislim, Jax je fine, šta god, lot igra Jaxa, ali... Ne, mislim da su Giantsi trebali pikaju Ambessu kao četvrti i onda da counter pikaju mid. Ovako su izgubili najjačeg top lanera i LeBlanc je counter pikovana.
In this game one. We talked a lot about the draft as we've gone through here, Finn. Can you kind of explain to me how you expect this match to go? Like going through laning phase into team fights, how do we expect the teams to have to butt heads with these drafts?
I mean, I think both side lanes will be quite static. I think Ambessa Jax is quite slow until later on, where there will be a lot of interaction. Bot lane, we can kind of expect the same. When you have enchanters and range champions in the bot lane, it's a lot of a ping pong game where you bounce waves back and forth. And I think Vi really likes that. She just wants to get her level 6 spike. It's gonna be around mid where the action happens. As LeBlanc against Galio, you don't want to go 50-50. You really want to set up those ganks with your Vi, with your Nika roams and really try to shut him down early and get...
Ne znam, sam mi se ne sviđa draft nijedne ekipe, kad malo bolje pomislim. Ja sam bio u fazonu, apsolutno ima smisla šta radi, idu na heavy dive komp i onda... I onda su samo životno izrifovali, ako mene pitate.
A lot of dive into a relatively strong amount of peel coming out from Na'Vi. We'll see how Giant X can wrangle their way through the laning phase and in towards those team fights. If they can get Jackie's LeBlanc ahead, 11 games on it, 64% win rate as we make our way onto Summoner's Rift for the first game of week 4 here in LEC Spring. Two teams on the rise, but as you said earlier on, trying to show themselves as more than just gatekeepers to the top 4, trying to show that they belong amongst those top dogs here in Europe. And I think for Giant X that You want a little bit more generally. Na'Vi came into the league obviously the end of last year, but really
Sad je pitanje. Ajmo da vidimo, mislim, ne znam. Obe ekipe su giga dobro krenule, Giantsi su krenuli bolje nego što sam mislio će krenuti. Relec me iznenadio i mislim da mi je verovatno najpozitivnije iznenađenje ove sezone. Možda on ili Nak-Nako. Relec je baš dobar. Baš je dobar.
Putting the pressure on Isma early because Vi early game is one of the weakers, so he's now gonna go back to his own jungle, take the little chicken nuggets from Vi and just gonna eat his own while he's there.
Yeah, you could see.
Ovo poput i cijelo... Dobro da rekao si ideš 3 dana s rotacijama na odmor, čekaj se upalim, brate se vidim. Ti si rekao da 3 dana sad ideš 27. beše negde. Znači imaš ta 3 dana off i onda ceo maj, brate meni. To je insane. Si pobeznali direktore, šta ima? Evo, bili malo na kuglanju, malo tukli krušku. Zazali se malo u arkadi, iskreno, lepo je bilo. Mislim, meni je uvek fan, ono malo druženja. Bude jako lepo. Eto, upoznali smo, prvi put je došao Pavlezi, prvi put je došao Vuk. I ajde sad, mislim, Marenci i Lazić nisu pre Peru vidjeli nikoma isto. Tako da, bilo je to neki ljudi koji su prvi put došli. I bilo je ljudi koji su ono tu naši, što bi se reklo, ono redovni. Tako da bilo je chill. Kuglali 2 runde. I onda malo tukli kruške. Da joj pokažemo ko je glavni. Tako da prebili smo krušku, to je. To je bitno, sve mi ne desi. Šta kaže Isma, WTF, čovjek je napravio sve. Ja se nadam, pobesnali, ja se nadam. Mislim, gledaj, mi gledamo bar jednom mesečno nešto da organizujemo, šta god to bilo. Malo je vremenski zeznuto, jer trebamo se uklopiti, naš, ono svako radi, svi grindamo i onda treba naći, naš. Kaži. Šta? Znam ja. Ajde reci. Ne. Znaš gdje idemo sljedeći mjesec? To je moj najjači call. Idemo ili kod Regija na Altinu, ili kod Acketa u kuću. Idemo napolju stoni tenis neki da bacimo. Dobro, Klaro, idemo da jedemo. Eto, Klaro hoće na hranu, to je to. Izgovor. To je fajn, to je fajn. Na kuglanju nas je Lazić izdobio sve jako. Na krušci sam ja imao, mislim, najviše sam 960, tako nešto. To je zašto Klara nije udarala, očigledno. I onda je Marence bio sa 940 nešto, 943, 4. Tako da sam prebio krušku jako. Sami se pozbili. To je opat. Pa kako? Tako je Acke najslađe, brate. Tako je najslađe. Vidi, znaš kako? Znaš ti kako ja Acke kažem? Ja pamtim stvari koje ljudi pričaju. Kao što sam zapamtio da Popo ide sa društvom, kao što je, da, Popo je rekao da ide s društvom 27. I ja se sjećam da si ti spomenuo, imam ja 100 za stoni tenis, kad bude lepo vreme, dođite. Vidi, meni je to dovoljno. Sad ja da li ću doći ovaj mjesec, sljedeći. Nikad ne znaš kada ćeš vidjeti ćelavog čoveka u svom dvorištu. To je sad nezgodna situacija. Imam priča kod da se okupi po mene leto negde. Pa to ti kažem, pa mislim negde, pogotovo sad kad je lepo vreme. Što se mene tiče, uvijek je mnogo bolje, bar lično, mislim dogovorit ćemo se i vidjet ćemo ko gdje može, šta god. Mada realno mislim ono, ja imam 3 mesta u autu, imamo Pera isto, Kapera možda može nekog da pozove, imamo Vuka koji isto može da isto pokupi nekog, tako da realno možemo mi da se mobilizujemo gdje god je potrebno, znaš, samo se organizujemo ko će koga da pokupi. Ja sam što se tiče toplog vremena uvek za neko dvorište, neki roštilj, nešto, neki ono chill. Mnogo bolje nego zatvoreni prostor kad je vruće. Ima jedna jako fun igra sa frisbeem, ali brate mili, ja ne znam gdje to može se kupi. Stiže 5 punih automobila. Ja ti pišem na Discordu. Acki mi došli. Gdje došli? Pa evo ne stup. To pobesnelim, pa da. Tako da, organizovat ćemo. Para se to sve organizuje. Ja sam nešto baš u fazonu se baci neki stoni tenis. Ima i blizu mene jedan stoni tenis kup, tako da možemo i tu da bacimo neki turnir u stoni tenisu. A ako negde budemo u kući nekoj to u dvorištu, onda možemo i neki roštilje nešto. I bude lagani chill. Tako da vidjet ćemo. Baš je danas bilo chill, iskreno, baš bilo lepo. Opa. Malo me zabrinjava što LEC nema tempo u ovom gemu. Jer iskreno mislim da je mnogo bolje od Isme. Ali dobro, Navi je 3-1, ovi su 4-0, tako da nabadaju. Kad ja budem išao, ima i kod mene mesta. Ne moraš ti poput ideš, mi ćemo doći. Nije to problem, vidi. Šalim se, da, ali mislim organizovat ćemo se, kažem. Jedina je stvar samo nekako probati da ubodemo što više ljudi ima slobodno, jer je nezgodno, jer mislim nije nezgodno što svi radimo, ali kapirate što ću da kažem. Svako ima neki svoj termin, vreme kad može, kad ne može, pa treba nekako ubosti da svi nekako možemo da se organizujemo bar što više ljudi. Supportal combat, to nije bilo loše od castera, bravo. Ma vidi, pobestali, što se kaže sporta, kažem, to stoni tenis je okej, to je to je sport koji ide uz roštilj, znaš. Nema tu nešto puno trčanja, tu si zezdaš se, znaš, nije to... Liberal, ja ne znam šta je to, brate. Šta je to, brate? A Village Liberland, ja ne znam šta je to.
I want to talk a little bit about the jungles. I know we've talked about them a lot, but now we see level 6 from both of them. You talked about Vi wanting to get to that level 6, obviously Grand Starfall for Pantheon, a game-changing ultimate. How do you expect them to now play around that these ultimates are available?
So, I think for GX it's very simple. You make sure Jackis can push mid. If Poby walks up...
Čeki, Liberland je ona kao država, što je država, kao Da, znam, Liberland je, čuo sam, gledao sam neku emisiju o tome, neki dokumentarac, Fenix se desi. Pobestali fair, to je u redu. Vidi, mora neko da bude i sudija, vrate, tako da i to je isto okej, to je sve u redu. Država u državi, Liberland, da, nisam tako, zaboravio sam tako sve, gledao sam dokumentarac neki o tome. Lik došao na ostrovo i rekao, ovo je država. Provalio u gliču u sistemu da to niko nije claimao, taj komad zemlje. I to je država sad u državi. Liberland se zove. Brat se snašao. Pita mi se kakav je porez, tamo se preselimo. To je to. Liberland. Ej, banger. Taman je veličina. Dobra veličina. Nice. Giga nice. Vidiš što nije loše. Čekaj, nam treba pasoš? Treba pasoš ili nas puštaju onako? A? Ako ne smiješ ući pa rekao možemo na jezero kod njih. A šta, oni unutra sami? Da, ali kao... Kako živjeti postav? I šta ako tamo uđeš? A šta ako ga odradiš na podmorinac, nemam pojma, na gnjurca ih odradiš, razumiješ? I pojaviš se tamo, oni kao, ukopšni ti kao, aha, ovdje ne važi vaš zakon, ja sam u Liberlandu. Mislim, nemaju oni tamo da te hapse u drugoj državi. Znaš šta? Pa dobro, to nije ni malo iskreno. Imaju pasoš. Onda kapiram da u Apatinu imaju njihovu stanicu. Osjećam se popao kod da nas švercuju još u Meksiko, vrati. Znaš kao, imam vezu, uvući ćemo se nekako, znaš. Preko nekih šuma, ono, dođujemo zmije, razumiješ. Provaljujemo u drugu državu. Zvuči kao, ako ništa zvuči kao avantura. Jedna gde verovatno, ono, rečna policija te hapsi, ali bože moj. Ništa ljudi, ja ću donesem naočar, neko donese ono gnjuralo, kako se zove, ono za disanje i to je to. Ja mislim da je to play. Da, ja mislim da je to play 100%. I onda polako, vrate, plivaš i GG. Gledao sam dokumentarac, baš dokumentarac o tome, možda davno je bilo, zaboravio sam ime. Ovaj game je turbospor, ova serija će biti turbospora, a iskreno se plašim će druga serija biti Stomp. Ode. Ova serija očekujem da ide u 2.1 giga close. Sljedeća serija mislim će G2 samo da stompa, ali bi volao da SK dobi jer želim da i Opa igra bar playoff ako ništa. Što mi će biti jako teško. Jer ja mislim da SK mora... proverim, ali mislim da SK mora pobedi svaki game. Ili imaju fore da izgube jedan, možda. Sve ću pogledati. SK je 2-4. A igraju... Koliko game? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 gameova igraju. Ja mislim da je najgori skor koji ti treba da prođeš dalje 5-4. Ja mislim da ako nemaš 5-4 da ne ulaziš u playoff. Tako da bilo bi mi baš krivo za Jopu da da ne prođe dalje, to je fora. To je fora. Gdje si Marence, jel stigao im? Gdje si Pero Legend? Znaš šta mi nisi poslao, brate? Rekao sam ti sliku pasa da mi pošalješ onaj put kad smo bili tamo kod parka za pse i setio sam se kad smo kretali da te podsjetim i onda sam zaboravio da te podsjetim opet. Da. I onda sam se sjetio opet kad sam se vratio kući, rekao nisam te podsjetio opet. SK sve mora vinati, da. Jer ako izgubi jedan, onda su 4-5 i onda mislim ne prolaze dalje. Heretici su isto 1-5, oni su vjerojatno isto skoro ispali. Sam vidio klip od Dijamanta ko priča istoriju fanatika. Nisam, ali... Jel kao nešto inside info ili je kao javno? Pošto javno znam, mislim, gledao sam fanatik od sezone 1, tako da... Ovdje je moj Ezreal bio bi kill. Marence ne znam još. Maj 23. 23. je subota, to je LEC. 23. 24. 25. je sve LEC. Da, tad mi je LEC. Raspored je blago napet. Ali mislim organizovat ćemo, vidjet ćemo sljedeći mjesec koji šta, pa ćemo da neki play ćemo napraviti. 4-5 ako su... u pravu si Kevine, da, postoji. Zato nisu kao locked ispali, ali... Niste rekao zašto propudi zbog management. Okej, fair. To je fair. Otvorim bolovanje, firma se zatvori samo. Kako ja bolovanje otvorim, nešto se otvara, nešto se zatvara. To je krug života ovdje. To je fora. Klara opomenula. Ja, bukvalno, sjetio sam se, kad smo te čekali ovdje, i kao rekao, podsjetit ću ga odmah, jer ću zaboraviti i zaboravio sam. I kako smo hodali kući, hodam i rekao, zaboravio sam ti kažem opet. Lagano, nije nikakav frka kad budeš stigao, čisto zanima me da vidim. Ne, baš smo pričali sad Marencije, sljedeći mjesec nije bilo loše, mislim, ja sam spomenuo ping pong jer se meni nešto igra ping pong i mislim je bilo fun. Ali onda mi je palo na pamet konektovano što je Acki spomenuo da on ima 100 i da je napomenuo da možemo i kod njega doći i Reggie također ima isto vikendicu, možemo i kod njega, sam u fazonu realno možemo bilo gdje svima odgovara. Da sljedeći mita bude kod nekoga vikendica, dvorište, šta god, zapalimo neki roštilj iako imamo neku zanimaciju, neki ping pong, nešto. Imam ja pikado, mogu ga nosim na baterije radi. Zakucamo ga u drvo i imamo i to da si igramo. Solo Cupid. 1 na 9. I nisam gledao Hanu Genji, iskreno. Iskreno ne znam razliku, Kevin. Ne znam koja je razlika. Vjerojatno ima. Kao između gusara i pirata. Šta sam rekao? Ping pong. A čekaj, pa koja je razlika između ping ponga i stoni tenis? Sam mi je mozak stao. Ping pong. U stvari je mala, ja nisam ni znao da ima razlike. Ja sam mislio da je ping pong stoni tenis. Ali kao koriste se neizmenično, znači ping pong je stoni tenis, da. Stoni tenis je formalni, brzi olimpijski sport s gumenim reketima, dok je ping pong češće rekreativna sport igra koja se igra reketima s brusnim papirom. S brusnim papirom. Kakav stoni papir, WTF? Ne znam, ali trola možda ima razlik. Znaš da ne, kakav... Šta je brusni papir, vrate? Sandpaper, šta sa šmirglom igram, vrate? WTF? Obično bude ona guma s jedne strane i crveno s druge, ona kao teksturica. A s druge crno. Ne znam, nisam ni znao, iskreno. Iskreno nisam ni znao da ima razlike, neću vas lagati. Svakako mi igramo onu manje kompetitiv varijantu izgleda. Čoveče. Šta onda ostane od loptice ako je izbrusim do kraja? Ne razumem. Kako loptica preživljava taj napad? To je pitanje. Inače, kome GG za majicu super ti stoji, brate. I veličina je super. Da virnem. Was a little bit sketchy. I thought that the acrobatism was really close to landing on the LeBlanc, and that really would make life difficult for him. But it's the fight or the games were on. You see, Mainter's just sitting here waiting. He's really scared to walk up, and there's no one really there. But he doesn't really know that because the vision is very lacking. Now, Medic, why is the vision lacking? Well, you have Enami against Abai, LeBlanc, Kai'Sa, Nico. She cannot walk up to get vision anywhere. So the map will constantly be this dark for Na'Vi unless they can make something happen through their side pressure. So Mainter here is trying to push out. No, je počeo da igra profesional story tenis, to je insane. Ja gledam jednog lika, ima neki lik što nosi neke šarena odjela i šarene šorceve, mnogo je zabavan. I on tako putuje po svetu, igra stoni tenis. Jako je zabavan lik, iskreno. Ima njegov snake shot popularni, kao turbo je zabavan lik, pa njega gledam, iako ne igram stoni tenis, ali kao lik je zabavan, pa pratim. Sve kompetitiv patriva kad se igra. A to jeste, deki, ima tu malo. Vidi. Da li si video mene i najboljeg Ezreal igrača negde u isto mesto, isto vreme? To je sve što ću reći. Ili možda jesti, pošto sam to ja. Ko znam? Nice kome, drago mi se sviđa, vrati. But that doesn't really lean into what Pantheon wants to do. He wants to stay in fog, he wants to farm and be ready to join any fight that's happening. But any fight that will be happening will be bad for Na'Vi right now. The positioning here. All back by lots.
Just gets walked straight into the backline. Pop Blossom going out, and again the fight is so split. For Na'Vi, Giant X dissect them, and Paris quickly going to become Sashimi. He's being gobbled up by a lot. Na'Vi lose 3 immediately. Giant X's team fighting. That's a ward. Really nice to watch so far. Jun pops into a ward.
And they're not thinking about the Dragon Medic. They're moving over to the Baron already. 3 men down.
Su Giantsi stompaju ovoliko,
with
WTF.
the Kai'Sa.
Su Giantsi ovoliko dobri.
Go through this Baron really fast. Fantastic team fight there. And
Ali ja i dalje ne mogu ništa kažem za Giantsa, što znam šta je situacija i kad god krenem da mislim su dobri, ta će da počnu da randanuju. To je play. Ja mislim da Giantsi ako odu 10-0, ja ih i dalje neću staviti da su favoriti za
Dragon there, because now going for the Baron, now they have the base. This actually might be a Dragon opportunity for Na'Vi.
za osvajanje ovog splita. Nema šanse, ja vama ne mogu da opišem koliko ne verujem u Giantse. Iako su predobri iz nekog razloga.
Noah and Jun keeping Mainta, Relech and Samdi busy, while Poby finds himself in a 2v1 towards the bottom side. Giant X find 2 again. They may regret it. I think the ambulance was called for Na'Vi instead.
2 kila, Drake. Yes, mislim ovih 5k golda nije kao 5k golda ranije, ali...
Single time a member of Na'Vi walks up, they are getting one shot, having to flash out or just getting bursted into oblivion. Right now, it's just Lot and Jackie is walking up here 2v5, but it does not matter because Paris is just turned into dust the moment they step up, and now suddenly the boys are here to back them up. And the fight is just an easy clean up here. Probably you can try to make it up, but you have no flash.
Ne bismo Jackie za ovako da se nafida najiskrenije. Pogotovo na LeBlancu Galija.
Talked about his creativity. A couple of times in these fights, he has found really good flank angles. He's found the way to get. He went round poke at the end there, which is something he could have easily chased towards the top side where there were 3 people. It's like, no, guaranteed kill is better than chasing for more. And overall, having a really good series has definitely shut down Relech so far. 1.4k gold the lead in the jungle. Almost 2,000.
Pobije malo Čokovu ovu seriju, to je ovaj game. Treba bi uvek da bude final LeBlanc. A onda LeBlanc ako nema momentum ne bi trebalo radi ništa. A Jackies je 3 itema ako računaš Magic kao full item ima 10 stakova na njemu, tako da... Best of 3. Imaš gore, si masterišao kockice, imaš levo od Navija i desno od GX. Imaš ove 2 prazne kocke. Kad je best of 5, onda bude po 3 prazne kocke, znači na 3 dobijene. Kad su 2, onda su na 2 dobijene. Tako da koja god ekipa dobije, popunit će se jedno od te 2 kocke gore. Kažem, verovatno Giantsi ovaj game. Mislim da je Ezreal kogod je jak ne može da nosi. Samdi je jak, ali... Mislim da... Ne treba bude dovoljno. U CS, brate moj, gledaj put, brate moj, paj se, pusti stream. Slušaj radio Shine-a, brate. Slušaj radio Shine-a, prenosim ja sve što treba, brate. Ali u suštini upravo su igrači Navija opet zaintali. Relech nije umro, tako da možda proba da ulti dok rade Barona. Ali ovo je... Oni neće imati visiona. Ezreal mislim mora da nabada Q-ove, da resetuje ult cooldown dovoljno da ulta. I onda ima prerani blue trinket. Treba da blue trinketa i onda treba da ulta i Relech treba da baci ulti. Ne, on je dole, čovjek neće ni da proba da stigne. I šta sad? Izubili su i Barona sad. Jako loše, iskreno, baš loše. I Ezreal koji je najjači, ne radi ništa. Ima sreće Samdi da je Jackis promašio čin na njemu, inače bi ga šotovao tu. Ne znam, mislim... Sve što sam vidio od Navije je da ako Rilač igra dobro, lagano je. Ali ovaj game 0-3-0 ništa nije našao u gameu, baš velika šteta iskreno. Ali mislim će teško šta uraditi sa tim što Rilač nije dovoljno ahead.
He's definitely putting GiantX's name in the hat, at least for top 4, if not higher.
Absolutely. It does seem like GX is the mountain that Na'Vi really needs to be able to climb and ascend, because that is really what's stopping them here. As Mainter is being went on by Isma. Jack is coming up here. Nice try block with the season assist, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how you mechanically try to pivot or maneuver that fight. No matter what you do, you will end up dying when there's two people with that many items on you.
And that much mobility as well. Like the chase potential of LeBlanc and Abai is pretty disgusting to watch. 18 stacks on the med choice now as well for Jackies.
He's well read.
He is. He's very.
There's a lot of pages
or
there.
He's written a lot. Because I mean, maybe he's just writing the name of each person he kills, and that's four pages, and he's just writing in really big letters.
That's true, yeah.
It's just main one letter per page, 2 letters per page. Sure. I can't do maths. I'm here to talk good, not do the maths. Noah gets taken out by Sandy. Grand Starfall coming in as well for the chase onto Jun. Shusha Rush doesn't quite connect onto a stun target, but still Jun will go down. And the gold lead has been cut dramatically from 9,000. Na'Vi get a K and it's down to 8.
Death, taxes, and 80 carries dying on mid waves. You know what's coming. No matter where the game goes, you can always expect an 80 carry to overstep on that mid wave. And now Na'Vi is really happy. You really need to make the most out of this sequence. Try to get this dragon and try to delay this game a little bit.
I zato su zaintali. Ne, ovo nije ništa i dalje. Ovo nije bitno u stvari. Mislim, bitno je, ali nije bitno.
They just need a few more of them if they're going to find it back into this game.
What are we looking for?
So Noah supercharges forward, auto attack, essence flux, arcane shift. Okay, yeah. I mean, it's good play from Samdi, but honestly, Noah kind of ints that one a little bit by going as far forward as he did.
Easy for Samdi to kill him, but that is also the result of last fight. Remember, Noah used cleanse and flash to kind of escape the Ambessa last fight. Walking up on midway without cleanse and flash. Gotta be a little bit more careful than that, okay?
It's a 3-item 80 carry now with the Endless Hunger complete onto Samdi. The only bright spot amidst Sea of Darkness at the moment for Na'Vi. They have slowed the game down and the gold lead cut to 7k. They managed to get a Drake as well, which means GiantX aren't on soul point. Noah going in as they dive forward, but immediately they get onto the backline. Paris kills off Jun, and
Okay.
Noah dies as well.
Bro, what?
An instinct to die instead, it seems. Na'Vi find 2.
Kako oni gube ovaj fight 2 put za redom?
Chains, lot stepping back in here as it looks like GiantX want to take the 3v1.
Jackies mora da... Ne! U dobar tont, ali džabe. Baš dobar tont je bio. Oni će 3 na 5 dobiti fight, koliko su ahead. Oni su dobili fight bez Noe i Juna. Pa kao...
We can push our advantage. Surely we can get one ward in the river this game. Surely we can get a little bit of control back, but no. A really well executed fight by Jackies Isman. Lot completely nullifies the attempt of Na'Vi.
Insane bait from Noah and Jun. You just got to give credit for like, I can't believe they thought it all the way through. TP a possibility here for Poby. Grand Starfall towards the mid lane.
Okay.
Jun's going to try and get away. Relech doesn't have flash. I don't think he needs to bait. Turns into Vi and walks away.
Naravno, Voltika nema veze.
Let's have another look at
this bait by Noah and Jun. Let's see how they masterfully craft this bait and engage. As Noah jumps in on this, but doesn't really pay attention to the potential Ambessa and Pantheon that can just go on here. And here I thought Na'Vi, great job. You got the
Imao je flash za 5 sekundi, ja ne znam zašto on engage sa svojim supportom kod je... Ode Paros. Ne. Čak je bacio duplo W, zašto W ne možeš promaši na nami. Ja si Vanja. Pa kao, vrati. 25 stakova LeBlanc, čoveče. Kako pešao juče u EBL-u, prekjuče.
Lot is trying to push out there. Still no Baron for 40 seconds, so will just probably be a bunch of wards in the bot side jungle and a bunch of camps in the pocket of GX as they will look to start that Baron pretty soon the moment it spawns.
Yeah, it's Baron into win. That's the play, right? Your siege isn't exceptional.
A laki još su izgubili Drake-a, da nisu sad bi imali soul point za 2 minuta. Onda bi imali Barona u 2 inhiba, u soulu zadnji inhib i end. Ovako forsiraš Barona i onda probaš da endaš s Baronom, ali mislim da je to malo teže. Ti obično inhibitor 1-2 uzmeš, treći već nemaš dovoljno tempa da pokupiš s jednim Baronom. A opet ako uzmeš 2 inhibitora ne završiš game, oni stoje u bazi samo afaka farmuju. Ja sam da gledam. Čeka da prođe samo Ezreal ili Parus. I sad WW i double kill. Ja. Neigrivo je, ne, bukvalno neigrivo, ne može igraš LeBlanc. Jackies čeka rotaciju, 2 dugmeta i ne, LeBlanc je samo prefidana. Mental health walk, pa odlično.
Unfortunately, the walk in the sun turned into sunburn as Giant X are going to wrap out this game. 31 minutes long. It's been done for a while, except for a couple of mistakes. And an 12,000 gold lead for GX in an absolute demolition. Jackies and Isma really put on a show in this game.
I mean, this is the new GX. It's the Isma and Jackies show as you highlight. Isma on engage, Jackies on a burst mage. One more for good measure, you know?
Iskreno respekt, ubiši ih. Iskreno ubiši ih. I dalje ne verujem u Giantse, ali... ali iskreno full respekt. Ok, ajmo čujemo intervju, pauza sa 10, pa idemo u game 2.
I think it's the opposite way, no? Yeah? I think it's the opposite way. I mean, I don't know, we play our game, it's working, but it's only one game, right? There was still, you know, like Giant X moment, but at least we are playing, so I'm really happy.
So you're usually the one invading people, but you got invaded this time around.
Yeah, but since I invade people, I know how to react as well, right? So I think it's a bad thing to do to me, but it was a fun game, so it was good.
As you said, one game, we'll see for the rest. I'll let you join your team for now. And Jack, tell us how the early game went actually for GX.
Thank you very much, Laura. So I wanted to talk a little bit about the macro of Giant X. Now, macro means many things, different things to different people, really. Macro just means big. And some of these plays were quite small, but in essence for me, what macro really means is being able to predict what your opponent will do and how you act accordingly. So if we roll this clip out, you can see that it starts off with Jackies and Jun pushing in mid. Now, Jun knows that since Paris shows on mid, if we pause it now, Jun knows that Paris wants to rotate back to bot. And Jackies knows this too. So you can actually see the pings on the minimap here. They both ping on the minimap, trying to see if Paris rotates to bot, we want to pick him off and find him. And they place a nice ward here that then watches Paris. You see Jackies now waits here, waiting for Paris. But Paris kind of knows. Paris knows that something is wrong. But if we could pause really fast, I mean, Paris is already dead. But what Paris did see is that the Vi that you see on the minimap is now showing on mid. So Paris thought, because Giant X's jungler was not there, that he was completely fine. But even with that info, because Giant X were really patient and knew what Paris wanted to do, they were able to punish him. And now with the second player, kind of a little bit of the same thing. Giant X, you can play out the clip, Noah and Jun recall from bot. They're willing to drop a wave on bot here to get tempo elsewhere. If we pause now, you can see that the minions on bot, you can see that enemy team pushed out bot, so that means that Giant X are going to lose a full wave, but they're fully fine with this. They're going to drop that wave, you can play the clip, to generate a numbers advantage elsewhere. And you can see that now, because that they're here, they're able to turn a fight for Na'Vi that would have been losing for Giant X into Giant X's favor. And reLEC was not expecting enemy bot lane to already be there because he thought they were matching the tempo of the enemy tempo because Navi's bot lane had push. It's a lot of mind games that goes back and forth and builds upon each other, but it's really about being one step ahead of your enemy and kind of predicting what they're going to do so that you can make the better decision accordingly. And that was a big reason why Giant X were able to get a lot of leads in the early game, which they then transition into really good team fights, in which they eventually won the game, even with some Giant X moments.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was super impressive. And I think alongside like good movements from Jackies, I think the standout performer for me in this game was John.
Right.
I think this man was absolutely incredible. Like, using the push they had in bot lane, he was constantly rotating around the map. He was using his ultimate in really good ways to separate out fights. And like, when you get that early lead that Jack just showed, I think it came down to John helping to solidify that win.
And this is where Nico really becomes deadly, because once you have Prio all over the map, you have this roaming potential and the action that this champion can get. It's actually really hard to do anything, even on your own side of the map.
Yeah, it's nearly impossible. And even especially when Jun is playing like this, where, again, watch these fights, how he just ends up splitting up the fight so effectively. As teams go in, he immediately pulls the trigger to stop any sort of follow-up to come in. And this comp is designed from Giant X, from Na'Vi, to all dive in at the same time. They want to have this 1-2 punch that comes through, but it's denied every single time. And I think he just played absolutely perfectly on this pick.
Yeah, I think really nice to see Jun coming back into form. When I think of Jun, I think of Rel, I think of Nico, I think of him landing these huge ultimates. And pretty much every fight, as you say, Rob, he was able to find at least a 2 or a 3-man pop blossom that ultimately led to every fight looking pretty easy for Giant X, that they could always just run down the next target. Even when Noah got caught in the earlier fights or something crazy happened, Jun could always run them down.
Yeah, and you can see the damage from Jackies there. I think this was like the reason Jun could find so many successful flanks, was because how does anyone approach on Na'Vi? Like, you walk up and everyone's getting one shot by this Fed LeBlanc. Like, there's nothing you can do. So Jun was just in the perfect situation every time, where you just play around vision, play to disrupt, and the whole thing just works so well from Giant X.
I don't know what happened to Jackies. That's not the same Jackies that I'm used to seeing, bro. Like, I think after he just locked in and playing these, like, assassin champs that have high agency every single game, and he's not playing any of this Azir or Rihanna, he just finds his style, and it works so well.
But that's his style. For me, when I think about Jackies, when I think about the specific champions that made him good in the early days, I think about champions like this. So I'm happy that they're able to draft around this strength now.
Yeah, but it doesn't even, to me, feel like this is the same Giant X. Like, we were kind of looking at them last year going, they kind of do some things, but don't really know what they really want to figure out. Now we're seeing Isma and Jackie's playing for Invades. They look absolutely fantastic. We were saying we needed to see Noah and Jun step up. They're now playing absolutely spectacular. Like, look at Noah with that Jin game last week. It feels like it's all coming together for Giant X. And I don't want to say it, but I think I'm starting to get excited about Giant X.
Yeah, the E word. That's what I like here in the LEC. And I want to know, there were still some doubters from GX, especially given the teams that they faced off so far. Are we convinced now, minus the oopsies, because they're not going to get rid of that?
I mean, I feel like Jackies is just playing... Jackies and Isma, for me, are playing at a way higher level than we saw in a long time, which makes me think that, as you say, Rob, as long as Noah... I'm still not fully convinced on Noah. I think he's still slumping a little bit. Like, even this game, he's still making mistakes that I'm not used to. Like, if Noah was making these mistakes with the old Giant X, they would have been a dumpster fire, right? But now, if Noah and Jun can really be, like, one of the best bot lanes in the league, with Isma and Jackie's playing like this, then this is a top team. It is a top team.
I think it's because of what Isma said in the interview last week, where he was like, look, we understand that we're going to, like, the mindset they're going in with is we want to make plays, even if it goes bad, even if it completely messes up the game. We want to be doing things rather than sitting around and doing nothing. And I think that's what we're starting to see, right? Like, even that LeBlanc play that you broke, or at the end of the game with where you hit on the control ward and ended up picking off Sam D, that wouldn't have happened with the old Giant X. But it's players going, no, we can make these individual plays. We know how to try and set something up. And I think that's the beauty of what I'm watching with Giant X, is that they're willing to do things, whereas we just didn't see that from them last year.
Closing thoughts on Na'Vi?
We didn't really see much from them this game.
No.
It kind of felt like it was Giant X's show the whole time. I think reLEC needs to be more enabled than what he was. I think the Pantheon, it's really all about ulting to a side and then finding a pick, but it doesn't have that much individual power. It's like decent, right? It's kind of like the Sin Sao, where it's like a decent fighter, but it's not like a carry. And for me right now, I think reletch really needs to be the carry for this team.
And I think it's actually something you said backstage that really stuck, which was the lack of pushing lanes. Like, I think that's really where Reletch kind of needed something that could enable him for the invades, enable him to play through his strengths. And without that, like, I think you're right, Laurie, that just isn't the same Reletch.
Let's see if they can make it happen. Next game, is it going to be the Reletch show being back, or can GX get the clean sweep and 2-0 against Navi? We'll see after the break.
1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 3. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 3. I gonna swing like tomato chandelier.
1, 2, 3. Nice. So Galio no flash, guys. Galio no flash, no win. Galio no flash, no win. He will die. Is it? Nice, he's low. A lot is killing everyone because why not? No place, you didn't. No place, you don't want to. Just nice job. It's you guys are good or what? Yeah, the true zoo is. Oh! This is the top side, motherfuckers!
Brother, let me try.
Wait, brother. Let us break this instead, brother.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
What is this, brother?
Perfection.
A new champion. Welcome to my shop. You'll need the right build. Choose wisely, because every upgrade brings you closer to the next level. So tell me, how will you level up?
Wait, is he switching lanes?
Welcome back to LEC Spring, where we're here for Game 2 between Na'Vi and Giant X. And what a Game 1 it was. Na'Vi really just turned into fish food, honestly. It was pretty one-sided for Giant X. A couple of masterful baits from Noah and Jun evened out the score a little bit in the mid-game, but still. Ending the game in 32 minutes with a 12,000 gold lead is pretty successful.
Well, yeah, masterful in the sense that that's the kind of bait you would see in Master Tier in League of Legends,
yes,
where it's a little bit rough around the edges. But we are now getting into drafts, and already we see GX heavily targeting the mid lane pool. And I think it's clear that they have noticed how they win games. We put Jackies on a burst mage, and we do not like playing against champions that burst mages are bad against. So they take out the Ryze, they take out Orianna, and try to set himself up. Now, first game they did ban Aatrox here, so we'll see if they actually leave that open for a ledge or if they continue targeting other picks. But it will indeed be the Aatrox ban to keep the brand going.
Getting rid of the Aatrox means that Aatrox, Vi, Pantheon, and Ambessa are all unplayable in this game because they were picked in game 1 and that means
Na'Vi
falling down to his 5th most
izgubili su game broj 1 poprilično ubedljivo. Ashe Seraphine s jedne strane. Karma nešto s druge, verovatno, ko zna.
Yeah, I mean, you see them really setting the Ashe Seraphine up as well. They take out the Nautilus, which is the best support against it. They take out Jarvan, which is the best jungler against it. And also take out the Bard, just for good measure. Now, cute little Seraphine over here by Lot. Are we actually gonna separate the duo here? Because you could play Seraphine bot with something like either a Senna or just whichever support you like. You can also play Seraphine as an Enchanter support. It gives you a lot of options. So I do like this separating the duo queue or the duo. But now what do you pair it with is the real question.
I quite like Seraphine Tristana. I think the burst potential from it is actually really strong. And you can just jump on the Ashe on repeat. Obviously, if they pick something like a Braum into it, it becomes a lot more difficult for you to play that. But I do like the idea of just...
Seraphine Nautilus? Neće.
Yeah, and on that brand, they look in the Nocturne, which is...
Mislim, I guess da I dalje možda igraš Ashe Karmu I da budeš skroz fine.
Personally, I'm a big fan of Misfortune Seraphine. I think it's a little bit underutilized. They make it rain into the root, into the alt combo. I think it's really juicy, obviously very immobile, so does need a little bit of help from the rest of the team. So we will see how Na'Vi now responds to this anti-Ashe comp that GX is trying to put together.
I mean, you pick something like the Lulu if you just want to go an Enchanter, right? So Lulu here works okay into the Nocturne. You can wild growth whoever the Nocturne is jumping onto. Also, if he isn't using his
Seraphine
Darkness,
Junara?
you can polymorph him when he's in the middle of you. Does still have that fear tether that can go off even while he is polymorphed. But I do like the Lulu when you don't have the Seraphine as an option for that bot lane.
I do like the concept of a squirrel running at you really angrily and fearing you.
I mean, it's like elephants are scared of mice, you know? Anything can be scared of a squirrel from time to time. It looks like Na'Vi are going towards their mid lane, leaving jungle open for more bans from Giant X if they want to. Aurora, the pick here for Poby, his most played this split.
Yeah, Poby Comfort also a takeaway from Jackies, who's had some fantastic Aurora games, also does fit the things that he likes to do. And here you have a choice as GX. Do you pick your Seraphine pairing now and drop your mid and risk losing those burst mages that Jackies really likes playing, the Ashes, the Anis, not the AORUS, I mean, not the Ashes pick, but the Ahri and Anis.
Ja I dalje ne znam što igraju kao AD carry-a.
But that means you will drop your AD carry or support, depending where the Seraphine goes, and seems like they want to really stick with their identity of putting Jackies on these bursty mages.
Yeah, it makes sense. Like, Jackies is having an incredible split so far. 4 player of the series votes, possibly 5 if he does what he did in game 1 again here in game 2. Giant X, as you say, dropping their AD carry. Na'Vi dropping their jungler into that second rotation. And because of that, you see Giant X saying, well, we're going to get rid of some of them. Xin Zhao already off the cards. Could look towards something like Jarvan, the Mundo. It could even ban away the Zehen if you're worried about it. Those are things that we often see come out of Relech. Mundo's nerf. I mean, Mundo jungle is still strong. It just takes you much longer, a little bit longer to farm through it right now. It's monster damage mostly, so.
It is quite chill to drop jungle against Nocturne because you don't really
care
about jungle you're playing into Nocturne. Nocturne is more scary for your laners.
Quirky, znaš šta je problem? Ništa od toga nije toliko dobro sa Seraphinom. To je fora. Mislim, mogu oni da igraju Kate, mogu da igraju Zeri, mogu da igraju Quirky-a. Ali ništa od toga nije dobro sa Seraphinom toliko. Najbolji kombo sa Seraphine je da Seraphine bude carry I da Nautilus bude support. Ili Senna. Sena Serafin ili Serafin Sona? Eventualno.
Graves with a Whimsy or with the Help Pick Shield or the Wild Growth, this does a lot more work. Nah could be the final ban hit from Na'Vi, and it is. I know you talked about your intuition. Your intuition makes you play Dusk and Dawn Nah, so I'm not sure how much I trust your intuition at times.
Okay, it's into tanks, medic, and it's to get the fast hyper procs, because against tanks, most of your damage is in hyper, so getting Dusk and Dawn gives you more hyper damage. Okay. I don't expect the support player to get it.
Look, man, I'm not saying it doesn't work. I'm just saying it's a little odd.
Yeah, Na'Vi clearly setting up for Renekton blind here, or a Cassante is fine as well. The Cassante, Renekton both kind of wants the Rumble and Nart taken out. So you have your options, but it will be a Jhin paired up with the Seraphim bot.
Okay, Jhin. I guess that mislim.
Picked up by GX. We saw some excellent Jhin games last weekend, both by Supa and by someone else.
Noah?
Noah, exactly. It was Noah on Jhin that absolutely popped off. So really excited to see what he can do with it. As the Rek'Sai is being hovered, it's a little bit surprising. I would really like to see a Cassante Renekton here to kind of give them a little bit of frontline, because Zahen needs a lot of time to scale up. A little bit more selfish, but it will be the confidence pick here by Mentor. Just locking that in, and
something tanky would make the most sense. I was thinking Sion as well for that top lane. Could take Aurora top if he really wanted to.
It's also probably Zahen jungle, of course.
Yes,
it's probably Zahen jungle knowing this team, and it's still gonna
Ovo je
be
Silas. Mogu Akali, ali ja mnogo više volim Silas u vari.
Don't get excited.
I'm not excited, man.
Ne. What?
Live in a state of expectant pessimism.
Ja, okej, onda će poslati. Okej, dobro.
So Zahen jungle coming out for Village. We talked about that. He has already brought it out once this split.
Ew, I hate Varus tops. No,
okay, no.
Don't cheer for Varus top.
Finn, this is where you need to separate the caster side of your brain and the
Varusu Renektona. I za Hen jungle koji ne znam kako će moći da otempuje Nocturna kasnije.
All he does is hit minions and just doesn't think. You can't do anything. I played Renekton against Varus the other day. I could not play the game. I feel nothing but pity for Mentor right now as he's loading into this game, having to play against the Varus with a Nocturne behind him at all times. This top-lane matchup will be tough.
And it's only the second time we've ever seen Lot bring out the Varus top. Last time was in the EMEA Masters Summer 2 years ago when he was playing on Team Go. He went 6-3-6 on it.
And he also built Locket of the Iron Solari, so that's very interesting.
I mean, but there was also, what was the support item that you could go, that when you ulted you got a bunch of health?
Oh, that one.
Radiant Virtue?
Yeah, Radiant Virtue. Yeah, the Maokai item. Yeah.
And classic.
Maokai item.
I mean, Varus, I didn't even say that, but he can buy any single item in the game and still do way too much damage.
Dusk and Dawn is what I expect to see. He is very powerful, and as you say,
Hex, experimental hexplay to Dusk and Dawn, verovatno. Da moram da pogađam. I verovatno prestije tek jer je prljavi Varus top lane, kako drugačije.
It's a bit more creativity.
I mean, you're absolutely right, Medic. I mean, it is nice to see, because seeing Isma level up, seeing Jackis level up, we will love to see Lot join that as well and create a super strong topside for GX. And seeing this Varus puts a lot of pressure on his shoulders. You really need to make this work, but he has the tools. He has the pushing mid, probably, and he has the Nocturne behind him. So I want to see how he navigates this laning phase.
So is that the intent for Giant X, is play mostly around the top side of the map, getting to mid-game with just a couple of strong AD carries?
I mean, that's the thing, you don't really need to. You're not going to see them play for really any lane early game, as it's all about getting Nocturne to level 6. And I think Noah and Jun will be fine in the bot lane. I think Jackis will be fine in the mid lane. And I think Lot is going to have a lot of push. So hopefully either securing a double crab for Isma or just
Ja bi sad samo top gledao iskreno, jer mene zanima kako preživljavaš u Varusa. Kako da te Varus samo ne ispreparira 1-1.
Because often, like, you path into the low mobility AD carry on the top side to try and trade into him. Is this purely a we don't win a 2v1 versus Varus kind of idea?
I mean, it's possible. It's also the fact that, like, he's just like, okay, Mentor, I'm gonna mute you, okay? I'm gonna mute you on Discord. I'm not gonna listen to any word you say. Good luck up there,
soldier. Što mi chat se ne scrolla automatski?
Help is not on its way, as Mentor already gave.
Čekajte, stanite, samo da upalim kameru, možete me vidite, čisto se družimo. Tako je malo bolje. Ko dobija? Verovatno Giantsi, mada Giantsi nemaju toliko dobar frontline, ali ako dobiju momentum, Giantsima je jako lako da snowballaju. To je fora, njima je baš lako da snowballaju game.
Has deep ward enabled, so he knows he's spotted.
He saw Village do it to him game 1, now he wants to get the chickens back from Village, but...
Video je da je Vard umro, kad umre Vard, onda vidite... vidite da je Vard riknuo, tako da sad on može Ne, nije uspeo. Pola sekunde. Dobro. Što ga je firma na drugu stranu. Dobar rut. O, mora se flashuje, da. I sad mogu 3 na 2 kontestuju buff. Ali za hand samo do njegovu džunglu i poframa mu sve jedno. Sad Isma samo da štura na svoj topside je laganje. Sad pravo na top, kroz mid. Pusti bot krabu, ne pusti bot krabu, ignoriši, uzmi svoj red, čoveč. Jer Isma ako uhvati MBS-u, to jest za Hena na svom red side-u, on je lagan. Ajde Village ima 120 health-a, razumete, on ne sme ništa. Ako Isma odluči ako testa, on mora mu pušta. Tako Isma, trčiš nazad u svoju džunglu. Znači double krabovanje nije vedno. I da. Village je uplašio se da će doći Isma da ga kontesta i zato je uradio samo double golem i povukao se nazad. Gdje je Strahinja? Evo, brate, chillamo ga, malo upalili leca da gledamo. Danas Opa. Ali ga kajtuje sam delep. Da, chill dan, malo rokamo korake, sljedeća serija će biti baš fan, igraju G2 SK. Mislim, realno gledano, verovatno obe ove ekipe idu u playoff svakako i Navi i Giantsi predobro su počeli. Trenutno kako stoje stvari, mislim da SK, BDS i... Moram pogledam, još jedna ekipa koja je dosta loša. Pa će oni dole, Fanatiki se isto raspada, da. I Shiftersi se do duše raspadaju. Mnogo ekipa se raspada, iskreno, neću vas lagati. Mada mislim, realno gledano, od 10 ekipa koji igraju LEC, 6 ekipa prolazi dalje, tako da... Jako je lako da ne prođeš dalje. Jer ono, skoro pola ekipa ispadaju pre play-offa. Ali ga je čekao s tim charmom, brate mili. Još da mi damage gubi, bilo bi super. Mada i G2 je 1-2, realno gledano i njima je dosta potrebna pobjeda. Jer ako izgube 1-3 su, onda izgube još 2 puta i G2 ne ulazi u play-off. Mada G2 zna da uđe u play-off kao ono predzadnji i onda neku foru da lome. Jer hodam na traci, da. Generalno ja skoro svaki lec koji radim, pola leca sam na traci minimum. Mislim u suštini, gle, ne igram, i da igram bio bi na traci, ali kao... Svakako gledamo, zezamo se. I onda, realno što ne bi hodao, brate, što ne bi nabio korake, zdravo je, a... Šta da sedim, kad mogu da stojim? Gdje je Salty? Šta ima Salty, jesi dobar? Znaš kakav nam je chill bio, bili dole u arkadi. Uglali, udarali krušku, vatali one igračkice, zezali se. Bacili smo lagani čilić. I bilo nas je 8 ukupno, došao i Pera banuo. Mislim da Lazić i Marence pre nisu upoznali Peru, ako se ne varam. Mislim nisu ga uživo vidjeli. I došli Pavlezi i Vuk i Marence i Lazić, Klara i ja. Malo iskulirali. Jel imaš Salty negde, ja nisam ni znao, jesi ti vozio, kakav je to, o čemu se to radi, reci mi šta se tu događa. Dok gledam kako su ubili Varusa na topu, što uvek i treba da se dogodi. Kakva je to Salty bilo, o čemu se to radi uopšte, brate? Jer ja sam vidio sliku s ti onim kolima, ali mi nije ništa, ništa mi nije jasno, brate. Nisam očekio brata Vuka, baš mi drago. A i meni Marence, baš sam komentarisao, nešto sam se zezao. Rekao, morate, kad smo delili ekipe, rekao, morate ti Vuk i Lazić da budete na istoj traci, čisto treštoka radi. Ali stvarno je lepo bilo, ja kažem, meni je to toliko fun. Jer ja vam kažem, ja generalno... Generalno, kada sam oko puno ljudi koje ne poznajem, mnogo se brzo umorim, kao, ono, bukvalno se iscrpim baterijski, jer kao... Vjerojatno znaš na šta mislim, kad sam oko ljudi koje ne znam, jer kao ja sam dosta više, ono, introvertan, realno, i... Kad blejemo mi ovako kao pattern iz community-a, bukvalno sam se, ono, uporavim se, totalno suprotni efekt ima na mene. Tako da mi je baš prija bleja, iskreno. Malo iskudiramo, malo se družimo, baš je... Chill, evo kogotim kao i Lači, to su dva brata moja što hoće doći. Ma to ti kažeš, zato sam bio u fazonu, morate zajedno da budete na isto. I to ono, friendly banter, zezamo se, naravno, ali... Baš je zabavno bilo, iskreno. I drago mi da je Vuk mogao dođe. Krivi mi što nije Ivan mogao da dođe. Ali dobro, bit će prilike, jeli? Biće prilike neki drugi put. I eto, mislim da vi Pero, ti Lazić niste Pero upoznali ranije, mislim. I Koma isto ga nije video ranije. Mislim, znate ga s Disa, ali kao niste ga uživo, mislim vidjeli. Mislim da Pera za sad kad je dolazio je samo do nas po merch. Mislim da nije dolazio nigde ovako. Tako da baš mi je drago što je mogao da dođe i Pera na kuglanje. A čekaj, Solti, a šta se, objasni mi to malo više ako te ne mrzi, šta se tu događa? Koja je to fora, ali to kao... Mislim, ja se ne razumijem puno trkanja automobila, tako da me zanima kao generalno. Ono, breakdown mi kao da sam nubara najveća što i jesam. Pa znaš ga. Ali ga nisi Marence video, nisi ga uživo video. Jer je on uvek dolazio... On je uvek dolazio... Pera ti je bio bre s dužom kosom. S dužom kosom. Jer vi koji niste videli, to jest ti Lazić i Koma, Pavlezija niste upoznali bio u W-ovoj majici, Vuka i Peru, brate. Tako da to ti kažem, vi ga znate iz Sadisa, ali ga niste uživo videli, zašto Pera nije dolazio nigde na ove sportove, jer nije mogao. Mislim, naš omiljeni učitelj, brate. Ali baš mi je drago što je mogao da dođe jednom i ovako na uživo druženje. Ma da ne, legitimno, brate, sljedeći put ako nas više bude bilo, znači Klara će... Da, brate, da, Marence, to je taj Pera. Nego je meni smiješno, zato što ne može se pohvata ko je ko. Znači, reći ću, da, to ti kažem, niste vidjeli Peru, prvi ste ga vidjeli. Znači, reći ću Klari da uzme on ima onaj pištolj za nalepnice, što pišu i vaše imena za merch, da napravimo duplikati, onda kad god neko dođe, samo ćemo mu zalepimo ovdje ime, da se zna ko je ko sa streama, jer meni je mnogo smiješno što ljudi ne pohvataju ko je ko uživo, jer kao ne znaš kako neko izgleda, čuješ ga na Disu, a realno na Discordu mikrofoni drugačije zvuče uživo i sve to. Ne. Zato ti kažem, Marence, nisi bio siguran ko... Tako je, da. Pera, brate, profesor. Znači mi što. I zato sad ramišljam nešto, rekao, možda niste ni znali faktički ko je ko, ali... Da, to tako funkcioniše. Moramo one stikere, brate, da stavimo, nema drugog. Bukvalno nema druge. Nameplate, lagani i čao, brate. Nema veze, Marence, doći Pera na sljedeći. Doći na sljedeći. Kažem ti ja, Marence, ne, mora. Mora da dođe, mora Pera na sljedeći da dođe meetup. Šta go budemo pravili. Da. Ma da dobro, mislim vidi, to je... Svako ko dođe više od jednom, onda se polako skapira ko je ko.
actually the skirmishing power of Navi that finds these positive avenues for them in these fights here. The reason they're 5-0 is just...
Tako da obično ono zavisi od osobe do osobe. Prvi put se malo upozna s ljudima, da drugi put je već lagan. Ovo sam kolo će inače biti 1-1 i onda sljedeća serija Navi idemo... To da je, to je fair. Prvi put nije dobio trolanje jer nisi znao, sad ide duplo trolanje, to je okej. Ali da, posle ovoga će stvari biti i dobra serija. Mislim, ova serija, šta je meni fora sa Navijim i Giantsima? Jedina osoba ovdje koja je meni giga hype je Rileč, jungler Navija, zašto stvarno mislim da je baš dobar. Stvarno mislim da je možda i najbolji jungler u Evropi. Znači, Rileč mnogo lepo igra. Mimo toga, ni Giantsi ni Navi nemaju nešto identiteta da kažeš house. Sljedeća serija, Mali i Opa igra protiv G2-a i ako izgube, 97% ispadaju iz play-offa. Tako da sljedeća serija je baš giga bitna. Ova serija je i Navi i Giant, to je kao kad je Lazić bolovo 4 strajka za redom. Znači, ove dvije ekipe već prolaze dalje. Opet 95%. Jer kao moraju da rundownu iz sljedećih 6 partija da ne bi prošli dalje u play-off. Čak i ne znam, da, verovatno bi im to bilo dovoljno. Za Giantse nisam siguran. To je sljedećih 5, ajde ima još 5. Tako da ove dvije ekipe verovatno prolaze svejedno. O, dobro. Damage-a bez. Pojačanje tu. Op, damage-a bez, okej.
Both portages open behind their top lanes. What a silly game we're playing right now. I love the mind games going on there. Both are super aware of where the other team will go, and they're just gonna be there to block it.
Smart stuff all around. You can see that's probably the most explosive lane right now. All the rest of the kills have been picked up from fights and skirmishes.
Čekaj se fajn, ima ulti, najgori slučaj. Pa da nisam baš... ne znam. Ja bi možda samo Spirit rushova da ne moram da izgubim 90% health-a ovdje. I builda row na Ari, to mi je jako čudno. Znači na Ari imate 2 builda sad ako vam si igra Ari, no evo brate mili Rileč, nahvalio sam te čoveče boži. Si pogodio Indoneziju s pulom. Ovo loš flash od Ash, Isma je mrtav sigurno.
And Rileč is gonna be a monster in this fight. You see why the Aatrox is banned, but it still has the other Darkin in his pool, locking this ahead, just completely dominating this.
Dobar, Rileč je dobar, iako je Vifo malo ovaj pullback.
On these ahead now will be an absolute problem to deal with, because I don't think GX
Nije loš. Legend, da si oko promišlji stavio LOL, na šta tačno misliš? Gledao sam onaj Riot devlog njihov. Tako da ne znam na šta tačno misliš. Video sam ono Omnivamp Boots, Shift prokuje, on hite. Svašta nešto sam video što se toga tiče. A ako je u devlogu bilo. Ako nije u devlogu, to nisam video. A ispiši mi, daj mi link na Discordu, kako ti je lakše, baš me zanima, mislim. Ne znam što rade, iskreno, ne znam što rade. Jer mislim, znam da obično velike promjene uvek rade na kraju godine sad. Kao čekaju kraj godine, pa onda end of year, kad menjaju cijelu igricu, ono. Ali obično ovako malo slabije ubacuju bilo šta. Sad mi Milina otvori mi Discord, vam nim što se događa.
Like, in terms of 5v5s, it's going to be really interesting how these teams have to play it out.
I mean, I'm really worried for Jake's comps as I'm holding my breath here as the charm comes out. A lot of damage by the Rowway Ori. Not really. But the problem they will run into...
Oh, I hit him again though, look at that.
Jesi nov LOL meme. Brate, a znaš da ja nisam siguran rekao da li je to AI ili nije. Meni to izgleda kao AI. Najiskrenije, brate. Nešto mi je to sus.
And that's really difficult to find when there's a Lulu included, because suddenly the damage threshold you need to reach is a lot higher. And if you don't find that one shot, suddenly the entire fight will fall on your head, and the Zahen will run rampart, the Aurora come from the side, the Ash will kite. So they really need to be quick with it, or just really try to play for side lanes where the Lulu is not. Because if Lulu is there, finding a one shot is.
Ja sam mislio da je AI, brate. Video sam i bio sam fazonu 100% je AI. Samdi Kraken. Feels bad. Feels bad, man.
Not everyone can be William Tell as next Drake up in 20 seconds and Giant X trying to set up vision around it. Actually, using the gates here.
This is the side lane place we were talking about. You need to play on your Varus lane, and it's exactly what GX is looking to set up here. No one is here to defend. He has flash. Can they get out?
Ne ubijaju ga. Ne ubijaju. Bez Varusa ne mogu da ga ubiju 3 života. Je, fore.
Check the meters as an org evoker and say, look, it's not all shown in the details. No one is getting buffed.
Zašto Ari builda row? Znaš da nemam pojma ni on. Znači, postoje 2 builda na Ari koja rade. Jedan build je onaj koji ja najviše volim i to je Malignance Ari build. Malignance pa često posle toga vidimo Shadowflame ili Lichbane. Mage ako ima Shugao i ono Deathcap Void klasika one shot build. To je moj omiljeni build. Drugi build koji postoji neki Ari OTP koji je popularizovao je Blackfire Torch u Cosmic Drive Ari. I čak i taj build mi zvuči ok u odnosu na ovaj. Rod of Ages mi je fazon 4 meseca kasnije nego što je viable. Siguran sam da početkom godine Roa Ari je bila viable. Tad su svi midlaneri buildali Row. To je ok. Ali si videli, te Jackie zuleće unutra na Renektor, a Renektor nije se ni oznojio. Pozorno šta će da mi uradi Roa Ari. I sad me ne bi čulo da ide na Blackfire, što je najče. Mada neće ići na Malignance, Roa Malignance. Ne znam, som je turbo random iskreno.
Judge everything off game one, because we were saying for Giant X, you know, going into the rest of their games, if they can beat Na'Vi, they're then looking at possible top 4, you know, they can challenge.
We got to be game 2 Simons. Okay, Na'Vi, this is huge.
Exactly, this is huge for Na'Vi.
Znači 30 minuta.
Well, come back so far as Paris flashes away from the chain of corruptions. I'm not quite sure if it was going to connect on him, but don't blame him for flashing, especially with terrain being the way it is and elevation being the way it is in League of Legends.
Para mi donala doručak, kad završim ovaj game ću da jedem.
Don't expect them to be punished for the lack of Lulu's flash, and Nocturne can jump on her, but
ova partija, kažem u teoriji, trebalo bi da bude za Na'Vi, ali vidjet ćemo. Ne, u stvari, Malignance Protobalt, sad kad sam vidio Protobalt na pobiju, setio sam se. U stvari je build, sad, jeli Malignance build, ali Čovi je to malo, dodao taj Protobalt, jer on mnogo voli taj item. Retan je fajn. Ruča. Meni je Antoni doručak jer ja mnogo kasno doručkujem namerno. I kasno ležem, kasno se budim i onda jako kasno doručkujem da bi pomerio sve kalorije za ostatak dana. Jer fora je što ja ujutru nikad nisam gladan. I kad kažem ujutru, ja ustanem recimo u 12 do 6 sati ne moram da jedem ništa. Lagano prvih 6 sati dana ne jedem. Jer nema mi potrebe ako nisam gladan, pogotovo kad pokušavam da limitiram kalorije koje nesem u danu. I onda mi je skroz fajn da samo... Pogledat ću to poslije Legend. Za Ezreala znam, za Rune znam, za Deathfire znam i za nije Phasers, ali modifikovani Phasers sam video. Tako da vratno samo da ispratio deo tih stvari. Ali da, tako da doručak mi je obično sad i onda mi je ručak pred stream. Če recimo negde oko 11 i onda mi je večera posle streama negde oko 3 ujutru. Šta je danas? Subota. A? A, ručak. Nego? A dobro, ok. Nek budu u 10. Moram stream ranije. Zavisi koliko ovo bude trajalo.
Now it's too close. He's very loud right now.
Ok, Salty, kapiram. A čekaj, koja je fora Salty, mislim, jel to... Opet, ja pričam, mene zanima, ja volim da znam te stvari. Generalno volim svašta, znam, zanima me... Koliko vi mene gledate svaki dan, mene isto zanima šta vi radite, jer je samo interesantno. Tako da ja se nama sluša, ako ne sluš, pisat ću ti Salty, ali koja je tu fora? Jel si ti kao vlasnik tog tima, jel to kao tvoje društvo, pa ste zajedno napravili priču, jer ti voziš? Kakva je tu ono situacija? Ja sam video gore, gde si Zog?
I would give it away, but I don't want to see the Varus stop winning, so I'm gonna keep him.
Oh, understandable. They can't hear us though. They're not listening backstage.
Yeah, but like, who knows?
We don't have the words of wisdom.
I for one am just overjoyed.
4-4, to je šta? To je drag race neki, ne?
That's all I care about.
There's no way this game of Varus top affects the solo queue ratings.
I mean, if one Varus top gets scared of playing Varus top because of this game, that's a win for society as a whole.
That's understandable, I guess. That's understandable.
Opet neka pauzica, valjda neće biti dugačka. Možemo samo da se nadamo. Nemamo info još od Riota šta se događa. Brzo ponovno sam se bacio na LoL eSportu. Se nadam da jesu.
He kinda needs to play one shot in his comp, but it's to make. And in the end, this game is not on Jackie's. He's not the reason they're losing this game.
O, jesu.
Rod of Age is not the reason they're losing, but they're...
Evo vam ljudi je LoL eSport link ako neko... Ne znam li ima dropova na lecu, nisam najsigurniji, ali eto čisto da imate i taj link pa... Ako bi rađe gledali tu da imate i taj link, pa možete birati. A player related issue Giants i pauze. Dobro, nadam se da je sve okej, da niko nije ono nešto, ne znam ja šta.
Trying to make plays to stop Relech in the early game as well, trading camps, right? But it just hasn't worked. And when it doesn't work and Relech gets ahead, Na'Vi are in a entirely different beast to when Relech doesn't have that agency.
Yeah, no, I would kind of liked Na'Vi if you...
Da isti imam Riot da vidimo šta kažu.
I would love Isma to tell, okay, Lots and Jackie's. If you go into my jungle now,
možda imam neku više informaciju što mogu da vam dam. Kao i mene zanima realno, zašto je pauza.
If he does not take two of my camps right now, he will not be able to play the game. But in the end, they didn't really commit to the bit, which is in the end a choice. And Lot and Jackie's did have sort of...
Trebali bi... Red i čekovi su bacili, tako da bi trebali se vratimo u game još malo. Dobro, nije strašno.
4K gold, it's so difficult to come back in a game like this, especially with a comp like GX's.
Yeah, the composition is quite hard to execute in terms of how you play around in team fights. You talked about it, right? You have Chain of Corruption and Charm really to engage, or a good Deadly Flourish. So we'll have to see how they can...
Ne znam, Rilich me stvarno mnogo iznenadio. Jer je bio kao giga random jungler, ono kao bukvalno 1 od milion. I... što ga više gledam, više sviđa kako igra. Da sam bio fazon prvi game gube sigurno čim je Rilich krenuo 0-3-0. A i Pantheon je malo linearniji heroj, nema nešto potencijala da pravi veliku razliku. Kao trči u protivnika, klikni W i onda se nade će to biti dovoljno da se dobije kill. Heroj što je jednostavniji, manje ti potencijala daje da praviš neke plejeve, da nosiš gameove. Za Hen opet, sa rezom, sa scaleom, ima mnogo više uglova da možda napravi razliku u gameu. Varus, Tasken, Ton... Actualize radi. Da fuk! Da fuk!
But mana cost of your spells, sorry, but then also increases the damage they do.
Yes, it also increases your CDs
Bro.
30%.
Ash ima cleanse, Ash je cleansala, mora da flasha. I sad možda okrene na Nokta. Rila će da ubije Serafin sigurno. Ari je uletela da brsta nikoga jer ima Rod of Ages, razumete, i Actualizer ne radi ništa. Rileč ima rez, clean, Lot je mrtav. Jackies ne zna čubiti Parusa, mora da flashuje za reset, neće ni... Dobit će kill. Nebitno je. I ne znam što observeri ne daju kameru na Rileča, brat mu ima 700 AD-a, ljudi, daj... Bro, lik je doktor. Lik je, baš je dobar, baš je dobar. Tajmira smite da cancela Hexgate, znači verujte mi, ako igrate džunglu, hoćete naučiti igrate, gledajte kad igra Rileć. Znači lik je stvarno mnogo dobar u tome što radi. Znači gledajte poziciju. Uleće, namjerno se okreće iza njega zašto zna će ovaj dultaka dole da dođa. Ulto je, ako se ne varam, kroz Varus ulti. I onda ga je Varus šotor, jape Varus broken, ali ima res tako da je lagan. No, Jackie samo nema damage-a. Ovaj build samo ne radi damage. Malignant Shadowflame Lulu ovdje umire pre flasha. Gledao, i čeka da krene. Bolestan je, stvarno. Jako, jako dobar. Iskreno, što više gledam LEC, više bi Rileča stavio u svoj All Stars LEC team. Nakon na topu, Rileć, jungle, Caps na Caps je Caps, vrati i dalje, nemam pojma, ono. Caps skida, Jopa AD carry, zašto je naš brat, a i realno kida. Slušaj, iskreno nemam pojma koga bi stavio na supportu, jer iskreno s ovim enchanter metom više niko mi se ne sviđa kako igra. Rijetko kad vidiš nekog na Soraki u fazonu si, jo, vidi ga ovaj što je dobar Soraka. To nije, ne funkcionira. Mislim, ima jedan lik na vestu, to sam uvek napomenem, onaj Dominatrix Raka se zove čovek, samo je najjača Soraka ikada. Ali... Nope. Evo ga Rileć. Mora dodžao Lotov ulti, nije dodžao Lotov ulti, Lot će ga šotati, dobar flash. Sad bi Jackie trebao da poresetuje. Sve osim Rileča koji samo ide i radi što hoće, gledajte Rileć. Gledaj Rileča, brate, joj, Jackies. Dobro, nebitno je. Mislim da je on 11-0, 10-0 Rileć. Lik je samo predobar, a legitimno je samo predobar. Stvarno je bolestan, predobar je. Bro, lik je 12-0-2, 12-0-2. Ja u solo queue snojim se u masteru na ugujem 12-0-2. Predobar je. Ja sam kolo 30 minuta i kolo sam da će biti 1-1. I mislim da će opet Navi, osim ako Rileć ne dobije Vaj. Samo što Vaj ne može da nosi. Pogledajte njegov damage. A dobro, mislim sad je level 15 je, brate, radi šta hoće, ono. Smite je za Mousepad. Basic Q reset, basic Q reset, sljedeći kill. Prelepo, prelepo. Stvarno prelepo, brate. Ne, mnogo je dobar. Legitimno je mnogo dobar. Sada radiš, brate. Ne. Jackie si bio prefidan na LeBlanc, ali brate mili ovdje protiv ovog za Hena ne radiš ništa. Baš je neigrivo. Mislim, ne znam, meni je cool jer kao ja ne igram toliko džunglu više, igram AD carry-a sad najviše. Ali brate mili, stvarno, ako si jungler... Samo gledaj ovog čoveka, brate, ovo je vrat smurfuje. Ovo je već bezobrazno, brate, ovo već nije u redu. Samo grupacija nazad i to je to. Renegade nizim to malo. Mada neće komituju na njega svako. Dobar pull, ma dobre. Ne, ovo je Giant samo na exim. Mislim da ovdje čak i nema šta da razgovaraš, kao da se ne tiltuješ u partiji. Samo uđu u sljedeću partiju. Ne, oni klačuju da bi ja doručkovao. Respekt za njih, iskreno. Respekt. Bravo. Prelepo. Ajde ću šijan da ne bude 13, da bude 14. Nope, nije uspeo. Ok. 10 minuta pauzim da jedem, giga sam gladan. Jedu se proteinske tortilje, jaja i sir. I pečenice, mislim. Tako da good stuff, idem da jedem i tu sam na sljedećoj partiji, tako da se vraćam brzo.
Isma. He said you need to shut down Reneche if you are to beat Na'Vi. And I think it's safe to say that that did not go according to plan this game.
Na'Vi played to their win conditions incredibly well. We're going to hand it over to the desk to break down that game too.
Thank you very much for our lovely casters here. And Rob joining me as well. As the game ended quite abruptly, Rob. It was pretty much the opposite of what happened in game number 1, where it was now Na'Vi just snowballing the whole game. And I want to talk about the draft, because neither of us really liked the draft.
Yeah, I was kind of surprised that the draft came through, because I don't like when you've got a Nocturne with a bunch of 80 carries, you can't really play into the game. It feels like you want to say Juani or something.
Yeah, I agree. I think it was really hard for Giant X to not be caught out in fights, because they had all these squishy champs. They had the Seraphine, they had the Varus, and then also with Jackie's going for the Rod of Ages actualizer build. Like, I'm not an RE main, I'm not an expert. I was an ADC player, but that didn't seem right. That didn't do a whole lot of damage. Even when he was landing the skill shots, that Ari was not doing any damage.
Yeah, it just felt very strange to me, because I feel like when you've got Arya Nocturne, it's, we want to play dive. I want Embesses. I want Kai'Sas. I want Ezreals. Things that can play to actually invade onto the backline.
Yeah.
But with the style that they had, that's not what we got.
Yeah.
Instead, you end up trying to play this style of Nocturne, turn out the lights, half dive, half play, but you can't really do anything.
Yeah.
So it just felt very odd to me. And I think you had to play this as get the solo lanes ahead.
Yeah.
If you get the solo lanes ahead, you can play for side lanes, you can try and play with the Nocturne in that position, but they never got that opportunity because Reneche played so well.
Yeah, I mean, for sure, Reneche played really well, and in general, Na'Vi played really well. I have a clip. I don't know. I don't think I have it on Telsters. We'll have to do.
Yeah.
It's almost ready, so we'll have to buy a bit more time.
But I'm happy
It's
I'm happy to just chat about Reneche, because I think for me, Reneche was the insane part of this game. Because you get invade early, you can't really do anything.
Yeah.
And instead what we end up seeing is that Reneche then plays for these like super cool ganks, ends up going for these plays that gets him into a position that's in a lead. And even the way he was able to steal away camps, I think was super important.
Yeah, I want to talk a little bit about Navi's macro, because a lot of things, what we say is that Na'Vi has really good fundamentals. But what does that really mean? It kind of feels like a buzzword at times. And what it means is that you're able to play the easy things of macro well. So what we're about to see here is what's called a shift, which essentially just means that you're putting one point of pressure, in this case top lane, and you're shifting it from mid into bot lane. So if we can roll out the clip, you'll see that Mainter now pushes in top, and then he moves to mid, and that means that now mid can always push in because they have the move for Renekton, so Giant X are scared. And then Na'Vi, bot lane, will shift to bot, where they will now get the bot push, since Jackie's now needs the respect, and they loop all the way around him to force his ultimate and now secure the bot tower. So you can see how all the pieces of Na'Vi are playing for the same thing, and even though Mainter here is a bit far up in the mid lane, he knows his limits pretty well, so that he actually buys time and denies any sort of cross map that Giant X could have, because Giant X invests the Nocturne ultimate into trying to go for this mid play. So it's just a really good showcasing of how if you have good macro fundamentals, you can kind of play out the map in a really nice way that sets a cohesive unit for the whole team.
And I think that's something that Na'Vi does incredibly well too, right? Consistently we see that they have an understanding of, hey, this is our strong person on the map, we want to try and play through that style, and you got to see it there, which was to shift into those positions. And I think the person that was on the map here, that was the strongest, was clearly Reneche.
Yeah.
Like, this man was fed as all hell as this game started to roll out. And again, I think it was so cool the way he set things up. Like, he got the early invade in towards his own jungle, had to try and respond to it. To set that up then, he goes towards Krugs, steals away Krugs, resets, takes his own Krugs, then takes another camp, and then gets the ganks that you're seeing on the screen at the moment off, which were just absolutely fantastic. It shut down Lot entirely.
Yeah, I think Reneche in general, when he's on these carries, like we said it after the first game, I think when he's on something like the Zahan, like the Aatrox, maybe it's just Dark in champions in general, then he seems way more comfortable because he has more like, not just personal agency, but like personal carry potential in these team fights. He has enough damage. You even saw he got the quadra kill doing like the majority of the damage in a lot of these team fights. And he's such a leading player for this team, but in a different way than a lot of other junglers are, which is interesting. Because in a lot of other teams, you have the jungler as a leading factor, but it's all about the early game, right? It's really about getting the lanes ahead. But when you watch Na'Vi, it's not, Reneche is not ganking to get his laners ahead. he's ganking to get himself ahead. Because once he gets a lead, that's when he carries the game.
And I think it's so sick to see him, particularly when you've got these like pairings with Paris. Like you look back to the game versus Shifters, it was this Pantheon and Bard. We're going for picks with this combo. This time around, it's Zehen and Lulu. When you can get Paris and Relech working together, they just feel like such a well-oiled machine, and they're able to play for team fights. They're able to get Relech into position like 13-0-4. Like that's absurd for a jungler.
That is really crazy. And especially, like, he was a part of every single kill nearly. He had super high damage percent as well. Like, 34% damage percent. That's the type of stuff you see from ADCs. Not really from junglers. He did the most damage in this game on a melee champion. That's really, really rare that you get to see this. And it really shows, I think, well, how this Na'Vi roster functions. It's all on him. If he does well, Na'Vi does well. If he doesn't, Na'Vi doesn't.
But I think both junglers have figured that out, right? In both of these games, we've had hyperactivity towards the opposite jungle, trying to get invades, trying to steal away camps, and shut down the two main characters, it feels like, for the respective teams. So, like, do you expect now, as we come into this next game, that we'll see that once more? Like, do you think we'll see more pinch on the jungle pool for champions?
I mean, I think GINX, they overcooked a bit, right? They took away the Seraphine, but the Jhin Seraphine, it doesn't have that much synergy. It's like, because the thing with Seraphine, you really want something to set up her route, because her CC is quite hard to land. It's easy to dodge. But it's the same thing with Jhin, right? It's pretty easy to dodge Jin's Deadly Flourish. So they really need better setup with this comp, and I think if GINX just kind of locks that in, I'm going with them.
Well, we'll have to see if that is going to be the plan, but we're going to kick it over to a little bit of a teaser of the Pandemonium set that's coming up now in the future for League of Legends. So here's a little video to get yourself set up.
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express and game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free Hextech rewards, exclusive skins, and more. Scan to subscribe.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
we're fighting. I TP behind them. Flash. Looks good.
I came in.
I'm still going. I have good stun. I'm going back line. I didn't know ulti. Doctor no flash. Doctor no flash. Help, Lulu.
Yeah, dead.
Just kill them. AORUS.
You do Nash, guys?
Yeah, do Nash.
I see ulti, bro. Kill us. Good job, guys.
Thank you for Kelly. 감사합니다.
Welcome back to LEC Spring, where we're here for Game 3 between GX and Na'Vi. Been two one-sided games so far. Feels like the team that gets ahead kind of just stays ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I think when you have Burst Mage on one team and Squishy Whittle support on the other team, turns out the Squishy Whittle support is having a really hard time getting vision against the Bursty Mage. And that's kind of what we've been seeing 2 games in a row now, of just like one team completely picking off the other little Squishy support on repeat, and it's working.
It is working. The question is, what Squishy Whittle supports do we have left? Because Seraphim's gone, and Lulu's gone, and Nami's gone. Karma isn't as squishy as the rest of them.
And not so Whittle.
She's probably Whittle. She's probably Whittle. Milio is the other one I was thinking of.
Yes, that's very true.
But yeah, you begin to fall away from the squishy Whittles and more towards the tanky strongholds.
Strongholds, yeah. Big support man. Yeah. But we're also falling away from the Bursty Mages. I think to me the one that stands out that's still left and available is the Annie.
Yeah.
That Jackies has been playing a little bit, and maybe we will see a little bit more traditional Asir Orianna Rise, because Orianna Rise has been banned. So you could actually go into this game free, leaving both of those up and available if you would like. But we will see where the draft takes us. Also, now, Yunara is still up and available, but there is no Lulu by her side, which is the conventional strong pairing for the Yunara. So we will wonder how she will fare in isolation without her with a Lulu.
I don't mind Yunara with a CC support. No, I'm going to be honest. I quite like you can put next to a Vakan, although laning phase is a little bit difficult there. Nautilus, Alistar, you know, anything with crowd control, I think is pretty solid. Still the Milio if you do want to go down the Enchanter route, obviously. We are getting into draft for this final game of the series. G2 versus SK up after this, so make sure you stay tuned. Giant X chose first pick and been put on the red side. Na'Vi chose to be on the blue side once again. The first ban is going to be a Nivea, which kind of hints towards a Rise pick for Giant X. Na'Vi now picking up the mantle of we will ban mid laners and getting rid of the Orianna.
I mean, when I say Navy ban, I think about these immobile short-range mages. So it's Rise,
I
Annie,
evo nas nazad, game broj 3, proročanstvo ostvareno, a sad mislim da sve zavisi od toga šta će pikovati Rillage i to nekako određuje, ja bih rekao, tempo. Va je uklonjena, to je sveće igrana, Aatrox je banovan, ko nema više junglera. Odlučio se.
Something we've seen a lot from Kaza. You haven't seen it yet from Noah, but is really good. Caitlyn Karma, crazy strong pushing lane, right?
Also Bard is still up and available.
That is true. That is true.
Nice pairing. So it will be the Xin Shao lock-in for Isma, one of these skirmish junglers with a 98% presence in Fearless PB. So not too surprising that it will be the pick, but still a champion that I expect to see soon is Rumble. Because it's usually a really high prio, but now we're in game 3. And Rumble has not been picked. It was banned last game in 4-5, but...
And the first game one as well.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. So
Sin je ladno prošao. Sad Rillage mora pokupi neki carry pick na kojem može da parira Xinu.
We need some cozy campfires, we need some warm hugs.
Super mega death kick. Or whatever it's called.
I think it's fire kick.
Okay.
I want to say, yeah, the Super Mega Death Rocket is where you're going with that.
Yeah, Super Mega Death Kick sounds cool.
There's a lot of Super Megas.
It's a Lucian!
Oh no!
Lucian Milio.
To me, Na'Vi. Lucian is 0-15 in the LEC consecutively. The last 15 times Lucian has been played, he has lost.
It got buffed, medic.
Man, 2 seconds on your E cooldown.
That's objectively a buff that fits the criteria of what's being called the buff medic. So clearly he's back on the menu. Lucian Milio, a classic bot lane, kind of came into the scene kind of when Lucian Nami was popular. People were taking away the Nami. People realized, wait, Lucian can also dash forward, get extra range on the little shooties. But it will be a Bard answer into this, and I wonder which AD carry you would like to pair this up with, because you could go for a conventional little Corki. Corki Bard is a classic. Strong lane allows Bard to have a lot of free time, move around, pick up his meeps, gank mid, tilt his top laner, whatever he wants to do, he can do as long as it's a Corki.
Šta igra Rileč?
You don't have to pick the Corki.
Ajmo čet pogađati. Ne nek mi neko da ideju. Evo, legitimno stojim, gledam i nije mi jasno. Mislim, ne znam. Nešto sam zaboravio. Zaboravio sam jednog heroja 100%. Nema pikova, Sejuani, Trundle, ne znam. Mundo u džungli, I guess.
They definitely managed to in game 2 as they're going to lock the Gnar.
Lucius Q? Gnar will be locked in here by Mainter, blind, quite safe in general. I would still expect to see a Rumble ban come out because that matchup can be a little bit iffy, and it's also just a really strong champion. You have the little Bard ult with a little Rumble ult on top of that, just really nicely set up. But he does have a lot of cheeky answers. The Jax is taken out from game 1, which is Lot's conventional answer into Gnar. Quite a nice matchup. You can kind of stop the double jump from Gnar if you time your counter-strike well, so we'll see where Lot takes this. I would not be surprised if it just locks in a tank, to be honest. Yeah, Sion into Gnar. I wouldn't pick Kasante into Gnar. That is a really miserable matchup. And I mean, I guess he played Varus last game, so maybe he is into masochism.
Just relegated to tank duty. It's possible. It's possible. As the Wukong is banned out by Giant they're going to keep pinching that jungle pool. Things like the Mundo, we've seen Relech bring out the Jarvan as well, possibilities.
I'm compelled. I feel like Relech is dropping for a reason here, because you don't pick Gnar here usually. Usually you match jungle here. So if you're dropping your jungle here, you're looking for something.
What could you be looking for? What does this composition
I don't know why my mind thought Neferi.
My mind immediately went Neferi as well.
Okay.
I was like, Neferi?
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what I thought. It's kind of Relech-esque. It's also kind of a Darken, which seems to be his favorites.
Ok, Wukong Jarvan odoše, da, ok, to su bila dva koja su legitimna, nisu mi pale na pamet. Ok, ajmo sada vidimo. Mundo, Seju, Trundle, Kha'Zix, ti si igra? Stvarno su Rilecha ugazili, brate, mili 3 jungle bana. Ovdje je best of 5 i ode u 5 gema, gledali bi Soraku u džungli. Da, Wukong i Jarvan su bili giga dobar call. Sam pick a šak. Do it.
It's a very good matchup. I'm not going to get too
Do
excited
it.
just yet, just because I love Sylas into Gnar. It's a really volatile, fun matchup with a lot of snowball potential. And my hopes are immediately crushed as we see, am I going to go Kasante or Sion here into Gnar?
Jace? Jace would be interesting because, as you said, like the range from Na'Vi is there, so Jace kind of matches that with a little bit of poke of his own.
Okay.
And Lot has been allowed to play a little bit more inventive this series. Like, it's not just those tanks of old. We've seen the Varus, which didn't work. We saw the Jackson game 1, which is a staple for him, and there is the Jace locked in.
Well, I'm very happy that I didn't go for the Sion Horn.
Ne, mislim, okej, sure, solo je pick jako dobar, ali... Ali šta da radi? Rileč je stvarno, ne znam. Ja kad sam... Da. Tako radi Graves sa Emiliom.
I was thinking about cool interactions with Millions and Graves, but now we get Skarner.
Skarner does give the Impale over to the Sylas, though, which will be nice for Sylas, but he can steal that away in team fights.
Big up Sylas. So, looking at these drafts,
hit me.
I will not hit you, but I will talk a little bit about how they interact. So Sylas really wants to play around the skirmishes. Sylas will get pushed in by the Victor, and if Sylas does not get the boys in his lane, he will just be really sad. So we'll want to see the Bard and the Xinqiao go to Sylas lane so he can E on to the Victor and create volatile fights. Because Sylas does not want to be in the mid lane, he wants to fight in the rivers.
Yes.
And top lane matchup is quite volatile early. We expect Jace to have push early, but the moment Gnar gets Tabai, or sorry, plated steel caps, it's 2026 now, he can actually start fighting back. And it's all about Nar finding all-ins on the mega timer.
Iskreno, ovaj game ne mogu da kažem ko dobija, jer mislim da Rilić ne igra heroja na koje možda iznese. Koliko god je dobar, ja mislim Skarner samo ne nosi partije.
You expect Jace to kind of wait out that timing a little bit, so kind of come down to the bot lane. Lucian Milio against Yunara Bard. I think bot lane push is going to be absolutely instrumental, and I want to see what Reledge and Isma can do in this early game, because it's all about setting up their laners. Isma needs to help Jackis be able to play aggressive, and Reledge is on Skarner, and he wants to make sure Poby does not die to a gank, they do not dive Mainter, and the Lucian and Milio can play aggressive. So he's kind of like a little daycare teacher right now. He's keeping his little kids in check in this early game.
See if he can manage to do that. It's been a while since we've seen Relech on the Skarner. Last time he brought it out was
Mislim da se ni Rilić ni igrao Skarner, nego su ga...
And he was still playing for BKR. He is relatively successful on it. Last 3 games he's played have been wins.
Stavili na to jer nije imao što drugo da radi.
15 losses in a row in the LEC. It's the longest losing streak ever for any champion in the LEC. Not the longest winning or losing streak though. He's currently tied with Swain, who won 15 games in a row. Oh, surprising.
Swain won 15 games in a row.
Apparently, yes.
Impressive, very nice win.
So if Lucian loses this, it will be the longest win or loss streak of any champion pick in LEC history.
And he's the GOAT of losing. I would love if we can see how the top matchup goes here early, if we can pan over there, because Lotus went for the electrocute, which makes you really, like, it really obliges you to play super aggressive and volatile every single time you have electrocute up.
Ok, adesso upalimo kamera.
Make sure you can chunk Mainter on these waves.
I da gledamo da li Jace možda nađe neki momentum. Generalno, Jace igra dobro vuku. Uuu, bre, Gnara. Može mazak ne radi.
Especially I found level 5 and you get a little more AD, that's when Jace really starts hurting into Nar.
Barijera prokovana, druga barijera prokovana. Samdi je malo iskajtovan, 2 basika je primio da nije vratio basic, to je dosta velika greška. I sad Rilić pravi play, mislim ga je video. Možda ga nije video, ćemo da imamo, nije ga video. Clean, ne, Rilić je GOAT, predobar je. Legitimno je predobar. Mislim da zna da je Xin otišao desno nakon svojih Raptora. I to mu je reklo da će ganka bot. Jer u fazonu je, pogledajte da je pinguje, on mi pinguje na glavu. U fogu je, ali zna tačno da je Xin. Jer je u fazonu uradio Raptor i otišao je desno. Da bi uzeo njegovu top džunglu, sad mora skroz da se vrati nazad kroz taj ward, ili kroz mid, ili kroz bot. Kroz bot neće moći nikako. Vrati nas, vidi da će mnogo dobar. Mislim, rekao sam Skarner ne može da nosi, po to sam mislio Skarner kao heroj, ali ako on uzme i nafida ostatak svoje ekipe, onda definitivno može da nosi indirektno.
There's a possibility of a double scuttle if Ismo wants to run through that mid lane. Could even just look for the gank on Poby, try and burn the flash on the Victor, who, if he does have that flash burn, will start to struggle into the Silas because of the Epscond abduct.
Yeah, but the Silas is super low if you see the health bars on Mader. Poby has full control in his mid lane matchup. So I don't think Ismo wants to go close to that right now. Jack is just getting chunked on repeat here, being put under tower, and Poby still has quite a bit of mana to play with, so really nice laning by Poby is going to be quite ahead after this early laning phase.
AORUS also with good pathing, opens mid, even uses the fire kick to check if Isma's around the corner, and now Isma's getting chased out by AORUS here. As you say, somebody on his way across, audacious charge forward by Isma, trying to be protected by Noah and Jun, and because of that, Relech, actually, he gave up his blue.
Nebitno je, mislim da je fine. Može da radi Raptore, double goleme, recall blue, top gank.
Either sit behind his bot or he's gonna base and go topside again, most likely. So I think he's happy with this situation. He will be kind of equal in the farm and still sitting on his Ruby Crystal.
So the question is, for Lucian to win, is all he needed a relentless pursuit buff? Because that's all that happened on this patch. He did also get given first blood in this game, which probably helps a little bit.
Iznim je dosta toga što je treći game i dosta AD carrya su uklonjeni.
That's true, actually, yeah. Wait, let me have a quick look through all the Lucian players in LEC.
I don't want to be that guy, you know.
Had a Korean passport.
I don't want to be that guy.
You talk about something. You're so right.
Yeah, let's do a little passport check on all the Lucian losses now. As Lot will take a base now, probably come back with a straight to Dirk if he's lucky. Yeah, that's exactly it. So now these shock blasts will hurt as Jun gets a nice little binding as
Iš. A Lucija milio samo rade dosta. Mislim, verovatno drugi, mislim, top 3 komboa s Lucijom sigurno. Brown, Nami i Milio. Samo zavisi gde ti je meta i u što igraš.
The guy you would dive is... you could still dive Noah. I mean, that is true, right? That is true. Absolutely right. Oh, as a big chunk of that from Kobe, using the storm here for a chunk. Jack is taking it back, but I don't think he's too happy with this trade.
No, not too beneficial at all. Doran Shield will heal him up a little bit. We'll be running the second wind in that lane as well, but not having the best of times on the side. This range into melee kind of always goes this way early doors.
Lepo pobije igra.
Continue to get chunked out. Uses a stolen
Ovo vozi na wave, samo da ispuša da može se recalla. Fajni. Isma nema prio na midu, ne može se bije, mora dropoj svaku krabu. Sam da ima dosta pressure na botu, mnogo jači. Dva longsworda, Shin u buci, u Kal, mislim da je samo baš hard na strani. Lucian, čekaj. On ima dash, samo čeka da se ovaj flasha. Prelepo. Boga mi problemi.
That's a Korean Lucian Milio. Look at the aggression he's showing here, constantly keeping Noah on the back foot, putting pressure after pressure, dashing forward, getting chunks. That's now translating into kills and a 1k goal lead onto this Lucian.
Yeah, just pings forward like Relentless Pursuit, light slinger,
just looks easy, doesn't it?
When you already have a Sheen at this point, you are so far ahead in terms of damage. Flashes for the piercing light, as you say, beautiful. I will say, the Korean passport obviously helping out a little bit, but Noah, Samdi, and
second cooldown buff there on Lucian. It's a big deal. It's actually a big deal. It's not a placebo buff. When they nerfed it last year,
you need to stay closer to the mic.
That was what made Lucian.
Šta je mi sa mikrofonom? What the fuck? Skem? Lažiću, kad si tu, jeste izvalili kad izlazi ovaj Kuronami V2? I zašto je reload animacija Kuronami, ono što sam ja vidio, nije ništa spec? To me zanima. Pa uzme ovako povuče i ono se nategne, ali nije onaj... Možda nije upgradeovan do kraja, ko zna. Bro, iskreno, malo je sad Valorant kritičan, moram da priznam. Jer su rekli da će možda da urade run it back sa Kuronami V1, kad budu izbacili V2. Što nije fair, iskreno. To nije u redu. Ovo uzem malo, malaki. Tako da, ne znam šta će tim da rade. Jer ovaj bundle koji je sad izašao je šta god, mislim, bukvalno mi je bolji, iskreno mi je bolji onaj Prime, onaj originalni, slatni onaj, on je baš lep. A da, ja sam vidio nešto malo i to nisu bila upgradeovani skinovi do kraja, ja mislim nisu bila upgradeovani skinovi do kraja i ne znam što je mili, ne znam šta ste vi videli, pošto ako ste videli ja sam vidio jednu verziju sa dva mača, kao onaj bundle što ti imaš, ona dva mača. Onaj Vuk što je bio, Lucian je mrtav. Video sam tu verziju i video sam neki nož. Tako da nisam siguran koji je mili. Možda ima i na netu. Kuronami V2. Da, ovdje, brate, moraš pogađaš. Dva noža. Znači, kao onaj...
Doesn't want to give that notification over to his opponents that all three of them... Oh no, there we are. Gets the smite in the end.
Do you see the swap coming up?
Kao nešto ti imaš, da, okej.
They really want to get Nar out of this matchup right now because it's going to be super hard for him to play now.
I mean, I think they want to keep him in the matchup for a second.
Cool. I onda ako izbace run it back bundle sa tim, sve je doomed. To je 200 evra, to je mnogo. To je boga mi mnogo. Neko je kao, mislim ti ljudi što kao baš prate release-ove i to, kao kada su izbacili valjda River 3, uradili su Run It Back sa River 2. Onda su izbacili stare River skinove zajedno. A kapiram da to ako urade baš će brda ljudi okupe te skinove, jer kao Kuronami je sigurno jedna od boljih skin linija, a verovatno ima ljudi koji će da imaju sve Kuronami skinove i kupit će i prvi i drugi bundle zajedno, 100%. Ja razmišljam, što je najgore. Ako izbacite ceo prvi i drugi bundle. Ja sam 30 € dao za ono scheme, dobro, i to što kažeš, vidi, onda kad tako to poređaš, onda nije ni skup Kuronami, reci. Kad tako poređaš, nije ni skup Kuronami. Ali da, ne znam kako to, ti Run It Back bundlovi, jel oni... Znači, ako urede Run It Back Kuronami V1, jer onda to ceo bundle ili samo stave neke skinove iz Kuronami kolekcije? Ja se ne sjećam, znam da je bio River Run It Back, a brate, ne znam ja koji iz V1, koji iz V2, znam da je bio neki River bundle. Minter je živ, sve cool. A, znači, ako bude ranili, čekaj, ali ako urede Run It Back, znači opet neće biti svi, nego recimo bit će lupam nož, znajući njih Marshall i Spectra fazom. Ja ne znam što su Run It Back bundlovi, to je fora, kao ne znam da li je to kao cijela kolekcija ili samo uzmu nešto iz te kolekcije i stave. Sam di gore njega. Ima kill. Više ih, brati. Dobro, ja sam Silveron, ima pola Krakena. Lep dash, jako lep dash, no je. Neće biti svi, bude dva iz prve, dva iz drugi noževi. Ali čekaj, ali znači onda ne postoji šansa da urede Run It Back iz prve, jel tako? Jer da bi radili Run It Back, to tek rade kad izađe treća kolekcija. I onda uradi jedno iz prve, malo iz druge i nož. Kapiram, aha, okej, znači kad izađe treća, okej, ima smisla. To ima smisla. Znači onda nema šanse da urade Run It Back, onda su ljudi izmišljali tamo komentare što me čita. Ne znam, iskreno, ako budem uzimo jedan skin, čudi mi da nisu Kuronami bandit izbacili, kad malo bolje razmislim, brate. Baš sam imao neku teoriju da će nakon Rivera staviti 1-2 neka bandita u Battle Pass i onda će izbace Kuronami bandit jer to bi svi kupili. Realno imaš jedan dobar skin za bandita i to je ovaj River. Kad pogledaš mimo toga, bandit nema dobar skin. A, ima smisla, Marence, da, ima smisla. Ne znam, izbacuju Ghost, brate mili Ghost, izbacili su 70.000 Ghostova već. Ne znam, ja mislim da od tih stvari koje izgleda, znači ima Phantom, Guardian isto ima baš puno dobrih, Fantoma isto ima puno dobrih. Pa to, ima 3 skina, ima Battle Pass, ima 2 i River 1. Da, realno da izašu Kuronami bandici bi ga kupili. Kevin je taman posla, to nikako. Radi matematiku ovdje da uzem neki Kuronami skin. A što je način, ako budem uzimao, znači realno Phantom neću, Phantom neću, Ghost neću. Ghost bi trebao da uzem drugi, ali mislim da neću taj. Onda bi realno, ako išta od Kuronami kolekcije imao, verovatno operator. Da vidit ćemo kako bude izašlo našta liče animacije i sve to. Jer sam vidio neku alfa verziju i nije mi se baš svidjela reload animacije, vjerojatno što nije bio upgradeovan skin do kraja.
Relech is here to cover once again. His Jackies and not nowhere here.
Tako da vidjet ćemo. Ako traješ ovaj bundle, verovatno 4-5 dana treba ovaj koji je sad u shopu, tako da. To je šta, subota, znači tamo negde utorak, patch, pa da, utorak na sredu, verovatno se izlazi Konami. Konami 2-2, da vidimo.
Navi still in prime position to take this one home, especially with 2 items complete on Samdi now.
Yeah, and it's not just Samdi as well. Poby is slowly growing now as well, getting his items, getting his second item here as Jax is pushing down bots.
I think that if Jack Spectre was here, right, he'd be like, oh, those flicker blades, it's huge. Because what it does is it
2 more seconds.
It's 2 more seconds on your dash. It's 2 more seconds, it's huge. Using those auto attacks to reduce the cooldown of your spells. Obviously, always been a great item on Lucian. Does so much work for you. Similarly on things like Xayah, who gives you all those extra cooldowns. And when you're playing these sort of AD casters, it works really well.
Ne, ništa kršteno od informacija. A Strahinja fenomenalno, brate. Ne mogu se žaliti. Ne mogu se žaliti nikako. Ovo Navi dobio, moram da otvorim vrata, ali nešto čudim samo sakon, skuo sam se ovdje, vrati, holy shit, što ću?
With a good knob against the wall, TP behind as Povey puts down the gravity field. Lot trying to get out of it, but still stunned up. Noah here as well. A 4v3 beginning to develop for Giant X. Main flashing away. Here comes Samdi. They're going to turn it around as Lot pulls low. Povey still on the chase. With the Ray, Samdi coming in as well with the culling as Isma dives in. They don't even need Skarner until this moment as Relech has pincered them with his pincers. A great double for Povey. Jackie's the only one of the first 5 remaining.
Mogu bi da sanjutam. Zamalo, kažem, Kevine, zamalo. 4400 lida. I Silas koji ima Gnar ulti. Ok, to je 1 kill.
Just ends up dying without an R ult, and that's a shutdown.
Yeah, Paris was 0-0-9.
So let's look at this play. GX is making a play, but look at how well Navi reads. Mainter and Paris are already here, and now GX has overcommitted and overstayed the welcome as Jun falls down.
Importantly, Jun's flash was actually still down. It just looked like it was back up.
And the moment this Gnar boomerang hits, Isma and Jackis are like, okay, we need to go back into it because we're gonna get pincers.
Mislim, iznenađujuće da je Rilo Chiole koristan, uzet ću obzir koliko je... Tu ti kažem, misliš vazduha bi dobio eventualno malo, ali šta će ti to? Samdi mi baš lebi game.
Yeah, not really much that GX could do. Jun has the flash out. There's the flash. The end gets him out alive on the second time Vaskin. Giant X really left wondering what answers are left at this point, right? You're 4,000 gold in the hole, 18 minutes into the game. You've tried to delay, tried to slow things down, and perhaps we're seeing Navi taking this series, going to 4-1, relegating Giant X to 4-1.
Dobar pik, Milio nema ništa. Ne mogu da komituju na njega. A JC, znaš šta je fora? JC counter za Gnara. Kao u tom matchupu, pošto Jace bira, Jace faktički bira kad je mega, kad je mini, zbog kako mu radi heroj. I onda ti je giga lako da, kad je Gnar daleko od Megije, da samo uzmeš i da ga bulijaš, to je fora. Ne ovako, Kevin. Ovo je bio stretch. Ovo je bio stretch.
You go to school with a GPA system, or were you grades, like letters or numbers?
Lucian? Da.
Oh, interesting. I had that and the GPA.
That's just over the complicated.
Yeah, I know. But then it's like the GPA is like an evaluation of all of them together.
Sure, we had something similar. Yeah. I'm a league.
Samdi još.
I went to the school of the league, man.
5 minuta uzme Infinity Edge i Giantsi ne igraju. Ko na strani Giantsa tanka više od 4 basic attacka protiv AD carry-a koji ima Essence Infinity na vori? Ja uzim još jedan test. Tako je to rekao, šalio sam se. Hajde, će odigrao baš le... Mislim na skaku, možda skaru da odigraš dobro, ali... Klini Navi. Više verujem u Navi nego u Giantse. Mada očigledno ništa ove sezone nema smisla, jer će G2 će biti 6. i onda će pobediti playoff bez izgubljene partije. I guess da tako funkcionišu kao ekipa.
Camille did not, yeah, because she's actually quite tricky to land the hook shots.
Yeah, but if they buff the range for hook shot, Camille would be absolutely broken. Right, let's be honest. We're already seeing it back in the jungle.
Let's give them some ideas.
I don't think they need them, man. We're seeing some big changes coming up in 26.9. Happening in a couple of weeks' time as Na'Vi is seeing some big changes towards the top of the table as well. As they look to make their advance.
3 SES up, 6-1 plated, Ili bi fora da malo, ili da ima negde recimo grafika koliko imaju golda u inventory, mislim bi to bilo jako korisno. Jer sada smo mi bijeli, bi pitao ove režiju da mi kaže da pricni X. Da vidim šta Lucian ima, jer sam ja siguran da sam da ima bar za pickaxe, ali vjerovatno preko Soma golda ima u bazi. Jer njegov Infinity je spike gde Navi samo bukvalno vinaju kako hoće. Giantsi imaju jedan klot u loketu, ali... Evo, GG, gotovo. Ovo je sad bukvalno gotov game, gleda se do... Zašto ti, Kevine, dajem internet? To je u stvari, kad malo bolje razmislim, ne znam zašto ti internet dajem. To je misterija koju nikad sebi neću rešiti. Razumijem da si hakovo onu sušilicu dole u podrumu da možda kucaš na streamu, ali zašto sam ti dao da je konektuješ na internet, to mi nikad neće biti jasno. Sad gledamo Luciana koji baci basic attack i nekom skine, ne da ga šota, ali skine mu pola health. Osim Junari koju možda legitimno možda šota iz basic. Dash basic, Q basic, Junara je mrtva, ja mislim, ako krita. 75% šanse će kritati. Spajaš kablove na sušilici, upoznamo si kako da konektujemo oni internet. Pamuk 30 stepeni, Vuna 30 stepeni, Morzova azbuka da pošalješ poruku, ali vidi. Siguran sam ja da postoji svašta, znaš, tehnologija je čudo. Dobro. Ne možeš front to back da igraš u Lucian, moraju ga dive-u, moraju da overcommituju, jer će samo gube. Jer ako si bio s tim koji će AD carry durdi više su s tim damage-a samo gubiš od Luciana.
Have to split away from that, kiting out Mainter's ult, using the Shinsha ult to kind of peel him away, and then just Jackis gets left completely alone, and he just ends up falling in. It's going to be full top division here for Na'Vi, and probably a start.
Vidi, Kevin, neko god mi neverovatno zvučalo, isto tako i verujem. Ne znam, ja sećam kad sam bio mali, meni je bio čudan univerzalni daljinski. Kao kako misliš jedan daljinski možda upravlja više televizora odjednom, samo ukucaš kod na daljinskom. A onda posle sljedeći korak te tehnologije je bilo kad sam provalio da preko telefona mogu da se prikačim na šta hoću. Mogu da palim, gasim klimu telefona, mogu kao... Mislim, da se razumemo, to je bilo pred 20 godina. Skoro nije pred... Možda jeste pred... Nije pred 20 godina, ali pre jedno 17 godina. Nokia fazon N70 ili N90 šta je bilo. I kao uzmeš i klikneš tamo, vrate, klima, ta marka i upravljaš klimom. I uspe sam di umre, oni gube fight. Neće gubiti Drake. I ode Mast u propast, što bi se reklo. Ovo je Drake za Giants 2 s Majevima.
Hold my breath as maybe we have a dragon start here. The fight might not be over just yet.
Isma, Wind becomes lightning to pull the dragon out. LEC still looking for the flank position. No ultimates available for anyone on Na'Vi right now.
They don't have the illusion with so many items. Mainter's trying to stack his mega a little bit as Kobe is back.
Jackies gets his hijack back.
To mi je bilo next level, man. Fazonu sam WTF kako to radi. I onda ima oni likovi što su došli u New York pa su hakovali velike reklame na zgradama. To mi je bio pik. Sam popričao siguran da je to zakonski nedozvoljeno da radiš, ali... Ne, super je što oni kreću na Barona, a mi ne vidimo minimapu. To je baš ekstra. Baš mi je bitno vidim publiku. Spusti, to ću vidim Dexin, verate. Braća moja, pušti, Xin je samo rekao neće da proba da ukrade, dobro? Činčao? Činčao? What the fuck? Što ga nazvao Činčao, to je Xin Zhao. Ili je Xin Zhao? Mislim da je Xin u stvari. Xin Zhao. A mislim, brate, šta god da je Činčao nije sigurno. To sam onako poprilično siguran da... Dobro, nema se, sve cool. Sve cool, možda je Jopa Japa. Ko će ga znati. Imaš jedan game da hodam nakon ovoga, ne mogu sednem zadnji game SK i Fanati, i G2, pardon, da gledam kod čovjeka. Čudno je trova platforma tako propala. Pa mislim, brati, nije čudno kad pogledaš. Jer mislim, kažem, trovo je baš plaćao previše streamere, a realno nije imao ništa od njih. Legitimno su baš previše davali ni za šta i onda šta će. U jednom trenutku samo vide koji im je minus i u fazonu su, ovo nema smisla da radimo i onda su u fazonu, ajde da probamo isto to samo bez plaćanja i onda naravno dosta streamera ode. A kako funkcioniše momentum, puno streamera ode, onda ode još više streamera, jer čak i oni koji su recimo, mislim, jako malo ko je streamao na trovu da nije bio u trovu 500. Ali čak i oni koji nije, jednostavno nema razloga da ostane. Kao da, ok, sad imaš velikih streamera, ali nemaš njihovih gledalca. I onda je to samo snowball gde svi polako odlaze. Jer generalno svi hoće, svi gledaju da streamuju tamo gde svi ostali streamuju. Shin, ja mislim da je Shin isto. Ja mislim da je Š isto. Da je H ili ti X da je Š na kineskom. Tako da prvo sam siguran da je Š. S tim da svaki put kada radimo svetsko u Kini ili šta god, svaka druga reč im počinje na Š, tako da ono...
TB's coming out as well. They only have one wave really to play on. 40 seconds means that this next wave is their final push wave of Baron. And we'll see what they can do. Looks like Povi and Relax are going to team up.
Ako ode u 40 minuta, game ovdje outscalaju Giantsi. Zašto ne bi rekao? Ne. Znaš šta je fora, vidi. Junara outscala Lucijana, ali Lucijan ima mnogo boljeg enchantera. U hyper late gameu ja bi rađe imao Lucijana s Milijom nego Junaru sa Bardom. U hyper late-u. Silas također ima mnogo problema u hyper late-u, jer je mili heroj. Viktor scaluje ko zvijer. Skarner outscala Xina. I onda ti ostaje Jace i Gnar, gdje ja bi opet rađe imao Gnara nego Jace-a. Tako da u stvari Navi scaluje Malkice bolje. Mislim Malkice, scaluje bolje. Navi je u stvari u mnogo bolje poziciji da se izvuče partija. Giants su baš u problemu. Pa Strahinja, iskreno nisam ni ja ljubitelj. Mislim da, gle, platforma ko platforma Kiki Twitch ti je isto. Ma da, Kevine, nego ću kažem, zato kažem, svakako se čita kao Š, nego sam mislio na kao taj simbol, kao god ga gledaš.
I will just say that we are at the precipice of a Lucian win right now in the LEC after a 0-15 loss streak. Lucian is slowly marching towards victory for the first time in 15 games.
It's almost been a whole year.
It's been a whole year since Lucian has won a game.
It was the 2nd of June last year. KC beat Fnatic. The list playing the Lucian.
Now we are witnessing history right here from
Da.
the very eyes.
Ono sam fazonu zavisi ko kako čita, nemam pojma.
Probably will be an easy secure for them as it's spawning in 20 seconds and I don't think
Ovo je Sol na Lucijanu, Giga dobar na Miliju, Giga dobar na Viktoru, Giga dobar na Skarneru, su fenomenalan, na Gnaru jedino džene. Zamisli Skarnera kada te ulta i dobije nitro i samo poče da leti. Xa. Dobro, Isma. Isma je odradilo na idem prvi, što je ok igra Ksina, ali... Uvuko si Jackiza u svoj tim sa Gnar ultom, to baš nije najbolje. Milio je kasno ultao, ali mislim su i dalje fine. Da, oni su i dalje više nego ok, oni mogu završiti game ovdje, ovo je kraj partije. Ovo je kraj partije, Viktor je živ, on baca... Ne, Gnar je živ. I Viktor je živ. Gnar je živ, ali Gnar je taj koji baca TP na top, svako će biti dovoljno se završi game. Mislim, ovo je bio game za Navi. Mislim da nije bilo apsolutno ništa su žanici ovdje mogli duriti da kažem outskill, oni su izgubili su early game, tako da. Ne znam. Giga čudan draft. Čini mi se kao da su ušli u game bez konkretnog plana, što mislim da itekako im se obilo glavu. Dobro, drugo mesto za Navi. Mislim da i Giantsi verovatno bi trebali da prođu dalje. Sad, ljudi moji, šta se događa? Pauza će biti nekih 14-15 minuta. Ja ću također otići da iskuliram malo, ali kad se budemo vratili, gledamo G2 protiv SK. G2 je krenuo jako loše, pardon. 1-2 im je skor. SK je na 1-5. 1-4, 1-5. SK ne smije da izgubi game. Znači, ako SK izgubi game, samo su beyond doomed. SK je na 2-4. SK zadnje dve partije su odigrali jako lepo i malo se vraćaju u formu. Tako da vidjet ćemo šta će moći da urade. Svakako navijamo za malog Jopa protiv G2-a. Makako mi navijamo za G2 kad se igra MSI First Stand i to, ali navijamo za malog Jopa ovako. Tako da, da, pauza, 14 minuta, BRB sam i ja. Vidimo se nakon pauze da gledamo G2 protiv ekipe SK.
team play of Navi, the fact that they are just so disciplined on the map, and I just want to highlight it, the growth of this team. This is not something you usually see from a rookie team.
True.
Like when I think about a rookie team, I think like Vitality kind of style, but what I'm seeing from Navi is just sophisticated, proper League of Legends.
Yeah, there's really good stuff all around, and as you say, first roadblock for Samdi's. We got stars on his face. Poby there just styling on us.
Star Guardian Poby.
Oh, we're giving them all their moment to shine in front of the camera. There's oh, okay.
Take notes.
I like it. I like it, you know. We can...
Oh, the spin!
Oh, truly
gorgeous.
Truly next level spin there.
Did he just hit the 360 on GX?
Yeah, that's what he did, man. That's what he did. We're going to hand it over to the interview. Samdi and Paris are standing by, sitting by, one of the two.
Thank you very much, lads. I'm standing by with the victorious duo in the bot lane for Navi. Congratulations, guys. Incredible series. The first thing I want to ask you is, I don't know if you knew, Lucian was 0-15 in the last several games in the LEC. Why are you guys just better?
I don't know, this guy just pulled like best mechanical game ever. Like he was ruler this game. I think it's strong bot. When Ashe Karma, like SRF'in Karma is out, we just picked, we had better matchup, and we played good.
Is Lucian a favorite pick for you, Samdi?
Yeah.
Yeah. What makes it such a good pick for you?
I saw Hansama playing, Lucian Milio, and I copied.
I mean, it makes sense. Yeah, they're pretty good. So, last time we interviewed Relech, he said Poby is the singer, Relech is the main guy. What are your two roles on the team?
For sure, I'm the yapper in the team. Samdi, he's just cool guy, you know, we just call
cool
him.
Guy? Are you the cool guy?
I think I'm NPC of it.
Why do you think that?
I'm not talking much, and yeah, I'm just NPC.
Okay, fair. And the last question I have for you is your now upcoming games are pretty tough. You've got Carmine Corp, Fnatic, Shifters, and G2. After this win, how confident are you going into those next games?
Most of them are not tough. Only KC is, you can say, tough. But I think we have a really good chance. We are playing good. like except first game. I think second and third game we played really good macro. We didn't give them any chance. We played good lane, so I'm pretty confident.
Brilliant. Well, thank you very much, guys. I'll let you go back to your team. And we're going to kick it over to a break, but we're going to do a quick preview of the Season 2 theme that's coming soon to Summoner's Rift, Pandemonium.
Even with eyes shut, I see them. Vile creatures. Lurking. Watching.
You wanna play too?
None can hide. They laugh from the shadows. They won't be laughing for long. I'll cut out their rot. Hunt down every last shadow. Cleanse this place once and for all. I will rid this world of demons. No matter the cost. Wait, is he switching lanes?
Red Bull gives you wings.
confident like you never deceive. Big ego, bigger brain, it's really obscene. Said we only wear designer cause we always look clean. And for that money, 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 everybody a fiend. And the bling like a chandelier hung on my chest. And I get it for free cause I'm simply the best. See deposits every hour, not breaking a sweat. About to lunch with my girls, grant at every request. Thank you.
Welcome back to LEC Week 4. Before jumping on to the second series of the day, our Kia player of the series was once again Relech. Fourth time that he gets it this split out of 5 games. So every time Navi wins, basically that's for him.
I mean, it was basically the same in Versus. The man, I'm pretty sure, had the most MVPs in Spring, in Versus as well. Like, he's just going to rack it up in Spring now, too, it looks like.
I mean, incredibly deserved. Yeah. One thing I did say was that when he ganks, he just gets himself ahead. But he proved in that game 3 that on the Skarner, he can play for his team, too. He can do everything.
Yeah, it was amazing.
He said it himself. He is the main guy. Now, moving on to the second series, we have G2 versus SK. What do we think of G2 first? Because I feel like we're back to regular season form G2, where they're just having fun so far. Not a lot of fun.
It's really hard to like come into this series with full confidence in G2 after they've lost the Fnatic. Yeah. It's like now I feel like anything could happen, and it feels like we're gonna get the G2 that wins against the best teams, loses against the teams that you'd least expect them.
It's all part of the plan, though. If you look at G2, that's their direction.
They did call it out. They said, hey, look, you are here into the regular season. How deep does the int go, though? Because, like, if you're an SK fan, you're really hoping it continues, because it is a rough time for the boys. But, like, for G2, at this stage, you kind of got to get past it, right? Like, it's a 5-week hangover from first hand. Like, how long does this continue to go?
It's not a hangover. It's just a classic G2 slump in regular season here. But I actually like this take, because G2 losing to Fnatic was something. But for me, you're on SK on the other side, who... It's do or die for them. They have to show up or go home. We're not going to see them for a couple weeks now. Now is the time to show something, I guess.
I mean, the pressure is on them. And I think, in a way, it's good that they're up against the G2 that maybe isn't as serious as the G2 would normally be. But it's a lot of coping, right? Like, we're trying to find the silver lining for this team, because SK is having such a tough time. And if they lose this series, it feels all but done.
But let's stay on the cope angle, though, because if I look at some specific matchups, I want to look at the bot lane here, because for SK, the shining light of this team for now, I feel like, is Yopa. So who is better? A good performing Yopa or a slumping Hansama? What do we think? This is not a 6-7.
But is Hansama slumping? I don't think Hansama is slumping.
No.
So I think Hansama any day of the week.
I'm not so sure. I got a little bit of a hot take. I think Yopa is one of our best performing AD carries at the moment. Okay. I think this man has been absolutely insane. His team gives him nothing. He has the lowest bot percentage for support proximity percentage of anyone in the bot lane. He doesn't get any help down here. And this man is still churning out like highest DPS in games, has consistently got highest gold. Like, this man has been absolutely absurd. You can see he starts low. And I think this has opened up an entirely new story for me with AD carries. Because in the past, I'd look at an AD carry and go, oh, if you have a lead, you should be able to carry. With Yopa, I go, you have a deficit and you're able to carry. Like, this is now a new tier of like being able to do it. Because Gumayushi told me that AD carries were like the egg in the ramen. They're the little guy on top. But instead, when I look at Yopa, he's got one hand on the broth that he's stirring. He's got another hand that's tossing noodles. He's got his toes are turning the heat. Like, this man is doing everything to make sure this ramen's coming together for SK.
The thing is, though, then Hansama is the perfectly marinated egg that is just, you bite into it and it just elevates the whole experience. I'm leaning against Hansama. It was the most difficult thing I've ever done in League of Legends. Like, you cannot play against him.
Yeah, but he has a support.
That's true.
Does Yopa not?
No, he's got mid lane.
That's fair enough. But okay, well then Hansama has a support, so it's going to be 2v1. GG.
I mean, yes, but I think, like, hang on. I want to show you what Yopa can do from a deficit, because this fight that he had in the Ezreal, which may be the creme de la creme of this man's performance, has been absolutely absurd. Because when you look at this, we can see as the fight starts to kick off, they're in the Baron pit, things are looking a little dicey for him. You got as this is going to come off, immediately you're going to see this Pantheon ult that starts to come through and puts a ton of pressure onto Yopa. But as we start to play it out, you see he immediately arcane shifts into the back of the pit, which then creates this little pocket that he's going to be able to play through in the back of the pit here that constantly he's going to use to thread in and out of this fight. And it's some of the most absurd Ezreal play I've seen in a long time. So as the fight kicks off, you see here comes this Pantheon ult. He ends up arcane shifting into the back and immediately is setting himself up to play safe in behind his carries, making sure that there's no way that anyone can really follow up. But what he's keeping track of is the amount of cooldown that you get off of the items that he has. With the Endless Hunger giving you a bunch of CDR, the Spear of Shojin as well, as long as you're landing Qs, your Arcane Shift is on an absurdly short cooldown. And that's exactly what Yoppa's going to use. He immediately is going to, when he gets it, hop back over the wall and be able to throw a ton of damage over the wall throughout this fight. And now, as we start to go through, you'll see it hops over the wall, is consistently able to position. He throws this huge ultimate straight across the team, which as this goes, causes this Zhonya's from the enemy mid laner. The second he sees that, he's going back in. This man knows exactly what he has to do to play out this fight. He's dancing on them, he's moving on them, he's making sure that he does not get shut down at any point in time. The man's a beast.
Are you kidding me? Let's watch this.
Yeah, no,
let's
he's
watch
so
this.
good.
Okay, let's watch this from the real carry POV.
Show me what
here.
it is. Show me what it is.
Because if we watch this from the person who did the most damage in this team fight, the real person that's an actual win condition for SK is Wonder in the top lane, going up against his replacement, right? So he has a pretty tough TF game, but in this team fight with the full build TF, he does so much damage. Now, it's not mechanical, it's not flashy, it doesn't have to be. Just look at how much damage he's doing. His auto attacks, auto, again. He continues to ramp up so much damage while his Ezreal is dashing around, doing a whole lot of things. Wonder is the one that is actually doing all the damage in this team fight, even though he doesn't get all of the kills. So if SK is gonna win, it's not gonna be because of Yoppa. He's not gonna stand a chance against Hansama. It's gonna be Wonder.
The man's dancing on him. I don't know what he means. It's insane.
When I picked TF, I was like, this is the worst TF.
And if he can do that on the worst TF game,
this is the hardest TF game I'm ever gonna play. But I was like,
I didn't think he'd keep complaining, to be honest. I thought he would just have the one line. But yeah, if it's that bad of a TF game and he still carries the team fights, imagine him in a good game.
Maybe that's the difference. I prefer mechanical plays. He prefers people who are able to right-click, you know? Maybe that's just it.
Yeah, but it's rarely...
I prefer people who get the job done, okay?
It's rarely a top and AD carry difference in League of Legends. So what is it going to come down to in this game? If you're SK, if you're the underdogs, because G2, they can always show up. What do you want to do as SK today?
I think it has to be a focus on bot lane. I think you have to try and get some. Yeah, I think it's try and control both your mid and boss. Make sure that they're not blowing the game open too far, particularly in the mid lane. Because the last time these two teams faced off against each other, there was an Aurelion Sol that didn't look so hot by the 3rd level. So I think make sure mid doesn't fall apart. Try and play for these team fights. And honestly, if Yoppa can get that Ezreal, I think it's your best bet.
Yeah, I'm going to slightly disagree with you, Rob, but also agree a bit. But I have my contention. I think it's really all about the mid and the top, right? Rather than the bot lane. I think bot lane is just going to be a farm fest with Hansama slightly winning out. But then in mid lane, it's really the leader show either way, right? It's going to be the reason they win or lose. And then it's, once that has already happened, then it's up to Wonder to try to salvage the wreckage and try to make something good out of it. But if it's a man that can salvage the bits and pieces, I think Wonder and Mickey, they're pretty familiar with this type of language.
I'm actually told that it's dead even in chat, which is not something I expected ahead of this game. So casters, what do you think?
I tend not to think, I'm going to be honest, Law. We'll see what happens in the series. We are very thankful to be joined by Paris. Congratulations on your series.
Thank you.
How did it feel taking down GiantX?
It feels good. I don't think I won against GiantX since I joined the LEC. It was my first one. I'm happy.
Quick question, how was the first game for you?
Like, first game, it started well until this Jackies guy went in fog, you know? It was unplayable afterwards. Like.
I was at first when you walked into river around your chickens and you just got caught, and after that it was unplayable. I looked at you every single fight and then you saw get blown up.
I kind of have an excuse. I go to my Raptor and I say, where's LeBlanc to my Poby? And Poby says, he based.
Okay, look, it's Poby's fault. Now we found the culprits.
Always mid lane fault. As we get into SK versus G2 to round out day 1 here of week 4 of LEC Spring. You're currently 2nd in the table. And we have G2 who've been struggling a little bit at 1 and 2, and SK who've been struggling a lot at 2 and 4. What are your expectations going into a series like this, Paris?
My expectation is G2 is winning.
Bold.
Like, when I look at both teams, SK needs to make the game like full fiesta in my opinion, and leader needs to carry or lose the game. Like that's what they do, I think.
Okay.
I think against Caps it will be a bit hard. He's like really good mechanically,
So
and he's the goal.
you think the players to use camp caps, pretty much, or pray?
Yeah, I think if I have leader, I would camp mid and try to get him lead so he can carry. Or maybe actually, to be honest, Yopa is playing well.
Yeah.
Maybe if they scale, maybe Yopa can carry with like Yunara, maybe Ezreal, like he did.
So we go into a draft. I imagine you prep for every team, but I guess prepping for SK is very different from prepping to another team. Do you think there's any like specific mindset you have coming in? Like, do you want to deny leader champions, or do you just want to like stop the kind of synergy champions to whatever leader wants to play?
You usually think about leader champions, but you don't care about it too much. Like there is a reason those champions are not being played.
Yeah.
They are mostly useless champion if you don't give them too many kills. But when they get it, they kind of carry it. You just know and you play like your own game. You just try to not make it fiesta. Maybe you can care about Wunder as well. This guy is picking anyway every game.
Yeah.
It's a bit annoying. But I think it's not big difference between other teams, yeah.
Yeah, makes sense. So we are into picks and bans. SK on the blue side here, going to get rid of Jarvan and Azir. They'll have first pick. G2 on the red are going to get rid of Rumble. No real surprises there. And the Rise as well. Leader, we talk about his unconventional champion pool. He is a pretty good Rise as well. When he started off, Rise and Aurelia were his main two champs.
That is right. I mean, he played a lot of Katarina as well in solo if you go back all those days.
True, yeah.
But it is really Rise that was like his go-to mage when he didn't want to play the melees. So looking ahead now, it will be an Ezreal first pick. Another thing that you guys, or not maybe you guys, that was picked first pick in your game one as well.
It was Samdi.
Yeah, we picked.
Yeah, you guys picked it. So is this kind of where the meta is heading now when like Ashe Seraphine is out? Or is this just a personal preference?
I think it kind of does. Right now, Ezreal, Ashe is really OP for both matchups, and you are strong in all the time in the game.
Yeah.
If you have two items, first it's kinda GG. Like Ezreal can carry every fight when he has first item and second item. Third item you scale as well. Maybe at 5 you kinda fall behind compared to other carries, but it's like strong champion early. Yeah, it's good champion.
What do you think makes him so strong at the moment? Because like Ezreal can sometimes struggle with things like wave push, especially if he's matched into something that has like really good wave push. What is it right now that means that Ezreal is just in a really good spot?
I think most of the time Ezreal is lane bully, and you try to get strong support with him. Like I picked Nami.
Yeah.
We push lane. I think we didn't play good enough, to be honest. I think we should bully them a bit more. It's like you get push, you get early rejection.
Evo nas.
First.
Idemo ljudi moji da gledamo draft. Piro, jesi tu, jesi u chatu?
Maybe Ezreal has the best spikes on AD carry, so it makes him strong.
That makes sense.
So it's all about translating your early push into like a one-item spike and then forcing fights pretty much when you play Ezreal. And just having control, I guess. So we will see the Pantheon locked in here together with the Varus, which could go any role, to be honest, these days, but it's conventionally an AD carry.
Yeah, it works really well for long.
I mean, I don't want to see Varus stop again.
Što Jopa dobio Ezza opet, to je nice.
Will be a Gnar blind though for Wunder. Pretty classic, but also quite bold to pick so early with everything up and available. And Broken Blade is known to have some weird counter picks.
Šta ljudi igra? Šta igra Wunder? Moj call je Shen, Anivia ili TF. To su mi 3 pika koje Wunder pika.
Yeah, I think SK side should look to get Nami or Karma, or otherwise I will be kinda sad with Ezreal. If you don't take range and enchanter support with carry AD carries, it kinda like loses value. Like you usually wanna bully them, but when you have melee champion like Rel, Alistar, Nautilus, you just hope for good team fights, and that's not a good plan right now.
That makes sense. That makes sense. The Yasuo is the pick. You talked about Broken Blade's flexibility.
Unažno ne znam, Kevin. Ne verujem da jesu. Ne verujem da jesu. Mada ko zna, vidi. Ja ne znam koliko ljudi radi na lecu.
We don't want the Ezreal getting an easy push lane with something like the Karma or perhaps the Nami banned out. Is there anything you'd be thinking of expecting those enchanter bans, Paris? You'd be saying, oh, I'd really like to get this on 4 if I'm SK in this situation?
I think there is only Nami that is kinda strong with Ezreal right now. Other than that, I think probably it will be random melee champion that will maybe play with Nocturne, like maybe Rakan, Rel, who wants to go in and kill enemy backline. And if they ban me, I don't think they will find anything good.
So, seeing the Poppy ban, do you expect that to be a Poppy support?
Yasuo Gnara.
Could this be like a Rel on 4 together with the Yasuo or like a Rakan? Because it seems like they're kind of going away from the enchanters if they're banning the Poppy.
A nije ko da baš mogu da ga fleksaju.
Because probably they will get hard bullied in lane.
Yeah, so it's just a clear Nami on 4 here, kind of.
Yeah, probably they should.
We will see where it goes, because the Poppy ban really surprises me. The Poppy ban feels like it's really setting up something specific, because it's not going to be Poppy top or jungle.
I think it's not for support pick. I think it's for Yasuo and Pantheon to be safe in teamfights. Like playing these champions into not a zeal, it's really hard. Like you don't want to play really into this.
So you think actually, like even if you pick like
Pa da, mislim, košta, imaju oni i resursa, ali imaju i i dosta potrošnje. Sad pitanje je samo koliko ljudi radi, znaš, koliko ti imaš tu ono i sudija i backstage ljudi i produkcije i sve i svašta, znaš, nezgodno je dosta.
Looking towards a melee support as well. Sight we don't often see double melees in bot lane.
I think it's because this happened to us as well when we played against SK. When they Yasuo, Nami kind of lost value. Actually, I forgot about that. Because when I was playing Nami, this guy just win walls and Nami is useless.
I mean, it's the same when you play Ornn. Like you're looking for your Ornn ult in the fight, and you're gonna make a montage ult, and it's just a win wall box the entire thing. It's really frustrating to play against.
Yeah.
As we see the Bard here, so we have Astral Bard versus Varus Alistar, and I would assume the Astral Bard would be having a lot of early push.
Yeah.
And kind of make life difficult for Varus in the early game, but I don't know what your take would be on it.
Yeah, they will get bullied hard until level 3. They should. After first phase, Varus Alistar can win, but if Bard doesn't drop the ball, keep the tempo up, keep the wave push up, Bard can go anywhere in the map. Mid top.
Mislim uvek ti ono što je ko je direktor LEC-a, kao direktor LEC-a, to je opet Tencent. Tencent drži LoL, a Tencent realno ima para infinite. Mislim, realno gledano najviše se zarađuje, ja mislim, na mobilnim igrama. Mislim da su mobilne igre samo money farm, jer jako je lako da da se zaradi na mobilnim igrama. Čak imaš negde listu kao igara i koliko dobijaju valjda na mesečnom nivou ili šta god. To su baš milioni u pitanju, znaš.
But it's also harder to play. Right team goes mid-late game, easier to play this fight with Alistar. You just combo someone, you try to burst them. But I think SK is better tough.
Okay. Well, if SK don't win now, we're just going to call you out, Paris, okay? We're going to be like, hey, Paris said obviously this is a much better draft. No way SK can lose from here. We've said that many times.
Paris said on cast that SK would steamroll G2 game 1 here, clearly.
G3 trying to beat G2. Yoppa is playing really well at the moment, though. We saw the Ezreal pentakill last week. We'll see if he can continue to do that. G2 sitting at 1 and 2. They tend to make finals when they go 1 and 2. In fact, they have made 100% of the finals of a regular season when they have gone 1 and 2. They've won 3 times and placed second twice. So, although it is a slow start for our reigning champions, the expectations is that G2 will once again make it to playoffs. They have a lot of games coming up with the road shows, and we'll see how well they can do. SK trying to set up something around the mid lane, but I don't really expect they're going to find anything unless Caps oversteps, which he doesn't with the Foxfire to walk away.
I want to see how Leader navigates his early matchup, because to me it's all about if you can land these Q auto Qs on Aura and kind of get those electrocute chunks, then suddenly the matchup turns out really well. But knowing Caps, he's quite agile, he's good at dodge, but the first one will...
Da, kažem ti, sam bio u fazonu. Znaš što, moramo da uzemo one name tagove. Jer nekako meni ne padne na pamet da trebam sve da predstavim svima. A opet pričao sam o tome što realno ti na disu kad nekog čuješ, ti čuješ nekog na disu, čuješ nekog uživo, nekada samo ne pospojiš ko je ko. Jer ljudi izvuče drugačije uživo kad nisu na mikrofonu i to. Tako da sljedeći mora s name tagovima da... A večeras Aram igramo svakako, tako da bit će i večeras vijestice kad budemo krenuli, pošto ćemo krenuti sa Aramima. I onda ćemo posle na pirate pa na valu. Ali moramo okrenemo s aravim i tu da odigramo dobru količinu.
Yes, but not crashing to is hard because you always hit enemy, and when you hit enemy, mean aggro you. So it kind of crashes, but you want to get more HP from them, but they didn't get enough.
Yeah, not being in the bush early on in the lane makes it quite difficult to actually get any of that poke, right? And Alistair not a champion until he hits.
To možeš igraš protiv Marenceta.
Carry away from a minion or something. Not going to do too much work as we see BB in the top lane on his signature Yasuo into Wonders Na.
Yasuo isto radi inače kao Jace. Kad pogledaš Kevin te top lane matchupe u Gnara radi bilo koji heroj koji lako uleti i izleti. I Jace to radi jer uleti disengage, trči nazad ili phaseraš ili šta god. Sad za Marenca zna sad sigurno. Što je bio fazonu please vrati mi vreme da ga troluje. A Irelia isto radi. Irelia je dobra u Gnara. Jer možda ga olinaš, biješ ga i onda on kada dođe u Megu ti samo dešaš na creep out i to je to. Mislim, ovo je najnormalniji draft koji smo vidjeli od SK, što ne znam da li obećava ili ne, iskreno.
Denying that first base being very good. Like if Yasuo gets the Berserkers and Nar sits on like components or boots and cloth armor, then it's pretty tricky.
Generally, the charm, yeah, he should be fine. Although having to stay for this wave is going to be a little bit difficult with Skewmon coming around the corner. Can contest those Razor Beaks now. Instead decides just to put down the ward and Schemes will take the Razors away. I wanted to ask you a question, Paris. Whenever I play Bard, I get way too caught up in the minigame of collecting chimes. And so I leave my AD carry alone for a long time. How do I stop doing that? How do I just...
To je moj Bard support. Sad znam kome supporta na Bardu.
You usually look at your bot wave. If it's slow pushing the enemy, you don't want to go around top at all. You can go maximum, but you need to go bot to help him crash.
But isn't it my AD carry's fault for pushing in the wave when he shouldn't be pushing in the wave?
Eto vi šta priča.
Sometimes, yeah.
Eto šta priča. Eto moj Bard, vidite vi.
Not in official game, pro players doing well usually, but in solo queue I can see some bards are trolling their macro where they want to move.
Have I played solo queue against you? Because that feels like a direct call out on that one.
Kind of sounds like you had an agenda coming in with this question, man. It seems like you wanted an answer that did you not get and then try to fish for it.
I'm an okay support, right? Like, you know, mid-master Pika sort of thing, and I know how to play most supports relatively okay. But on Bard and on Pike, my brain just goes into...
Eto čovjek uzeo coaching od Parusa.
Oh, I can go and find stuff? Oh, I can go out on the map? And I'm always like, oh, the movement speed from the chimes will get me back in time to make sure the wave's fine, but...
Ok, Charm, ali nije dobar trader, nije ušao u kulu.
At the moment we see Yopper with a slight lead, but nothing too consequential. Is that all just down to the level 1 and them not getting enough poke down?
Baru start. Cup start. Labrov start. U 5 minuta ekipa G2 je kupila 5 rubi kristala. Čekaj, ja moram da slikam ovo, brate. Profesor Petar. Kako to zvanično zvuči, Profesor Petar, to je naš pera. Moram da stavim na story ovo. Moram poklijem kablove na slici da me ljudi ne flemaju što imam kablove velike. Broken.
Is this something you're doing? Are you all buying ruby crystals as well, Barry?
No, I see it kind of first time. I guess he's going
Jako čudno. Jako čudno.
Apparently that's what he does in solo queue as well.
Hard steal, right? We do not know.
I think it kind of makes sense to not...
A se vraćamo nazad.
I respect it.
Sad se vraćamo nazad, da vidimo kakva je situacija. Story smo postovali, rubi kristale naći item u igrici. Dobro, dobio je kill. Čisto od kapsa koliko može, ne znam li ima damage, ali... Dobro, nice try. Mislim, odigrao mehanički koliko je mogao, opet Jari sa Catalyst of Eons, što ti daje manu, health i healuje ti i vraća ti manu, tako da... Najgore, Kevin, na pola te rečenice sam znao kako će se završi, ali već sam komitovao, pa nisam mogao da pivotujem iz te rečenice, nažalost. Eto, viš. So far even game. Mislim, interesantno da Miki i Wunder igraju protiv G2-a. A inače, fun fact, dok gledamo fight. Boga mi to... Ali mi zrištu facu komentatora i šta je ovo? Miki je oduvek hteo da igra sa Wunderom, liderom u timu i neko je dobio svoju priliku. I opet Miki i Wunder su igrali u ekipi G2-a, tako da je malo i grudge match da igraju protiv stare orgije. Lepo od Mikija. Lepo od Mikija, nema šta. I ovdje nebo iz zemlje da li Alistar 6 ili nije. Druga stvar je pošto Ari ima Catalyst of Eons. Eons je u prvo vreme koje je potrebno Ari da dobije ulti opet jer nema Malignance. Tako da samo ne ultaš nikad. Samo ne igraš, bukvalno.
I think I kind of a basic answer. Like, it must be carrier, or if you want someone from EU, it's Mikkegs.
Healy sam.
Mikkegs kind of fall down a bit.
Healy.
Yeah, lately. But you usually watch just carry and say, oh my god, how good is this guy? Like,
you watched his Pike the other day?
Ja mislim da je Healy u Prime-u verovatno bio jedan najboljih, svako ne i najbolji support u Evropi.
Pike gameplay, he didn't look same champion to me.
I mean, not everyone can be carrier, not everyone has T1 as their teammates, right? So,
what was it said about the Caitlyn and the Varus support? You are not T1, you are not carrier. You do not have Zeus and Faker as your solo laners. Do not pick Caitlyn support.
Have you ever you thought about any AD carry supports? You got anything cooking in the tank? Kiki, Kalista?
I have a bit, but it's like probably Fearless third game or 4 or 5 games.
I don't want you to give up any of your draft stuff, right?
But if you do that in...
Strahinja, idem, pa bio sam juče preključen i naključen. Znači sreda, četvrtak, petak sam u Fortuni, a subota, nedelja, ponedjeljak sam od kuće. Dakle, u suštini kastujem 6 dana nedeljno. Što je dosta, iskreno, ali mislim dobro, to je... Takav je meni raspored. Mislim, ja radim puno do pola novembra i onda od pola novembra do pola januara chillam. Tako da to je u suštini moj životni raspored prethodnih 8 godina fazon. S tim da i do ove godine imam još i malo više posla, ali mislim, kažem opet, ja sam okej s tim. Volim ovo što radim, brate, šetam, družim se s vama i gledamo LOL, stvarno ne mogu se žalim, mislim. Definitivno ne mogu se žalim. Malo je na 5 što se tiče kao odmora, ako mi se negde sad idem da iskuliram negde 2-3 dana, verovatno ne mogu. Ali... Biće vremena i za to, Labrov je 5 i dalje.
Unbreakable will has to flash away. SK have had a really strong start to this game, dude.
I mean, they're putting a lot of pressure right now. Even Wunder top, he's completely even with his Yasuo. This Yasuo has not really found any lane leads right now, so if you're an SK fan, you're quite happy right now with how this game is looking. I think Mickey's early game has been sublime.
Ona to više gledamo ste. Pa dobro, vidi, ja se trudim stvarno i pored komentarisanja da budem tu non stop, tako da dajem se od sebe da budem tu što više mogu. Tako da, tu sam u proseku 6 dana nedeljno i na streamu. 6 puta kastujem i 6 puta streamujem. S tim da LOL streamujem 5 puta, zato što u subotu streamujem varati s Patreonima. Tako da, danas recimo će biti Arami, Windrose i možda Valorant. Vidit ćemo koliko nam bude išao Windrose šta budemo radili. Tako da to je ideja. U suštini garantovan. Najčešće u nedelju ne streamam. U nedelju je film. Baš sam mišljam koji film da gledamo. Ramišljam da pustimo horror u ovu nedelju. Jer pre 3 dana na Netflixu izašao Smile 2. Ljudi kažu da je bolji od Keca, ali to je baš horror. To je baš nije kao onaj blaži horor što smo gledali s onom ženom u onoj kući, ona priča. Baš je ono horor sa jumpscare-ovima namerno, da ti iscima i sve. A dugo nisam gledao neki, to je baš ono creepy horor je, dobar je, mislim dobar je. Creepy je jako. Ima baš puno jumpscare-ova da to ono iscima malo, ali... Kec je dobar mimo za kraj. Kraj mi se ne svidao. A dvojka kažu da je bolje od Kec, tako da nemam pojem. Smijem da znam šta je unutra. Hvala ti. Sigurno. Odlično, to mi treba. Dobro. Dobro.
We have Yoppa already with a Trinity Force complete and almost 1,000 gold lead. Paris enlightened us on the spiking capabilities of the Ezreal. There's a little bit of a risk when you have a chain of corruption, the headbutt
Dobro, i sad ovo pokvaren. Imam leko. Ali ne pokvaren. Smile nije bio strašan. Ne, Smile 1 je bio spamovanje jumpscare-a. Da se slažemo, Kevin, da kraj baš nije bio nešto, ali tako. Ne si beko. Tako da realno kraj nije baš bio ništa spec. Aha, dobro, već smo... Mi imamo glasanje, nisam izvali da ima glasanje. Ja sam glasao za jedan. Gledamo National Treasure, dobro može, ne znam što je taj film, ali što da ne. A pa dobro, sutra, da, danas igraju Arami, danas... A inače, Klaro, hoćeš jedan jako fun fact? Pošto si spavala. Marence nije znao da je pera. Smijali. Kaže, Marence moram da ga trolem dupa sljedeći put. A danas igramo Arame i pera mora da uđe protiv Marenceta. Pa da se flameaju bar na disu, ako ništa drugo. A se radi. Naravno, okej si. Mislim da imaš ono što kažu stare bake, ako popiješ pokvareno mleko, pojedi čokolade, malo ti bude bolje. Ja mislim da tako. Ma ništa ti. O, ide na TV, vajde. Ja se radam da nije aktivirala mikrofon. A mislim da jeste, ali dobro, nema veze. Nemojte piti pokvarno mleko. To je možda Da, pa to je, da, tako to ide, vidiš ti. Šta se to događa. Uvijek sećam kraj, užasan je bio Kevin, užasan je bio kraj. Jako je loš bio kraj. Mislim, neću da kažem na streamu, čisto ako ima neko ko gleda možda na YouTube ili na sport klubu da nije gledao, da planira da gleda prvi pa drugi. Neću da kažem naglas da spojlam. Mi se baš ne svidao. Ću umre od Yasua ako nastavi da ga juri. Moram stanem, popijem kafu, inače ću se polivati s kafom, a to nije baš dobar play. Kudu nisam pio kafu s mlekom, još sam srećan. Kafu s mlekom. To je good stuff. Meni je 100 kalorija bilo pre... Ojto samo piše 100 kalorija, ništa nema proteina. 2 rice cake-a... Ja sam pojeo 2 rice cake-a, tipa 12 grama meda i so. To sam uzeo. Tako svako je 100 kalorija, ko banana. I onda sad šta god da sam jeo i ovo mleka što god sipala i to je to. Znaš ti, Kevine, koji je sad meni grind. U prvih 7 dana kata sam izgubio 3 kile. Što je baš mnogo, ali to je većinom zašto dosta vode imam u sebi. Sad u ponedjeljak se opet merim i onda moram izgubim bar još jedno kilo i po, verovatno. Zavisi od od nekih faktora. A to sad ovako, mislim, hodao sam ja i pre na streamu, ali sad sam ga baš, jer sam povećao na 12.000 dnevno, i onda mi treba malo više vremena. Mislim, nije to puno, 2000 koraka je ništa, ali opet kad je svaki dan, itekako uzme vreme. To je malo jagod. Ja sam isto izvalio, znaš da, bukvalno, evo ja kažem, ja sam doručkao u 6 popodne. Znači, provalio sam lifehack da mi toliko lako bude samo pomerim doručak što kasnije. Jer mi je mnogo lakše da trpim glad ranije u danu, pogotovo kad nešto radim i kad mi je interesantno. Jer kao, šta god da radim, ja nisam gladan. Jer kao gledam LEC, ramišljam o tome, znaš, ne znam, idem na kuglanje s Patreonima, kuglam se, znaš, ne ramišljam o hrani. Znaš koji je najgori trenutak? Kliknem stop streaming. Bro, kad kliknem stop streaming, vidim ćevape, palačinke, pljeskavice, burgere, znači burek, razumeš? Ono, ne, u sekunda kad ugasnim stream, ja sam gladan. Kao da nisam jeo ništa 7 godina. Tako se uvek osjećam. Svaki put ugasnim stream. Pozorno sam mora nešto jem. I onda uzem lepo i samo pomerim doručak jako kasno i onda kad ugasnim stream imam kalorije ako hoću, jem što hoću. Mislim, ne jedem šta hoću, ali mogu bi. Mislim da je Miki mrtav za to. Jurit će ga, ali rutuje dvojicu. Ne mislim, neće ni to. A ja, Kevine, to malo tamo, malo vamo. Forešto nikako da lokinujem iz prostog razloga što je izgovor, ali opet kao ja se ne bavim s tim. Znaš, kao nije mi bitno, jer nisam kao atleta da moram da imam, ono, razumeš, ne znam ja koji procenat masti, kila ili šta god. I onda tako malo krenem i onda recimo, ne znam, otišao sam u vrnjačku banju i vidim, tamo sam pojeo sve. Samo što nisam banju krenuo da jedem, ono, bazene krenuo da jedem. Jer ko idem, brate, na odmoru sam, šta me bolo, hoću uživam na odmoru. Ću odem na odmor i onda merim, ali sam pojeo 150 ili 100 grama piletina, onako ne pada mi na pamet. Jer kao opet hoću da uživam, a istovremeno hoću neki cilj. I onda je to malo nezgodno, ali evo sad ovih zadnjih 10-15 dana sam napravio, ajde kažem, neki balans. Jednom nedeljno imam jedan cheat meal i obično taj dan kad imam cheat meal, taj dan unosim ništa osim proteina, manje više. Znači ono, pijuckam vej tokom dana i pojedem taj cheat meal i to je to. I taj cheat meal bude lupam jedna palačinka, ne bude kao obrok, ono, burger, pomfrit, pizza i ćevapi i palačinka. Što god mi se jede, jedna stvar što mi se traži i to je to. Tako da to mi je trenutan razvoj događaja. Ali da, poenta je samo da pomeriš doručak kasnije i samo da budeš zauzet s nečim. Dok streamujem, mislim da ono, sam baš lagan. Strahinja, pa da, mislim, što se tiče toga, Klara je generalno tu glavna za hranu. Što ona isprema ručak i sve to. I onda se ona brine više za hranu, ja se malo više brinem za trening. Ali da, merimo sad šta jedemo, što unosimo. Hvala ti, pa jeste, da, mislim kao realno naš. Ono što je meni bilo najbitnije od onih 104, 105 koje sam imao da spadnem na 80 nešto, to je bilo bitno radi zdravlja. Sad sve ovo je, kao realno je zanimljivo da imam neki cilj koji jurim i kao nešto da me gura iz dana u dan. To sam baš pričao o tome zašto je super, jer kao da ništa drugo u danu ne prođe kako treba, bar ću reći kao imao sam ono... What? Kod nas? Pa kad smo uzeli? Pre 10 dana? Doktor Dok. To smo uzeli pre 10 dana. A da li smo ga otvorili pre 10 dana? Pa dobro, neću, šta ću. Wunder has moved down here initially, but now he moved back top lane to get his tower. Looks like SK will be giving this dragon for a little bit of gold and control in the top side, so probably the right call to make.
And no camps for them to take on that top side, though those were cleared out by G2, so it is purely the tier 1 and some camps of their own. Yopper now going back, going to spend some of his gold. Skeen's almost at that second completed item, but again, it feels like with the game pace slowing down, yes. Spustio sam, naslov sam podigao 1 ka vam.
Još sam sedeo tu dok sam jeo. Ja sam bio u fazonu, naš, bilo bi baš šteta da ako jedem od razumeš, jaje i od sira da mi nešto prsne po tastaturi, ako bolje tvoje da umastim nego moje. To je fora. I ode Wunder, i Han sama bilda toplin Varusa, ali radi. 5 dana treba, ne taka svaki dan, pa to je strahinja ideja, mislim. Jao, pričao sam, gdje si mušice? Pričao sam sa Klisurom iz teretane, on jede 4000 kalorije dnevno. Znaš kako sam ljubomoran, ono sam, brat, tu ću ja. 4 soma dnevno, brate mili. To je gotica. Kuglani, bilo gigafan, iskreno, bilo gigafan. Osmoro nas bilo ukupno. Opa je fajn. Samo ako baci onda je mrtav. Bilo nas je osmoro, kuglali smo, uzeli smo 2 trake. Pa smo se podijelili 4 na jednu traku, 4 na drugu traku. Kako su došli tamo? Pa, mislim, ne znam, svi su došli kolima, ja mislim, većina. Mislim da je Koma isto bez problema došao, Pera je došao kolima, Vuk isto kolima došao, Pavlezi mislim je taksijem došao, on je s Vračara, blizu, ima Renzo i Lazić, oni su ono njihovo, znaš, oni su našli neke puteve. Tako da prošli su, probili su se svi, kuglali smo 2 runde, mislim 2 ona pleja. I onda smo malo tukli vreću, malo hvatali onu grabaljku da nas skemuje. Renzo i Lazić malo igrali košarku. Chill bilo, iskreno. Uvek bude jako chill. A na šta misliš, Trahinje, na traku? 10.000 koraka treba da skine između 200 i 400 kalorija, zavisno od toga od tvoje kompozicije tijela. To ti je kao otprilike ideja. To naravno zavisi. Četo što nisi mogao dođeš, brate. Četo što nisi mogao dođeš. Ni ti ni Ivan niste došli, krivo mi što Ivan niste ni mogao dođe. Popo isto je rekao da ne može što razume. Mislim, Popo je najavio prvi put kad sam ga vidio, bio u fazonom, brate, ja ako se pojavim jednom u nekom trenutku, to je premija i kao razumem ga, ima giga malo slobodnih dana. Ivan isto ima neke obaveze, isto pa nije mogao dođe, što je šteta, ali dobro, nema veze. Opet ćemo organizovati nešto, pa će biti prilike. I ajde, Kevine, sretno, brate, pobediš. Novosti za svetsko, skizi, koliko ja znam ništa. Ništa javno, bar. Tako da, valjda će biti. A G2 je sam uzao full momentum, oni rade šta hoće ovdje. Kant sama prekasan ulti, neće da flasha na gore, a mora da flasha na gore. Sve sam ih je mrtav.
The Steel Tempest almost clips his heels, doesn't quite do it. Baron buff up for the next 50 seconds.
Oh, they want to try something here. I don't know if this is the real play to go for. It's barely a normal wave here, no cannon minions to siege with, but they really want out for blood here. Maybe we're waiting out. Look at Labros.
Gdje je sudija? Evo sad baš pričam mušici, baš smo se, giga chill smo se zabavili, mislim. Uglali malo, zazali se tu. Bilo nas osmoro, pa smo uzeli 2 trake. Onda malo tukli krušku. Malo košarka, malo nagrabalica, onaj skem. Bilo fan. Mislim, uvijek bude sprdnica. Oko 2 sata smo bili, ja mislim. Zajedno iščilali, tamo je došao kući 20 minuta pred LEC i to je to. Više od tog drugog što smo imali teretani. Ne, on jede 4000 dnevno zašto balkuje, mislim, hoće se ugoji. Mislim, i on isto broji kalorije, duše, on radi kao lični trener i onda, znaš, ono, stroži. Pa Danilo. Klisura. Oni što smo se pozdravili, što smo se slikali tamo gdje istežemo mi noge. Što je rekao da je na trovu gledao. Uglavnom, mislim da je on tipa rekao da je na 80-85 kila. Hoće se ugoji na tipa 95 i onda je on na 4K. Što je baš iskreno ono, utitka toliko možda jedeš. Ja mislim da jedem na 4K, ja bi otišao na 100 jako brzo. Duše, ja sam i niži dosta. Iće bolje. Iće bolje. Da li će biti bolje za SK? Iskreno, ovaj game ne. Neću vas lagati. Ono što me brine je što nisu u istom gameu Jopi dali Ezreala, a čizovali na ostatku mape. Jer mislim da sad sljedeći game kad Wunder uzme tipa Aniviju i Lider uzme nekog Zeda, bit će malo napetije s druge strane. Lagano, možete, nema veze. Biće. Pravit ćemo ovaj... Opa. Ima cleanse, brate, oni volim mrtav čovječ. Ko je Ezreal je mnogo jak da čanka, Alistara ne može da igra. I Lider sedi na 3 itema, sa što je popričao dobro isto. Da li Opa zaslužuje bolji tim? Pa vidi. Ja bih rekao istovremeno, mislim zaslužuje, ali mislim da je okej što igra u SK za prvu sezonu. Sad zašto vam to govorim? Zato što je Jopa, mislim to je ono napominjeno, da je Jopa ušao u SK zašto je bio dobar s Mikijem, igrali su zajedno i Miki je mnogo zgotivio kako Jopa igra. Tako da makoliko možda se ostatak SK ne snalazi najbolje, mislim da je okej da mu prvi split bude uz nekoga koga zna i s kojim je već dobar, ima jako dobru sinergiju, jer to mu omogućava se pokaže kao individua. Makoliko oni malo više gube u lecu. I onda mislim da sljedeći split, ako nastavi ovako lepo da igra, dokazuje svima da zaslužuje da čak i da recimo se SK raspadne u smislu da Miki ode, da svi odu i da SK neće da ga resajne, da neka druga ekipa zaslužuje ono da ih pogleda da vidi kakva je situacija.
Mikhail's on CD right now, so there we go. LeBron goes in, last breath for the Thor, tempered fate. Leader caught in.
Pantheon ult, decent timing. Yasuo je živ, Yasuo nije živ. Skins je nije fajn. I sad Jopa mora sam da klača, opet ima jako dobru poziciju, ali ne može kao Ezreal da uradi dovoljno. Kako lepo igra Jopa, čovječe, gledaj. Znači ne može više da uradi, oni će zvislat da ubiće ga. Penta za Caps, nice. Lepo, mislim nema šta, Caps opet i resete i sve. Caps je samo doktor, brate, baš je doktor. A ti se baš meni kako si dobro pre godine, sad nebo izgledam, Strahinja, hvala ti, brate. Ne slažem se, mislim da sam pre 5 godina izgledao matorije nego sam. Realno ga, i mislim iako sam obrio glavu, ali kao... Moj telefon. Slobodno. Ima tu nekih DM-ova od nekih žena, ali to ja naviku sam. Ne završiti game, još je Barna. Ti izašlo gore desno, ne? Pa ja ti kažem...
He ends up going down due to Foxfire, and now he's just playing front to back aura, he's just killing whatever is in front of him. Okay, knocked him down. Ezreal UC, okay. I got normal mistake. I'm gonna go even more. And this is where he's calling for pentakill. I just know G2 comes now, okay, penta.
Baš im prvo Jopa najbolji igrač u SK već drugi spet zaredom. Da, prelepo igra.
Because you know it's caps. You know every single penta is his to take.
Što znači... Jeste, bukvalno, brate. Znaš uko tako resto rekao Bale na stream, fazom ko me nije dugo gledam na troju fuzonu je, brate, izgledaš mlađe nego pre 5 godina. Rekao, to je fair, brate, to je fair. Duše, ima tu dosta faktora. Jer recimo, pre 5 godina sam bio kronično neispavan. To je jedna stvar. Ja nisam spavao više od 3 sata za noć. Ujutro se budi i onda opet u kuru, pa jedan posao, pa drugi, treći posao, nisam ovdje bijem. I onda i laža, i kosa, i svašta nešto. Sad se trudim da spavam. Spavam okej. To je dobro, to je uvijek dobar start. On je shotovo skoro Wundera kroz... Mislim, dobro, Wunder nema MR, ali opet ima puno healtha. Interesantan Varus u Eza. Mislim, Kalista u Eza radi giga dobro. Varus je također interesantan. Samo se vratite po solo, šta vas bolo ovo? Ulti nazad, ali mislim da je fajn. Oni samo mogu dodu na solo ovdje. Ti našta neki dobri snake.
They've claimed quite a few souls so far this game. 30 kills in 32 minutes between these two teams.
Yeah, Zer looks like they are gonna give it over. Yeah, despite Caps not having ult, they don't feel brave enough to face check that jungle of G2.
Od kad je minjušao? Ma nije minjušao to, brate, mojte slušalice. Ovo je drugi inir, pa ponekad okačimo kuvet ovako, zato što ako pustim dole da landara, mislim neću kabel da mi se ošteti za džabe, dobre su slušalice pa ne bi da ih... Pazim ih, znaš. A ako stavim na sto pa malo povučem onako glavu nazad, onda padne na pod. Tako da to je, bukvalno je bubica. Što ja generalno ne volim da nosim slušalice velike za zvuk. Zašto mi bukvalno samo greju glavu i... Mislim, ne znam, opet toliki ljudi koji mogu to da nose dugo, ali... Ja ono i na poslu imam one sluške, to je giga smešno kad ih skinem, bukvalno mi trag ovdje ostane. I te sluške mi baš greju glavu i onda kad dođem gajbe, ako stavim sluške, bukvalno prokuvam ceo. Tako da ja i kad je leto i kad je zima, samo bubice koristim. Samo stvar komfora, mislim ništa drugo, nije sad to kao, ne znam ja šta, da je bolje imati bubice ili nešto, samo meni udobnije puno, pa... A to nosim. Hvala ti Strahin, hvala ti lepim rečima, reci. Tako da eto, sklonio sam bubica, ne ništa. Asus i Pantheon su u stvari dosta jaki s ovim solom. Čak i Varus koji je polu-tank s ovim buildom. Ajmo, crtanje. Da, možda crtaš, bravo. Opušteno, ma ne brani se sudija ništa, sve je okej, brate moji, sve je okej. Mislim, dosta ljudi je moglo da dođe, kažem, Ivan isto, eto recimo nije mogao sati, Mušca nije mogao stigne, Popo isto nije mogao naći slovan dan, puno ljudi je sad ne izvem, ali kao, izdim trojicu, bravo. Ali puno ljudi je moglo da dođe, tako da nije, mislim, ono, trudit ćemo se što više da zakucamo nekih dana, svaki mjesec, bar jednom ako možemo, da se malo vidimo, ispričamo, družimo se, a opet ti znaš i sam, mislim, svi smo mi neki grinderi, svi mi radimo svašta nešto, da je baš teško ubusti uopšte vreme koje iole kome odgovara, znaš. Lazić je recimo pravo s posla došao, a mi čim smo završili, ja sam otišao pravo na posla. Kao stigao sam 20 minuta pred lec. Mislim, daj sreća kao blizu je tu, da je bilo negdje dalje, bilo bi na petije. Srki pa sretno ti bilo, brate moj. Sretno ti bilo, brate. Uvek možete se, mislim, uvek smo tu nekom, ono... Ako nismo tu, onda šetamo u Luja 10 minuta od nas, tako da uvek smo tu negde. Tu se vrtimo. Sam pišem gore. Zašto znaju da mi sljedeći objektiv Baron samo povrdovali sve gore u top, ja ne mogu crtam, ali možda mi vidite miš, ne vidite mi miš. Ali u blue side-u SK džungle. Oni ne mogu tu da uđu bez da ih ovi vide, tako da ovi moraju da face checkaju i onda bi G2 uvek trebao u face checku samo da pobedi. Or just a good YouTube video. Yeah. Like the Pentas that it didn't lose you the game. You can think of a better title than that, but Penta losers, no. We're workshopping it. Pentronics, no. Caps. Dobar charm, ali baze. No nije komitovo, mislim on je bacio charm, je bacio ulti, tako da realno je fine trade. Charm?
So SK has been having a lot of time to think and ponder about how they want to approach this eventual fight that will be happening.
Ja mislim da oni samo dropaju Barona i ne znam, i čekaju u bazi. Ezreal ulta i pomole se će Opa ukresti. Evo ga Ezreal ult, ne dolazi Ezreal ult, neće Opa ni probati. Mislim male su šanse predaleko od Barona, tako da. timing Ezreal ulta mora da bude van svake pameti jak, iskreno. Mislim, to je baš teško ukrati ulti preko cijele mape. Da li pratiš sad YouTube scene pošto se vrtio? Ma brate, ja sam, znate, ja sam hard protiv kocke, tako da gdje god je kocka ja to ne gledam, ne pratim. Mislim, mi krivo što je tako, da, ali s druge strane, radim ono što volim, chillam i lepo mi je, vrati, tako da ne obraćam pažnju na druge stvari preterano. Jedino što pratim je da From izlazi još malo. To zvuči Srki kao Face Hunter u Hearthstoneu. Dobar damage na Hansu, ali nedovoljno. Zašto G2 ima toliko manje gameova? Zato što je G2 igrao first end i onda nisu igrali prvu nedelju uopšte. Jer ne bi bilo baš fair prema G2 da su morali da igraju prvu nedelju. Jer su došli tipa iz Brazila, lupam, u sredu, a trebali bi u subotu da igraju. I onda zbog jetlaga, zbog svega, Rio tim je dozvolio da naprave pauzicu. I onda G2 prvo nedelju skipovo, a SK, pošto je bio to, oni su igrali od početka. Pa će G2 igrati više kasnije, a G2 igrao manje na početku. To je point. Što je okej, to nije ništa strašno, jednostavno takav je format, mislim. Best of 3-evi su u danu, ne mogu sve ekipe da stignu svako da igraju i da hoće. I sad gledamo Eldera. A što Yasuo ima Seeker za Armgar, to nikom ništa. I skoro je full build, on bi baš trebao da bije. Mada nema Infinity, što je interesantno. To je fora.
Has been begun by G2. Caps looking for charm. Shroud of Darkness coming out from Skins. Yoppa and Mickey on the flank now. Elder Drake down to the 8,000.
Yoppa je fine. Ali mislim da lider nije fine. Do, jao, jako lep charm. Caps je presmurfovo s charmom i sad je Wunder mrtav, Caps je dobio reset. Se klaro, daš se, bit će bolje. To je kill, to je reset i sad Caps ide na clean up. Nema flash da uhvati lidera, ali možda ubije Mikija pa da dobije reset da nastavi tamo i dalje. Dap. I sad ovdje čeka da charmuje Jopu. To mu ideja u suštini, Jopa je mrtav. I sad se vraća nazad da uhvati Skinza. I sad će završiti game kroz botlane. Dobro, mislim... Unlucky je za SK, nije krivo što kažem. Sa 2-4 rezultatom jako je realna šansa da SK neće moći proći. Jer mislim da ako SK izgubi još jednu partiju... Ako SK izgubi još jednu partiju, mislim da... da nemaju matematičke šanse da prođu. Mislim da sad veoma verovatno neće proći, ali mogu. Mislim da ako imaju 6 poraza da matematički ne mogu proći više. Da li se builda sad stride na Yasuo zbog matchupa? Zbog matchupa. Kada Yasuo igra u puno ranged heroja, onda želi da ima stride da bi mogo da stikuje na njima. Botrk obično nije dovoljan. Stride botrk ti omogućava da se dešuješ do kripova, aktiviraš stride, što protivnika uspori dovoljno da ga izbasicuješ da prokuješ botrk. I onda imaš i botrk i onda ga samo najveriš. Ništa, slušamo intervju, pauzice 10 minuta i onda se vraćamo za finalni game dana.
Today I want to break down a different concept called overloading. I can type the whole thing here. Not the best handwriting, but you know, I was a pro player, not an artist. Okay, overloading, as you can clearly see written out here. What does it mean and what does it differ from shifting? So when you're shifting, it's all about taking pressure from one spot to another by moving everybody up. But with overloading, it's all about one person having deep push on one side and then using that to create a numbers advantage on the opposite side. So in this play, we can see that BB has gotten a really, really deep push on bot, as our observers show very beautifully here. And leader's actually choosing to slow push the wave or even freeze it, which allows BB to have a lot of time. Now, what does BB do with this? He stays in the top side and continues pressuring. And now what this allows is for the rest of G2 to pick up a free tower and a Rift Herald so that they can just chill on top side essentially. And then when BB eventually goes back to bot, he doesn't really lose much of anything. And the big benefit of this is that when you're able to get that deep push, you can see that BB even forces leader out. You get to generate a lot of pressure on one side of the map, with only really one person's involvement. You could see that this was pretty much only Broken Blade that did everything, and the team could just coordinate around him, while with the shift, it's really all about the team working in cohesion. Now, funnily enough, I actually learned about this concept from Faker, who was incredibly good at doing this very thing. But Caps might be Faker. We'll have to see in that second game, coming right up after a quick break.
What's wrong with me today?
I think you should have a break.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Maybe cause I'm the crushing.
Whoops.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Wait, is he switching lanes?
dodges away from the charm, still uses the cleanse, expected to be hit, and Scumon's here. Yopper, there be monsters in your jungle.
I'm up in 2 seconds, I'm up in 2 seconds.
Yeah. No, 3 seconds from my ult, 3 seconds from my ult.
I can't really play it, I can't really play this.
1 second from my ult.
Okay. Look after.
Alistar 1 HP. Alistar dead.
Nice. Nice one.
I'll flash him, I'll flash him. Come, come, come.
Yeah. On hit, on hit.
All new caps. Okay. Nice.
Hey, I wish my team was like that. It's distracting to let me with I'll kill him. Guys.
Another one, another one. Ah, Rudy, why you stealing?
Is the hangover finally fading away for G2 Esports here as they grab the first game against SK Gaming? Sure fact is that Caps was actually clapping a lot of people, 5 to be exact, in the pentakill he got.
Yeah, and you could see it in the call there. Like, they were kind of fishing for a second one. It felt like Caps was taking over this game, which was kind of surprising, because from the get-go, it felt a little bit like SK had figured stuff out. But as soon as we got to the mid-game, this man was a menace. He was constantly hitting the charms. He was always in the face of SK. He just made it impossible for SK to really play out the game as they wanted to.
I mean, Caps is just the consistent factor for this team. Even when, you know, the early game, it looked a little bit shaky. SK was getting some leads. Caps stayed relevant the whole time, had a lead on leader the whole time, and just showed his dominance in team fights. And we've seen this before, right, in the Vitality series on the LeBlanc, where Caps is just, when he's on, when he has a good game, and he can mechanically outplay you in fights, he will do so handedly.
It's also, he just has such a good understanding of how to push the game forward in a positive way for G2. Like, when you look at last year when it was like Azir and this kind of meta, it would be, all right, we're behind, I'm going to go play in a side lane, I'm going to pick up all this farm, find a way to hit 6 items, and I'm going to try and carry the game through that. Now in this style of game where, you know, you're playing an Ari who doesn't scale great, instead he's like finding these really creative pick angles and constantly playing around vision. Like, he just has such a good understanding of all the nuances of how best to perform in the game.
I love the penta stats on the graphic.
I wasn't convinced
so
that leader.
unfair.
I wasn't convinced that Caps was better than leader, but then I saw the penta stat.
Yeah, it just sold me completely. I have to say, the stats look bad, but leader was not doing as bad as we often see him do, and I feel like the state of the game for SK in general was maybe a bit more stable than I would have expected here in this matchup.
For sure. I mean, the game looked pretty good for them, all things considered. Like, Wonder surviving up against the Yasuo early levels was completely fine. Leader, like, he was a little bit behind, but the last time we saw this matchup play out, it was an absolute disaster for him. So, all things considered, SK looked decent.
Yeah, I do think the big mistake was overextending that side lane, though.
Yeah.
He got caught on bot lane, just in front of tower, and that was really where we started to see this game turn around, where SK were starting to lose control, and I think this became the theme of it. Like, you heard Paris talk about it, you did the breakdown on it. It was G2 understanding how to play out through their lanes significantly better, and also then just throwing up a wind wall, which made Yoppa's Ezreal kind of useless every single team fight. So I think they just had a very clear way of, this is how SK win the game, let's shut that down.
Yeah, and we know that, especially in reactive play and punishing mistakes. We saw them doing this against Genji at first end. G2 is really, really good at this. So how do you approach next game as SK? Maybe more proactivity
I mean, I think
and less overextending as well.
in this game, they had kind of a nice winning bot matchup, which I think showed in how SK was able to play, and they were able to generate some leads bot side. I think having Wonder on a matchup where he's more in a leading position and not just losing should do him a lot of favors, because
Winning
I think,
matchups, good.
Yeah,
Okay.
but the thing is, I think BB for me has been the biggest question mark right now for G2. Like, we saw him at first stand, and while he looked good on the tanks and he was able to survive, I have yet to really see BB have real standout moments apart from on the Shen. So I feel like if you put BB in more uncomfortable positions and he's not comfortable in the laning phase, for me that's the #1 spot where you can actually get a lead as SK, and then you just gotta pray that mid lane goes well, because like, that one's always difficult to say.
I did feel like there was some weird priorities in the draft, though. Like, when you looked as the priority was, or the draft was coming through for SK, it was, hey, we've taken Ezreal, we're now prioritizing Nocturne second.
Yeah, I didn't get the Nocturne.
Over like Wukong and Bai and all these things, which was really bizarre to me, because, like, no offense to Skeens, I don't think Nocturne by himself can do a huge amount, especially in a game like that.
Oh.
And then they deprioritized the Karma, which for me is an insanely strong pick, especially with this Ezreal Karma lane. And if you want to try and like punish through bottom side, I think that is something that you can do with that pick. So I think there was just weird priorities for me in the draft. So I'd want to see something that's a bit more teamfight oriented, like bring back the vibe, bring back the Wukong in the jungle, have these things that you can then play aggressive on in team fights that enable Yoppa in the later stages of the team fight. Because it felt like this was more pick orientated, whereas when I look at a lot of the way SK's won, it's through these like, hey, we've got smart plays on side lanes, but 90% of the time it's coming back to a good team fight that Yoppa can play through.
I do have to say though, while I agree I didn't fully understand the Nocturne priority, I still preferred SK's draft overall. They had this kind of nice 1-3-1 with the Aurora and Gnar. Both Aurora and Gnar can just flank when Nocturne turns the lights off, so Nocturne doesn't just need to go in like a maniac. And I thought the Yasuo pick would kind of be G2's downfall because they didn't really have great knockups. Like, you have Ahri, you have Pantheon, neither of those are providing a knockup. You did get the Alistar in the end, but it's still not a great Yasuo game. But throughout that, it wasn't enough for SK, which leads me to think that they really need a hard-winning draft or an explosive laning phase type of draft where you can just snowball from that.
We're going to cover draft here, of course, ahead of Game 2. And as we said, a lot of options open in the jungle department. SK have selected last pick. G2 is going to operate on blue side here. So they want to react to whatever G2 is going to throw at them here in draft. What do we think they're going to open with?
I think when you go for the last pick, like SK has gone for, that leads me to believe that maybe they want to try to look for a counter pick for Wonders. That immediately makes me quite happy. Makes a lot of sense that SK are just banning out the control mages. I think like the two priorities for me is just get Wonder on a good matchup, get Leader on a good matchup, and then bot lane should just be pretty chill and pretty equal, and Skeens should be able to then play around this mid-top and try to get those ahead.
Yeah, I think it's also when Wonder has looked best, it has been on picks like the Twisted Fate, one of the Anivia games, these kind of ones where he has like an unusual pick that he can slot into that top side and really run away with it. So I think it makes sense. I mean, you're expecting Broken Blade will probably go back towards something like the Scion or one of these more tanky oriented picks. So it opens up Wonder then to have a lot of creativity there.
Do wonder if they just take away the Yunara now, since Seraphine is out, Estral is out, Varus is out, and with Estral and Varus being out, you kind of don't value Karma that much either. So Yunara Lulu makes sense for me to be the #1 priority, but maybe they want to try to first pick something else. It's actually going to be the Xin Sao first pick. Quite surprising here to value that much higher, but I think they want to pick the bot lane together, which makes a little bit of sense.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if they wanted to actually like first pick the Lulu and then on next rotation, even if the Yunara gets taken away, you can go for something like the Xin Zhao and still have an answer like an Aphelios, something along those lines. Even the Jinx if you really wanted to. But I think it's just going to be taken away here now with the Lulu Yunara, which then leaves the Xin Zhao. Like, you'll probably respond with Corki Nami on the opposite side, but
wow,
no, maybe not.
I mean, I feel like if you don't go Yunara Lulu here for SK, that tells me kind of that Mickey just really doesn't want to play Enchanters. That's at least the vibe that I'm getting. You saw it, like, he played the Bard last game, but Bard is still a lot more proactive.
I dajmo da vidimo, nije baš posljednja nada za SK, ali poprilično se približavamo tome. Činjenica da imaju u suštini još jedan game i onda ćemo vidjeti šta će uraditi. Ako ovdje SK izgubi, napomenuo sam i dalje imaju šanse, ali mnogo više postaje neka teorija nego praksa. Corki Nami s jedne strane, Yunara Lulu sa druge. Tako da mislim da ništa spec ovdje neće biti za sad, ali SK ban imaju last pick, tako da možda Wunder eventualno izvuče neki cheese.
Yeah, it's a little unusual. At least you can get like follow up with the Lulu because you can EQ in as the Jarvan, get the wall growth as you Cataclysm, which can provide a lot of CC in that regard. It just means there's a lot invested then to try and make this pick work versus it being able to work in a vacuum.
Yeah, I think it'll be a bit of like a peeling Jarvan that'll just try to EQ to help their carries when they're in trouble, and then maybe ulti and just EQ out to create space and time. As you see SK banning out top laners here, taking the Yorick. I wish I was more knowledgeable on top lane champs. I think Yorick is like a Jace ban, usually. You ban that, but
I think he's also decent into Rumble. Oh, the Rumble ban, so...
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Yeah, I'm not 100%. Like, Yorick could also be decent into Renekton to a certain extent, but...
Really?
Maybe
survives the early lane? I would think that would be too hard, but...
I think it's once he hits level 6, the Maiden is able to do a lot of work there.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm not entirely sure what the Yorick is trying to set up for. Definitely like trying to say, hey, we don't want you split pushing. But maybe it is just Wunder saying, hey, I'm going to go something like a tank here.
Could be a tank lock-in for sure. For me, when I see the Yorick, I thought of Jace, but with the Gwen now banned, thinking something like a Sion makes a lot of sense when you have the Yunara Lulu to just be a front line for them. It does mean, though, that you don't really have much split push win con of your own. But it's also a bit weird for me that they're choosing to... I mean, I guess it's not that weird. They're choosing to give counter pick to leader. And we'll have to see what he is able to cook up on last pick, as most likely now Wunder's going to lock in a little tank on 4. G2 banning out the Sion. Could be a Cassante. Yeah, either Cassante or...
I still think they will leave the last one. Oh, they are going to go with the Jace.
Wow.
Okay.
So the Jace, the Yorick ban was for the Jace. We'll have to see what BB has into this. Now with Yasuo being gone as well, that's another option that you could play into the Jace.
I mean, they still could flex the Jace as well. I'm trying to run through my head of the AP top laners that they could take here as well.
True, actually.
Gwen
Canon,
gone,
you could go.
gone.
I mean, Canon is like the premier
yeah,
one.
Canon's pretty decent.
LeBlanc Sante, ništa. Ili Galija vučeš u LeBlanc ili Jason na mid I onda crit TF top. To je ugao.
She's also very good into nearly all of leader Champo, because LeBlanc is really good into all assassin mid laners, because she can always kite them, and I think if leader is forced to go something like the Galio, I mean, it makes sense for the comp of SK. I'm just not sure it makes sense for the identity of SK.
I like this one, though. I think you got, like, it can be used both offensively and defensively. You got great answers for the LeBlanc when she tries to jump in, for the Zinzao as well, and rooting people. I think it then just buys a lot of space, because the Jace has a good amount of poke. You got Yunara who can try and play into that as well. Like, I think it's a nice way to
Okay.
Yeah, I think SK have an interesting comp for sure. They have quite a bit of range. The only thing that kind of frightens me is they don't have a whole lot of front line, and it's hard for them to really go in, because if Skeens goes in, he just gets blown up. Well, I think G2, they have a little bit more tools with the Sinsao and the Cassante to buy time, while also being to poke with the Nami, LeBlanc, Corki. And Nami, LeBlanc is an absolutely deadly combo with how much burst they have, and I think it's just going to be the Caps show once more.
If you've got both Lissandra and Jarvan going at the same time, though, do you think it's possible for the Jarvan to get blown up? Because my thought is if they both go in, then you end up with the ultimate onto the LeBlanc she can't play. But we'll have to see.
Possible.
We'll have to see what's the Caps show during Game 1, and SK are fighting for their lives here against G2 Esports. Let's see if they can take us to Game 3.
Let's see if they can. It's going to be a mammoth task for them, but the mammoths are extinct. And so it's possibly impossible. We'll see. As
it's mammoth task or tusk?
Both. Both, man. We've been going into the caverns a little bit. Yeah. Too many mammoths there for us to deal with.
Quite a few mammoths in the caverns, yeah.
That is the problem. If you're not lusting that pull, you're in dangerous territory.
It's a dire pull for the Bears, definitely, as we load into this game. Leader on Lissandra. You know, a lot of people would say, leader on Lissandra? That's very surprising. Me? I'm not surprised. I don't think anyone knows the power of Lissandra better than a guy that plays mostly Aurelia, Yasuo, Akali. I think a person that plays Aurelia, Yasuo, Akali knows
treba bi bude dobro sad. Palimo kamericu, idemo na traku. Da vidimo korake. Ne bi trebalo se čujem jače od njih svakako. Not play champions in the career. Pa dobro, ali ostale nije igrao, šta?
We're on the leader bingo chart. A diagonal is allowed in bingo?
Absolutely,
okay, nice.
Nisam baš siguran šta je ovdje ugao, dobro. Lissandra je fine u LeBlanc, dobar je matchup. A Jace bi trebao da radi u Xantea.
Is a little bit stronger in the lane, but doesn't have quite a lot of kill pressure in this matchup. He will just be pushing, poking, and plating. The triple piece.
I've never heard it said that way before. I like the triple piece. Yeah. Pushing, poking, and plating.
I thought you liked your piece mushy, but that's...
Oh, I love mushy peas,
That's a different question altogether.
I'm a big fan. Good fish and chips with some mushy peas as Caps misses a minion in the mid lane leader with the push early on. No real surprises there.
The counter pick.
And although Skeens is not...
Treba skinem traku, sednem iskreno. Mislim, mi nije više play da hodam svako. Sam prešao već mojih 12k za dan. Mada, skidam na traku, ljudi je 7, dužijam u ovom gemu ko čovek. To je play.
Leader did miss a melee minion there, but lands the Q onto Caps, keeps the poking going. It's one of the piece, But Skewmon is looking for a gank. Does he have the E available here to get out?
No. Flashes from the chains, dodges the wind becomes lightning.
Is this good scouting by G2 to know that SK leader does not skill E level 3 on Lissandra? I'm almost compelled to believe so, because this gank does not make sense. Unless they just uses E, but we didn't look, and
Yeah, we didn't see if he uses E. Can we click on him quickly, observers, to see if he has E?
Video sam Legend i Eka koji uzme Dusk and Dawn i Static Shiv i baci E i iz jednog basika proka pasivnu full. To je problem.
It is also leader, and if I would think, if he's playing Lissandra, would he skill E3 or would he go for the extra damage?
Double Q?
I would probably think double Q.
Yeah, the double Q is on brand, but yeah, we'll end up losing his flash there, so a little bit unfortunate. But SK Botlane did pick up the Yunara Lulu, which I was a little bit surprised that they got so late in the draft. It's a very strong combination, and I will see how they execute on it as Mickey's taking a little alcove tour. We'll walk back into the bush, but now it's Keen's turn.
Here we
have the initiative. He is walking here unnoticed by the wards, but I do believe G2 should know about this.
Čekaj, kako se prokuje Shiv sa W? Znači Shiv ne prokuje na basic attacku? Ili su i to menjali? Sad nisam siguran.
Skewmon is sprinting back towards his Razorbeaks after doing a full clear there back up. And he'll take those before going for his reset.
Tako da uživamo zadnji game. Ima ko bude zadnji.
Extra 1,100 gold for Tunneler. Good ward from leader.
A little bit worried now for Labrov as Jarvan will hit level 6 because it is very scary for the Nami to outplay a Jarvan level 6 gank. We saw Pyrus play the Nami earlier today.
Čekaj, si mislio Kajsa pasivna Legend, sad si me zbunio skroz.
Thank the gods. The fact that she does not have to play against the Caps LeBlanc, that would terrify most men.
W basic bi trebao da bude 5 point pasiv, da. Jer zbog Daska ćeš prokovati 2 proka, zbog Shiva 3 prok i zbog W-a 2 proka. Ako si na to mislio, to ima smisla, da, to se sabira. Jer ti Shiv daje 1 prok i Dask ti daje 2 proka. I W ti daje 2 proka. To ima smisla, to ima smisla. To je, tu matematiku je, da, to ima smisla. Definitivno.
Sounds quite OP to me.
It does sound quite OP, and also I think Riot likes people to have individual player agency, and it kind of takes away your player agency in that moment. But I think it would be interesting, right? You're playing the Lissandra, or I don't know, whatever we're going to name this champion, the Activism lands onto Mickey. Phosphorus Bomb as well, does do a bit of health, but he's able to shield himself with the health picks. Yeah, so you're playing this, we'll call it Lissand B. Yeah, because instead of Lissandra A, it's Lissand B.
Of course.
So you're playing Lissand B, and you ult caps on the LeBlanc, and then you make him kill his own Nami.
Pa Devil teško je, baš je teško iskreno. Mislim, draft im nije loš, u teoriji lider je neutralisao Kapsa s ovim pikom. Kap šta? A mislim, ako će ovako Kaps da igra, da, onda su lagani, ali...
God, this is not the first time Caps has done that, and I respect him for going for the montage play.
Ne vidim šta je hteo ovdje, iskreno. Kao nije mi jasno koji je proces mišljenja bio, ali ajde. Možda mu je neki spell bio off cooldown još malo, pa je probao da flashuje preko Flag and Draga da kupi vreme. Ne znam što drugo, ništa mi ne pada na pamet. Samo ne treba mana više. I sad on beži i to je to. Skewmon ima knock-up, ima double, ima kill. Okej. Hansama, dobro. Dobar je. Dobar je Hansama, baš je dobar, iskreno. Iskreno baš je dobar, red. Čekaj, ne znam, mogu da... Da, okej, Legend, je. To je, valjda ću da otvorim da vidim samo da li će zvuk da se čuje, valjda neće.
seems to trade. Dragon Strike doesn't connect.
Wait,
The flag comes
he's gaming.
No, the extra movement, the extra attack speed for Skeens is enough, man.
No, he
Gets
was
the flash in.
gaming. He had his tunnel already. He was ready to play his game, but yeah.
Man, I will tell you this. Everyone in this game is actually gaming right now.
Yeah.
SK especially so. They put it in their name.
Yes.
Interesantno.
Gaming. It's in the name.
Nešto s voltaikom isto. Baš puno damage-a, holy shit. Mislim, verovatno će dosta stvari toga da nerfuju. Mada možda i neće, ko zna, možda će Kai'Sa spamo. Ja sam fajn, ja sam okej da igram Kai'Su, meni je okej.
Maybe it was the longest con we've ever heard and ever seen. Leader is actually god tier on all of these like utility mages. He's just been holding back his power.
I have a funny leader anecdote actually from when we played together, because when we played together in Astralis 2023, it was kind of the same where a lot of teams were like, okay, it's leader, we're gonna draft anti-leader champions.
Sure.
So at one point, Perks blind picked Lissandra against leader, and he just slammed an Aurelion Soul and completely won the game. So he's not bad mechanically, these champions. He's very good at executing on them. I think sometimes he doesn't really synergize with his team that well, has some mechanical misplays, but I do like it that he brings out these champions. The Lissandra is a really good pick this game, and he's really poised to...
Lissandra ili Galio su bili ovu partiju, vjerojatno dva najbolja pika. Ili da flexiju Jace na mid, ali Jace mid je baš flip. Eventualno ako je baš teo da čiza Kassadin nije bio loš, ali mislim da meta ne dozvoljava Kassadinu da se igra. Jer kad pogledam u prosjeku svaki game traje 30 minuta.
The Grok, for any movement enjoyers. You didn't watch movement.
So I did for a little bit, but Frozen Tomb coming out.
Groking.
Glacial path forward, Leader still looking for the chase. Chains onto him though, there's the root. Leader.
Flash! It's the Grok solo kill by Leader. Huge play onto Caps. Caps just got solo killed by Leader.
Yeah, he's just groping all over him right now, isn't he? I did watch Moomin, but only for a couple of years. I was in Denmark from when I was 2 until I was 5. So that was kind of my Moomin era. You know, Pippi Longstockings as well was huge in those days.
As we see all-ins on bot lane here. Corky's gun is Gatling. And
Corky's gun is Gatling.
Yeah.
Skewmon is here as well. Broken Blade looking, trying to find the collapse. No flash on either of the junglers. TP onto the flag. No Frozen Tomb for Leader, Cataclysm down, Skewmon looking to the trade with the Crescent Guard. TP taking a long time to join, but with the Glacial Path going forward. Wonders secured the kill, Leader was even there, Caps gets one in response, both junglers down, Yoppa trading down towards one side.
Dobro, dobro. Timo Poison, da, to je malo Bastet, iskreno. Kan sama mislim da je živ, što najjače, nije živ, jeste živ, nije živ, jeste živ, nije živ, jeste živ, živ je. Živi, oni će dobiti kill i oni će prežive. Holy fucking botlane G2-a, vrate. Izgubili su ceo topside, ali brate, Hansama je samo jako, jako dobar. Labrov isto lepo odigrao. Iako ja znam da flameujem Labrova, ali lepo je odigrao ovo. Najiskrenije. Lepo je odigrao. Da, Jace baš bije, jeste. Mislim, fore je što u Kassadina baš moraš da ga gaziš rano, to je fora. Ko traje previše, njemu će W istići pre nego što može se vrati, ali mislim da je mrtav svako da Leader. I Labradovi kill. Ja sam zadnji put igrao, mislim, Ari ili Annie u Kassadina i ono što ja radim u tom matchupu je počnem Kal. Istovremeno mi daje mi puno, daje mi sustain, jer kao basicujem ko ludi, daje mi jade da mogu da ga pokam sa basic attackovima. Jer Kassadin se nekad da će samo baciti spell, on baci Q, on tebi uri damage sebe na shielda, ali u heroje koji biju u physical damage-om to baš i ne radi toliko, tako da to je dosta fajn.
Tuna right here, man. This is grade 5 sashimi, whatever.
That's a nice piece of fatty tuna that just drop a munched up here. Wunder, you gotta be careful, my man. There's an angry Dane coming behind you.
Let's see what Wunder can do to try and escape the clutches of Caps.
He's a great flash.
Na svog zemljaka. Pogodio chain, bro, ne brat nemaš. Two chains, ostavlja Capsu naravno. Izgubit će Drakea za to, ali mislim da je fajn i dalje. Mislim, G2 samo full kontroliše partiju, najiskrenije, nema šta.
extra gold into his pockets.
Let's roll back the tape a little bit. I think 5 minutes ago, Caps just got solo killed by leader.
Yes.
Now he's absolutely running the map. He's got Mercs, he's got Ludens, and he's got 3 kills.
Yes, that is entirely true.
Is plot armor a thing?
No, I think SK Gaming is a thing.
Okay.
And G2 is a thing, right? And like, yeah. Caps played it well, but he has just been able to move around the map, and he went up to that fight around the first set of grubs that were happening, and he got a kill in that fight, and then got another kill out of that fight, and SK were kind of just all out of sorts after that moment. Leader not having Frozen Tomb, wasn't really able to implement.
Če baci full combo na Blanco, opet mu uradi damage. Koliko ti respektovanje matchupa i pravi boots radi ovde? Slažem se, svi igraju Rocket Belt, je. Ajde na Enim ima smisla kao Flash Rocket Belt, ali kad sam vidio na Ari, Malignant su Rocket Belt, bio sam u fazonu, ok, ovo item stvarno nema smisla.
Good knockback onto Broken Blade, who flashes for more. Caps on his way across. Wonder, no escape. And Caps will take it with Electrocute in the end.
Man. Yeah, just play safe top.
I mean, it's Caps things. The guy's like 70% win rate on this champ.
I mean, he's just everywhere on the map. He's just always finding these angles on people on the side and stepping a little bit too far forward. And a good TP by BB finds
Tidal Wave coming out. Yoko flashing forward. Ball above, who doesn't have heal or flash himself. Skeen's coming in from the side. He's going to take the fight. Cataclysm on Summer gets...
Će da umre za to. On neće dobiti kill. Kao, brate, mili. Koliko je Doom deska? Problem je što sljedeća partija ekipe SK je protiv KC-a koji nije izgubio game u lecu. Bibi ovdje mora da WA od Jace-a ako hoće da ga ubije. U suprotnom Jace samo disengage-a. To je fora.
Decides against it. Thinks he's going to clear it out with the accelerated shot blast. Hansama Valkyrieing forward onto leader. Could go back in here. Frozen Tomb out. Polymorph for the follow-up, but Hansama quickly regrets his decision.
Joppa's belly is full of so much tuna right now. He's so fed. 2 shutdowns. First on the Nami, now on the Corki. He is actually super accelerated his game with the Lulu behind him. He actually could put on a little show here. As now there's another team coming. The kills, it doesn't stop happening, Medic. We keep going.
He doesn't have Frozen Tomb.
Caps ima, ne, fajn, ima i flash Caps, ne bi trebao da padne ovdje. Mislim da on skoro sfajn ovdje.
You know, you expect it to continue happening.
I mean, it still looks like it if LeBron's gonna go this deep into the jungle as a Nami.
Okay.
Inače, Dash Legend, krećemo sa Aramima. Što se tiče Patreon Game Nighta. Završi se ovo. Trebamo kod 10 da jedem. Treba bude gotova hrana 10:15. Proštam Luje, palim stream. Kad smo kod Luje, evo ga u sobi. Haro, daj mi tamo piće. A si ga izvetrila već. Možda proći, možda proći.
Or as the Koreans call it, Hermes, because the Roman god of Mercury is called Hermes as well.
Hermes, yeah. Also the messenger god.
Yes.
He used to take messages between Mount Olympus and the rest of the world.
So what is it? Is Hermes the Greek name and Mercury the Roman name? I'm pretty sure.
Tako je.
Most of those gods are kind of one and the same.
Yeah,
exactly. To be honest, his leader is going to catch out Caps. Frozen Tomb into the distortion away. Skeens him on the chase. Caps dashes back, dashes across. Cataclysm and again Caps.
Dobro, malo je bilo previše da je to preživao, iskreno.
There's only one place Caps could really jump at that point. Dashes back into a Ring of Frost. And leader gets his third of the game.
And the kills keep going. We're now at 17 at 16. Might slow down a little bit though. But who knows with SK Gaming, the sunk cost fallacy team. As we now have branded him as. The Herald will be put on mid. Don't think this tower will stand for very long. And Dragon is spawning in 5 seconds. G2 will probably try to make the way down there. And Caps does not have teleport. He does have teleport though, so he could make his way down there as Q1 has started it. And And Mickey cancelled his base actually to kind of keep playing here. Joppa was aggressive here.
Look at the Hans who... Aquaprism's going to land there from LeBron as they look for the trade.
Hansa mi treba itema i dalje. A Jopa ima Lulu i onda samo chilla jer zna da ne mogu da ga šotaju. Iako je Hurricane malo diskutabilan item ako ćemo iskreno, ali to je fine.
And LeBron on this 3-1-2 Nami is actually still in a pretty strong spot. Most kills we've ever had in the LEC on a Nami is 4, by the way. So LeBron could try and break that milestone in this game as Skim1 tries to defend.
With the tower here, actually it will not, as G2 show up to defend it. And I feel like we're kind of congregating in an A-Ram situation right now as Leaders is grouping mid, Caps is pushing out bot, and now gonna look for a little pick as they want to re-enter. Make life very difficult for Leader.
Yeah, he's just making sure that Leader can't get to this wave easily, and then because they've already got those 3 grubs as well, both these towers are likely to fall. Caps might not take the...
Pokušavaju opet kapsa da love. Brate, loviš kapsa pola gima, nemam pojma.
But still another tower going over to G2.
Ne znam da li ovaj, okej, da sad nema jedan W, nema drugi W, ima flash i mora da flasha i sad je uhvaćen. Da, i dobar ult. A sad dolaze drugari. Lider hoće probati da džuka sa... Evo, ali nema gdje. Ti koliko Korki ne radi damage-a, gledao? Ono što nema ništa. Uj. Mislim da hoće nešto ti kaže, da. Ste ga nešto zanim. Hoće ga šetamo posle hrane ili? A ne, on treba da hasa prvo. Jel jeste? Ideš ga šetaš? Okej. Okej. Okej.
Supreme display of talent being Kiana's ultimate. Hate that name. Why? Because every time they use it, you have to say Supreme display of talent from Elioyo or whatever. But you know, no, but what happens on Twitter and on the Reddit thread?
Jeste, Strahinja. Da, YouTube baš spamuje reklame. Mislim, šta radiš? U suštini, unlucky je što ti, mislim, ne moraš da monetizuješ stream, ali zbog riča bi trebalo. I onda... upališ monetizaciju i onda sam rekao misliš. Ma da kažem, ja svako od reklama nemam ništa, tako da slobodno, ili blokić, ili neki Brave browser, ili... Ko ima premium, ali definitivno je to samo play.
Tsunami is right there, yeah? And we called it tidal wave. It could be called tsunami.
I mean, that is just objectively correct, Medic. But I think tidal wave has a
certain ring to it. It's
ethereal tone to it.
Sure.
It's very ethereal.
Sure, I'll give you that. It's like Thresh's ultimate is called the box. Yeah. Could be the threshold.
Okay, you have too much free time, Medic.
I'm a play-by-play, man. You think about how they move on the map, I think about funny word names, you know?
Threshold nije loše. Neću lagati. Ma, vidi Strahinja, ako radi, bole te u obrati. Brate, lideri skins baš vole da pick-offuju mete koje u teoriji ne bi trebao da pick-offuješ, ali... Big je što je Jopa dobio kill ako ništa. Baš je big što je Jopa dobio kill. Samo treba Infinity, to je fora. On bez Infinity-a samo neće imati taj carry potencijal. Ali baš je insane setup. Ako gledamo da li Jopa možda iznese protiv G2-a. To je iskreno dosta cool.
Really need to clean up the rack a little bit right now and really look for these picks that really favor their comp.
And I think we have to reset a little bit as well because it felt like G2 were just gonna, like Caps was getting ahead, they were gonna run away with the game. Yeah. That's no longer the case. Like Leader is back to 1,000 gold ahead as they dive onto Yoppa. Tidal Wave doesn't quite connect. Cataclysm on Hunt Summer and LeBron's gonna lock them in there. TP's coming in behind. Counter TP as well from G2 as Brokeblade looks for Leader, who is stunned up, locked up. Glacial Path gets him out though. Another order from Hunt Summer is enough to get the kill. Meanwhile, Caps is TP behind them. Never mind. We can laugh, we can meme, we can joke all we want because the SK fallacy rings true once again. G2 find 4 kills for nothing.
Hoće da naprave play, malo ih ponese i... Ne prokačine. Nope. I SK se zaleti i samo GG's.
They are the ones keeping in with Lissandra, but this Lissandra has no backup. Joppa is forced back by Hansama and Lavrov. And now when Leader shows up, there's no follow-up. He uses his ult here onto Hansama, but there's a cleanse. And now look as Caps is arriving in the back line and just shoots the fish in the barrel and just picks up all the remnants of the SK team comp.
Yeah, the deep TP ward there for Caps really made it impossible for SK to back away. Caps gets a double to round it out. And G2 get a 3,000 gold lead in 21-minute Baron. And yeah, so other ability names I don't like. Just joking.
We're already back on this.
Look, man, I gave them a moment, and then the 1.1k gold lead that Leader had is now down to 250. And the gold lead that
I da, to je fajn, da, to je fajn, Strahinje. Ako imaš split, to je dobro, onda ne propuštaš stvari. Ja sam i dalje mislim samo Jopa, bez Infinitija ne može da više o tome donosi ovaj game. A čak i od ovih Infinity treba ubije Xante, ja ne znam kako on ubija Xantea. Mislim, znam, on ga ubija, samo treba predugo vremena. To je fora.
Leader tried to go and Hansama and his one-shot him, but the instant Mikhails from Lavrov completely saved him. So really, once again, just denying one more...
Sad ćemo da imamo šta ime činiti ovde.
And SK, you need to go back here. You are just getting your base open there.
Yeah, I think they realize they're giving up this inhib anyway, so try and push out the mid wave as far as possible so that you don't have two waves coming in at the same time. They do that. There's still a minute 30 on this Baron for G2. If they all back together, they can get out for another couple of waves. That's exactly what they're going to do. There's a risk of an accelerated shot blast coming out from Wonder, but he's going to be too late to use it as SK now walk through this bot side. They'll try and push a couple of waves if they can before G2 are back out on the map to deny too much push going in here, but it's going to be tricky. Next Drake is up as well if SK want to fight around it. G2 might just take the battle, or they might just decide against it. The game is not going to be decided by a Dragon Soul.
Dropaju Drake, nebitno je.
They're going to use this Corki to push through top side and then try and play for that top lane tier 2.
Corki ok, spike-ovo s tim da opet ide na neki longsword item, verovatno LDR. I Corki će Infinity biti ogroman spike. S tim da mislim da je Corki malkice jači od Junare ako ostanu izovali i Nor ima plated steel caps.
I guess your eggs are in the Yoppa basket. You say, okay, how many of the eggs do we need to crack before we can get to the delicious Yoki center?
Yeah. Yes, Yoke. We don't have any Swedish top laners here, so it's all gonna be about if Leader can hold this mid, which he can, and now Yunara has base, does have Lord Dominic's regard, and let's see if G2 can actually do a siege this game without having a Yasuo in the team.
Leader could just send it. Leader could just Glacial, or he could have taken the path tidal wave coming out from G2 as they realized they needed to disengage. Caps was in mid, which is why I was saying...
Ma jok, Strahinje chilla možda. Taman posla. Bolje da ima tema u chatu nego da nema, to je uvek kažem. Mislim, unlucky je iskreno. Meni bi bilo mnogo više hype da SK dobije, jer bi volao da pobede. Jer onda i G2 malo u problemu, i G2 je ono u fazonu šta ćemo sad, i SK ima veće šanse prođe dalje. Ovako, G2 će vratno proći što očekujemo, SK nema prevelike šanse što je unlucky, krivo mi opet. Znači još Genji 3-3 LCK, ne znam, vidio sam za Hanu danas, ali ne znam im tabelu, ću baš da im... To je 20-26, šta je to uopšte, vrat, ja ne znam. Da, KT roster je 6-0, to je baš insane. Pa dobro, i T1 je 2-3, brate, realno.
Free items right now, the Rabadons, the Malignants, and the Protobelt. Does not have a lot of magic pen, but doesn't really need it considering BB's itemization. And he's not killing Broken Blade. He is trying to kill Caps or Hansama with Droppa's DPS, so it is completely fine to skip armor pen in a game like this. A magic pen.
LPL?
Yoppa trying to step forward, but you just don't have the numbers right now. Yoppa will step in. G2 should be able to take this though. Leader coming in from the side there.
Des prvi, bili drugi, pa dobro. I Nip treći, wow.
nothing towards the top side, especially with Skeens over there. They weren't really going to be able to defend this tier 2 in mid. Just trying to do a little bit.
Bilo bi fora da Nip ode na MSI, Nip dugo nismo gledali u LoLu. Zašto forsiraju Korkija? Jako je dobar sa Nami. Korki Nami u stvari giga jak kombo. Jako dobar kombo.
Ooh, that was a tricky one, which is like, I totally disagree with the decision SK have made here to go for the LeBlanc. Or is it an actually, they didn't really have much they could do.
I don't think it's a good idea to gank a LeBlanc when she has 2 dashes on a Jarvan, because, I mean, it's not really gonna go anywhere unless you are gonna like flash predict her with a combo and then put it in a montage and then post it on your TikTok. I'm not sure, because I didn't really see that angle.
Okay.
But respect the hustle.
Yeah,
you need to click. You need to
the
click somewhere.
Stone, you know, aura maxing.
Yeah.
Trying to frame Moggin.
So drop out, throws in a W, spots out a person in there, so will not face check Broken Blades Kazante.
And unfortunately, the game has slowed down from our 1 kill a minute. Now at 24 and 28. But a quick penta. Quick penta kill would even that out.
Fix that. We're almost at a really good resolution as well, 16-9. So
yeah, sure.
Approaching that slowly.
Okay, Baron's up in 4 seconds, guys. Like we saw it in game 1 as well. Like G2 just don't see. Like, and I understand why, right?
Junara nema Infinity, Korki nema šta god mu je sljedeći item. Mada ako je biti nije toliko bitno, Infinity je mnogo bitniji.
Eyes on Yopper, guys. Okay, he's this one here. Keep your eyes on him.
I mean, yeah, the circle won't follow him, but he's the one that he circles.
You can follow him with the circle if you really want. Baron actually pulled off here by G2 as Caps looks for the chains. Can't quite land him. Leader.
I disengage ništa nisu forsirali, samo su gubili malo health.
SK should walk in there when Caps goes for the mid wave, trying to get some control back, but Caps actually denies or doesn't go for the mid wave, just keeps.
Ne znam iskreno. Mislim, brojevi Lola se ne znaju. Niko ne zna brojeve Lola. Ju. Caps recall TP. I to je recall na kontrolu da ga ne vide. SK mož pošalje 2 čoveka na Drake, a ostali drže mid prio. Ono što Capsa ko uleti WW, da nije Lisandra, bilo koji drugi heroj mi mogu da uleti ovde. Ovako ako popije Lisandra ulti, samo će ga šotovati u Lisu ultu. Ne znam.
Like SK have given up the ghost on the fight for the Drake. It's only second G2. They're able to poke him out a little bit, as you say.
But still, SK denied 2 minutes of Baron potentially being taken.
Yeah,
so for Cloud Soul, which is now the second one out of 4 potential one before the Soul. So, I mean, that's still a decent job by them. Like, they are still holding on, they are still farming, they're still scaling up.
I guess the only argument is Cloud slow resist is actually kind of nice into Alessandro as Skeens tries to jump onto. It's only 5%. It's not the end of the world, right? And a little bit of extra movement speed out of combat. Like you don't want to.
Sol je fine. Nije ono insta win, ali nije loš Sol iskreno. Da, Korki je prodao longsword, gdje sam rekao, nema smisla da ide na i onda gleda damage. I to je ulti od Jope, što je također dosta bitno. Jopa sad nema ulti.
Boost that up a little bit more. Caps looking to see perhaps if he can catch leader. TP coming out from Broken Blade. Mickey has to use the wild growth on himself and the flash away. That's the problem with enchanters, man. It's so hard to walk in by yourself.
This might be the Baron start by G2. I don't see how SK contest this unless SK Skeens wants to go for a hero steal. It could loop around there, but it's so scary. You don't know which bush Caps is sitting in. You see the vision toggle.
That's actually big. They know where Caps is, so Skeens can try and flag and drag across the wall. 7,000 on the Baron. Broken Blade trying to keep him at bay. 5,000 on it now as Leader and Caps continue to trade.
Ovo je loš flip. Giga loš flip. Ne znam zašto bi ovo ikad uradio. Mislim, ovo je mogo da ode na drugu stranu lagano. Strahinja, pa ništa, nema, samo su otkazane emisije, mislim. Boga mi Capsov flash nije mala stvar. Sad će ga navatiti. Da, evo ga. Ugodio ga skuom čank ovoga.
Frozen Tomb onto Skewmon, but the chase will continue.
Oh, he has
until
the
Mora da flasher, ovo ima je...
away from leader.
Almost gets the EW there, but leader flashes out. Will not have that tool available for next team fight. And still, Joppa so close to his Infinity Edge. I think he's a little bit off, just a tiny bit.
It's got to be this next wave, right? You need 625 after getting all the components to finish the IE. I will say, most importantly, right? Lebrov is still 2 kills away from being the killingest Nami in the history of the LEC.
If anyone ever wondered if something is on the line this game, it's the killingest Nami award right now. Not that SK, if they lose this game, they might actually be out of playoffs. They really need this.
2 and 4. Like, they can still win their next 2 series and make it.
They can, yeah.
It's unlikely, but so is this, them winning this game.
Absolutely,
right?
and so is Nami getting 5 kills, Medic. But we still talk about it.
5 kills, man. It's a possibility. Look, I gave SK my hope. They came back into the game. I was like, look, let's reset, let's be serious. And then they hard threw a team fight, 0 for 4. And so after that point, I'm like, cool. This is how you guys want to play it. This is how we're doing it, okay?
Absolutely, but now eyes on Joppa as well. He's on the flank here. Broken Blade is a little bit isolated, but I don't think he will be taking a lot of damage if he's being went on.
Schemes is looking for the flank. Couldn't find it. As you say, Joppa is at 4 items. If SK are going to have a hope, it's through that 80.
Da, i dalje je Joppa, i dalje je Joppa. I to sam vidio Xin vidio sam Xina malo da ono, da luduju. Unlucky za SK, baš unlucky. Jer SK ako želi šansu da uradi bilo šta, ako ovdje izgubi, mora dobio Cases u ponedjeljak. Jopa. Mora da tuče, morao je da tuče, nije on kriv, mislim unlucky je. Ali da, sad je SK baš doomed. Baš je doomed SK. Baš je doomed. Jer faktički sad ekipa SK mora pobedi Kjekorp u ponedjeljak, a Kjekorp nije izgubio game i ne vidim kako će ih dobiti iskreno. Casey je baš jak. Turbo unlucky ljudi moji, turbo unlucky šta se radi, bilo kako bilo, mi smo za danas gotovi što se LEC programa tiče, tako da i na YouTube i na Sportu i Sportu mi se vidimo malo kasnije, ostavit ću intervju kao i obično. Nakon toga za nekih sat i po bi trebao da sam live. Tako da se svako viđemo na streamu malo kasnije, lagani Patreon Game, klikćemo arame, družimo se, tako da vidimo se malo kasnije na YouTube-u.
But that's also being a one-game Andy, because this Alistair game, it was okay, like it was solid, but then you have the Nexus flank. Yeah. It's like that, you kind of baited your whole team into walking towards a Nah. We're going to head over to PGL with Lord Dagda and Broken Blade. Take it away.
Yeah, first game. You can come, BB.
Yeah, come on in, man. Congrats.
Yeah, congrats. First game was interesting. Second game, not so much. Anything you have to say about today's game?
I think you had a nice summary.
That's great, thank you.
No problem.
That's what I do. What do you have to say then?
I mean, the first game was for me, it was really interesting.
For you personally?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Because the early game was like not great for us. And the second game, I just played Cassandra, you know, it's just like boring.
Yeah.
But I got a lot of help. Caps helped me a lot. So that was nice. Every time he ganks top, I give him positive reassurance, you know, so he does it more.
Okay.
You understand this?
Yeah, otherwise he ends.
So what did you say to him? Like, you're the best.
No, I'd say very nice, you know, like,
yeah.
So he keeps coming. I mean, it worked, right?
Yeah,
so
it worked.
I think maybe you need to add bribes. Like, mate, I'm getting you ice cream. I'm going to get your favorite crisps.
Yeah.
How do you bribe Caps, actually? How would you bribe Caps?
He loves chocolate.
Opening packs.
Chocolate. But in the split, he doesn't eat, so.
Okay. You're starving him?
No. He doesn't eat chocolate.
No candy. He plays games, and then we put him back.
All right. First game, Yasuo. Second game, Cassante. Having fun. Winning games convincingly.
A man who can do both.
Yeah. Can you do both well, though?
I mean, we saw it, right?
I think you did all right.
You did all right?
It was all right.
Do you like it?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you think top lane meta is a bit boring right now? We saw Varus top. I don't like Varus top.
I hate it.
Yeah, right?
But it's OP.
Okay. We saw.
Are you getting all the new Vayne top lanes because the skin?
I mean, it's rising in prio a little bit, especially in the Asian regions.
Yeah.
So I have to take care of it.
I got it on my list, guys.
Oh, yeah.
Talking about Varus top, actually, I saw, I'm going to talk about KT roster, haha, people know it. Perfect was playing Nafiri against,
I love that
against Varus. Oh, interesting.
I think Nafiri is very strong.
So playing Nafiri?
In solo queue especially.
Okay.
I mean, they won the game, so maybe I can, have some talks, have some meetings with the staff.
Okay.
Maybe we can get some Nafiris going.
Okay.
In LEC.
Pushing your case here. I feel like we don't have a lot of players being creative right now.
Yeah.
In LEC.
I mean, I think you're kind of stuck with, especially in bot lane.
Yeah.
Bot lane feels very standard. It's like we'll trade Corki, Nami, Yunara, Lulu. We'll go for Ashe Seraphine. Like, it just seems like the combinations are kind of solved. But at least you got a little bit on top. Like your Shen, you've still got a little bit of. I mean, you got the Yasuo. I mean, I think you've still got some good answers to a lot of stuff.
There's, me. I like playing unique stuff. But most of the time it works. But I mean, I think the meta is still